Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. Happy New Year's. Thank you. This is the first show of the year. I would like to wish everybody a happy new year. Thanks for joining us. You know something? I think about it all the time. I said, look, every year we have a New Year's resolution. We have people coming around saying, something? We're going to start off all the year and we're going to basically uh, um, say we're going to do this. And why is it that we get to about March and that New Year's resolution goes out the door? You know something? I'm going to only eat salads. Yeah, that's not my New Year's resolution. By like February, you're in that buffet house, chugging down on some steak and some um, soup and all the stuff you ain't supposed to be having it. Happy New Year, Dark Nego. So what the bottom line is, why is it that we can't keep New Year's resolution? When are we gonna have a New Year's resolution that we'll stop bootlicking the white man? Let's say this year we're not gonna bootlick important. All you do is boosting that freaking ego. Like, look at my approach. My approach, like, if I was one of these stupid coons like Tariq Nasheed, and when I'm gonna expose him tonight too, I will be doing things to like Phil Scott, Tariq Nasheed, and all these other people. They always saying things that bait white people, right? So it tells me all the time by them always mentioning white people, by them always mentioning Africans and mentioning all these people. They tell me that they want to be engaged with these people, right? And I'm saying to myself, how can you build something, right? And your whole focus is on getting attention from somebody else, whether it's getting attention from white people. Oh, white people, oh, they say this. Who cares? Or getting attention from Africans or Caribbeans or whatever. Who cares what they freaking think? If your life was centered around the reaction from another person, then you don't really have a life. So my approach has always been like this. First of all, I don't talk to people who have nothing to offer me in the end. Really. How can you negotiate with somebody? If I want to talk to somebody, that means I'm in to negotiate with them. They got something I want. I'll talk to my Liberian brothers and sisters, right? Because they got something I want, right? I'll talk to my Angolan brothers and sisters because they have something I really want, right? If I don't have you have anything I really want, you mean nothing to me. That's just the way the world works. That's the reality. I would like to know, what is it that the white American really thinks he has to negotiate with? When you got people like this fool 1776, Kala, look, that ship has sailed. The whole idea of America, the flag, and all that, that's dead. Them days are over. Now, I say the same thing even about Traore, Look, I am not going to be one of those ones that got my butt cheeks spread open for Ibrahim Traore. I want to know, what the hell has this got to do with me? What's this got to do with me? How does this put food on my table? How does this advance my people? How do we get land? How do we get access to the continent? How do we get our independence? How do we get an African? That's a future for us. If no one's talking on that level, right? That's what 2026. I'm like this. If people are not talking on that level, right? I really don't want to hear what you have to say. I'm dead serious. Because everybody basically, I've been listening for years, 35 years, right? 35 years, going on 40 years. I've been in this movement, right? All I heard was conspiracy theories. Yeah, man, next year we're going to really do this. Next year we're going to do this. Year after year, same old fucking shit, That's why I exploded on my boy Ibrahim the other night. Why? Because the bottom line is this, I've heard all kinds of conspiracy theories in my life, right? And the bottom line is, and I'm sick and tired of, I went along with a lot of stuff, right? Because I said, okay, we're going to go along. I like a good conspiracy theory. I don't have nothing hatred for Ibrahim Traore. I don't have no shit, but I'm just saying, I'm sick of people throwing him in my face. You understand that, DK? And I'm going to get into that. I'm sick and tired. If you put a sacred cow up me, What do I call this? The cow nation. I call this a sacred cow slaughterhouse. You bring your sacred cow to me and whatnot. I'm not gonna come with a little tiny parry. I'm gonna come with a double bladed axe to cut that sacred cow in fucking half. I don't like sacred cows. Nobody's off limits to me. I don't give a damn who it is. I don't give a damn if it's John Howard Clark. I don't give a damn if it's Farrakhan. I don't give a damn if it's Elijah Muhammad, Marcus Garvey. No one's off limits. And that's the way the culture critic is. I'm the culture critic. So therefore, like I said, I am sick and tired of people. Kyle, you got about, and the person never get look. And I'm not. I have a little bit of street in me too. You know, I have a little street in me too. And I notice in the streets that you don't give nothing up until you actually see the money in the bank or whatever like that. Hustle Smart tell you, people promise you the fucking world or not, you know, and they do that to bluff you. See how soft you are. See if you're weak and everything like that. You're gullible. Right now, I'm telling you right now, I don't give a damn. You know, if I have anything to do with it, you know, somebody's gonna come up with something, put something on the table, right? Like I said, the white American, why they come to my platform, I have no idea, because they have absolutely nothing to offer. You know, that idea for the longest time, I was watching this one video, really shocking, right? I should have saved it and played it right. This guy, man, he was basically telling a story about the marchers in Atlanta. I didn't even know the story, right? How the civil rights march, you know, lunch encounters march, almost destroyed the civil rights movement. And I said to myself, when he explained what happened, I said, you know something? These white people are more smarter than we thought. You know, smarter than what we thought. They lured these kids. Even the kids. This is what happens when you have children running. Look. I am sick and tired of hearing about somebody's man fucking hood. You know, I want to see results, man. You know, I mean that sounds good. I mean, Ibn Traore, he symbolized good. Like, he stands upright. Yeah, he's a powerful looking dude, whatnot. But that doesn't. But I have a movement I'm trying to build, and I can't build a movement around popularity. You know, I can't build a movement around popularity. You know, and who looks popular. I need results. Anyway, this guy basically was saying that the students had basically taken over the civil rights movement, right? And they were more aggressive. And then it dawned on me how that was a trap. See, the civil rights leaders at the time, the older people, were basically going in a direction that, okay, we can't just force our way into their lunch counters and stuff like that. Well, the kids were like, basically, we're going to eat these lunch counters because we're Americans now. And they older people understood this is a gradual process. You still can't force yourself. This is pretty much a racist society. So there had to be a gradual way in, right? Anyway, what happened was, in this one incident, right? These kids bum rush a lunch counter, like 50 of them, bum rush a lunch counter, said, we're not leaving anywhere here, and they got violent. And until we get served, right? And what the authorities did and people did was lock them inside the restaurant. They couldn't get out. So they said they were there for like 20 days, right? They had to relieve themselves on the floor and defecate on the floors, right? And when they opened it up and whatnot, they had that glaring before the news. Look what these animals did. They were defecating on the floor and whatnot, you know? And public opinion turned on them. I was like, holy shit, man, you know, because they were basically, they didn't know how to delay gratification. You know, they were impulsive. You know, I tell people all the time, you got to think out a strategy. You cannot just go by your emotions. One thing I'm not going to do is go by emotions, you know. I don't know about what you call. I will say this about the Sahel region. You know, after studying this region for many years, right? Let me tell you something where I disagree with my friend Ibrahim. You know, let's call him. He thinks the West is behind the Islamist style. That's the stupidest fucking thing in the world, right? The biggest threat to the West and the Sahel is that they really do believe, Trump and the West really do believe that Traore and AES cannot stand up against these jihadists. That eventually, the people come, they got weapons coming from the Middle East, money coming from places like Hezbollah, Iran, Lebanon, and whatnot. And eventually, that reason is going to fall into the hands of the fundamentalists, Islamic fundamentalists. That's why Trump is in northern Nigeria right now. No other reason. Because if that area falls into the hands of the terrorists, right, and the jihadists and everything like that, the Islamic State, okay, I'm wrong, but but you can't. DK says I'm wrong, but DK doesn't know anything about damn history. He can't give you any examples, right? If that area falls in the hands of the Islamic State, right, Islamic State, that means from Iran all the way to Iraq, all the way through Lebanon, will be able to reach Europe. That means there will be nothing stopping them from having weapons that can reach Europe in the Sahel. That's what this is all about, So the bottom line is this: they were told not to attack certain. That don't make any fucking sense. What you call the Islamists, if they win in that area, right? France is in trouble. Spain is in trouble. Italy's in trouble. The UK is in trouble because you're not talking that far away. That when you talk about the Sahel, you're not the region. You're not talking that far away from the Mediterranean and Europe. They do not want any Islamic state that close to Europe. That's what this is all about. And what they really do think is that Traore and them, although they're very valiant and everything like that, what's backing them up? What's really backing them up? What's really backing them up? I'm like, if you've seen the weapons that these Islamists has, the weapons they had. Do you remember the Iraq War and the surge and all that? The type of weapons they have, those type of weapons are out there. And I have yet to see, look, can anybody show me an African army with a rocket launcher that's controlled opposition? Yeah, okay, DK, okay. Okay, DK. What you gotta do, DK, is get your own show and you try to gain an audience or following, people listening to you talking like that. And people are gonna be just like dead, like, damn, DK, we're listening to you for like, I don't know how long, a year now, and I don't see any progress, man, But when people listen to me, when they're like, oh shit, they always come to me, Colin, you're right, So I'm saying to myself, yeah, you don't know, look, these people got dark money. They can get weapons at any place. Who knows? Russia might even be supplying the Islamic. It might be supplying. Something. I don't trust anybody. And all of a sudden, he basically went to Putin, signed a deal with Putin. You can't trust this guy, Vladimir Putin. You can't trust him. Who knows? It might be because the Islamist state might be in line with North Korea. You're talking about countries with nuclear weapons. Have nuclear weapons? Oh my God, man! It's like really. But like I said, I'm way over here in the United States, right? They're over there. That's between West Africa, and that's between Europe. That's all on them. There's what you call if somebody from West Africa launches a nuclear attack into Europe, Europe will freaking retaliate and wipe out all of West Africa. What can you do? That's what it is. So the bottom line is my whole thing is, I'm looking at this right here and I'm just like this. This is something I've been studying for years, decades, and the bottom line is this: I cannot go around based on these reasonings of people that don't know what they're talking about. Like, look, it is what it is. The reality is the West always know that just like Ukraine, the reason why you see the war in Ukraine, because you're talking about right there on the western frontiers. Really, Ukraine kisses Russia. So there's going to be conflict there. There's no buffer zone. Tell me the buffer zone between the Sahel. And also, do you understand France remembers the most vicious war they fought in the 20th century with Algeria? I bet you anybody in this chat room don't even know France had a long war with Algeria, a really bloody, a really savage war with Algeria. They remember that. And then that's why they thought that was going to happen during the Arab Spring a few years ago. That region right there, North Africa, the Sahara, is dangerous. This is a place where some of the toughest fighters in the world come from. People who know nothing but war. And the bottom line is, if Algeria falls and all these other people like that, I ain't saying the white man's Thanos. I'm saying just the opposite. I'm saying that there's a reason why once Gaddafi fell, that southern part of Libya went into chaos. This is what happens, folks. Let me break it down to you, right? When the British had Egypt and Sudan, that was one territory called Egypto-Sudan, Anglo-Sudan, something like that. Egypto-Sudan, Anglo-Sudan. The administration for the most part of the region was in Cairo, right? The British administration was in Cairo, right? They basically exerted sovereignty and autonomy over the whole entire Nile region, and the Sudan and all that fertile land, Sudan. The upper regions of the Nile River. Remember something, the Nile flows from the south to the north. For some reason, it's the only river in the world that goes from south to north. It empties into the Mediterranean Sea. The source of the water comes from deep inside of Africa. Egypt, under the British, right? Under the British, thought that the Nile belonged to them. So when the British withdrew, Egypt right now, that's what the conflict with Ethiopia is. They feel that the British left them in charge of the Nile River. Now, I'm saying this because the same things will play out right here in Mali. When the French drew up the modern territories in Mali, Burkina Faso, and everything, they left the black groups in the south in charge, right? And that's what they're going over. The French let us in charge of this place we call Mali. Not any sort of organic reason why it exists. The French created it. Same thing with Egypt and Sudan, Ethiopia. They go on by a mandate created by the British. Everything you see conflict in Africa is a holdover from the European colonial era. The conflict of Ambazonia right now in northern Cameroon, right? You have a British administrated part of Cameroon now taken over by the French, and people that speak English in that area that should have merged with Nigeria are part of Cameroon. And there's a conflict there, bloody conflict right there. Because these are borders that were drawn up by colonial masters. All the conflict in Africa is because borders are drawn up by colonial masters. And that conflict is a breeding ground for terrorists and people to come in and exploit the hostilities. Same thing happened in Somalia. Al-Shabaab got in there and told the Somaliland people right there up there, hey, something, Somalia sucks, whatever like that. I know you guys don't like being ruled under Somalia. We could make Somaliland. And guess what happens, right? They said Somalia is aided by Kenya. So they start a terrorist campaign against Kenya, And next thing you know, now Somaliland is becoming a recognized area. Broke up the country. These Islamic terrorists, all they do is exploit weaknesses, grievances that's been left over by the colonial system. If you don't believe that, I don't know what else to tell you. And that conflict could be anywhere in the world. It can happen anywhere in the world where people feel like smaller groups, minority groups, whatever like that, feel aggrieved that, they're being ruled. They're under rulership of people who traditionally don't like them or don't have their values and everything like that. And you being ruled over people because some foreign entity created some entity 100 years ago, and now you got to abide by that. It's ridiculous. And when people don't have a voice, they can't go to the UN because it's a joke. They can't go to some Council of Nations and all stuff like that and air out their grievances. They turn to the terrorists. They turn to Al-Qaeda. They turn to Al-Shabaab. They turn to Boko Haram. What part of that don't we understand? Mr. N1 sent me a nice message, man. N1, I appreciate the message you sent me. Matter of fact, N1, I'm gonna read your message you wrote. I'll read the message you wrote. We got a good show line tonight. I'm gonna friggin' rock the road. We're gonna tear shit up, man. We're gonna rip Tariq a new one tonight. We're gonna rip him tonight. He's a hypocrite, and I'm gonna expose him tonight really good. Thanks to my brother Nefertari Dessalines did an expose on him. But I'm gonna play Nefertari Dessalines. Let that speak for itself. Hopefully, I don't get a strike. I hope his brother lets me play his video. The more people get out there and understand Tariq is a freaking fool. I don't like the Somali daycare, sir. I can't stand it. What else is there to say? But the bottom line, what I would like to know is, if those were Black Americans doing that, how fast they would have been put under the jail. We can't get a damn crumb. I know so many people who make honest mistakes and doing decades in jail. How do these people come here and do all this and get away with it? I don't understand. That's why I can't get it mad at Somalis. How the hell they do something like this? That was Black Americans or even Hispanics or whatever like that did something like that. They'd be under the jail. I'm like, and it's taking too long to prosecute and everything. So it's like this, man. It's like, is this country turning into a joke? And I'm like, these people come up to us about the friggin' they were robbed. You had some guy up there, looked like he's half retarded, reading a thing talking about what a Yankee hat on, talk about we were robbed. And somebody came in and took all our paperwork and everything. That's what they're all saying. We were robbed, all the paperwork. So if somebody came into your daycare with nothing of value in there, they're going to rob and take paperwork. Okay. Like I said, but the bottom line, I would say a good CBS News bought it, see, I understand, liberal media bought it, because I think liberals are the sickest people on the damn planet. They're worse than, they're the worst type of white people, white liberals. They're the worst type of white people, And so the bottom line is the news agencies not saying it's okay, but let you drive 10 miles over the speed limit, see what the fuck happens to you, Some people right now are going to court right now because going to court because they blew 0.5% over the DUI this weekend. They're gonna get hung, literally hung. A DUI conviction is almost like a death sentence, and you can't get out of that. You can't say, well, I'm sorry, whatever like that, make amends, But see, that's the beauty about being an American. We're the sucker, I'm an American sucker, Foreigners, deadbeats from the third world, you can come over here, steal all you want. Oh, you're not subject to our laws. That's for the Black Americans, right? You go 2 miles over the speed limit and we're going to string you up by your balls and whatnot, But these foreigners come here, they can do what the hell they want to do, because they got foreign privilege. It is what it is, What can you do? That's what it is. This country is becoming a fucking running joke, Honestly, it's becoming a running joke. I hate to say this, man, but it's becoming a freaking joke. I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. I'm gonna try to find a video from the other night. No. Okay. Home. Twitter, tell. Try to find this.
Those people who say.
I'm gonna find this video that I watched. Yeah, which we'll call Reply To. I don't know. So I can't get to the comment section. But N1, that was a good thing you wrote. You said you're starting to see what I'm talking. Yeah, look, listen to College Genesis a while. You understand what the hell I be saying, right? No group of people should be dominated by another race or another ethnic group. I'm sorry, it's not legitimate. That's where the root of the problems come in this world. When one basically, I don't know, nobody's talking in the background. I was playing some. I'm looking for a video. Look, the thing is, I don't believe anybody should basically live in a world where they do not feel represented by the people that's in ruling power. I believe that, and I believe that's the root of all the conflict around the world, whether it's the Uyghurs in China, whether it's the Hindus or whatever like that. I do believe the Kurdish situation, I believe in justice. I believe every group of people should have a chance, at least have a chance, even if you fail, right? I think everyone should have the chance of self-governance, right? Isn't that what America was founded on? When you look at America, when it was founded, and you look at the words of George Washington, about 70% of people in America, the colonies, thought they were crazy. Don't get by this idea that everybody was a patriot and stuff like that. Majority of people thought it wasn't worth it. They was like, what the hell is the difference? We're going to be paying taxes to whoever, So they're basically, who was I talking in the background? Oh, that was my sister. What you go? So therefore, you have people who think that, oh yeah, the Declaration of Independence, the American Revolution. I would say good. Only 40% of people even remotely liked it. Only like 40% of people remotely liked it. Because it was like, what the hell are we talking about? My hardship is going to stay the same, no matter who gets in power, right? But it took people like George Washington, Patrick Henry, Benjamin Franklin, these people with foresight and vision to basically say, something, I think a republic and a nation is worth it. People will eventually see the benefit in the long run. They were ridiculed, they were scorned, they were clowned, they were doing all this stuff like that, And so it was what it was, So it's a sad situation that right now people have forgotten that spirit of doing what's right, no matter who is in power, who is basically what the odds are. What's the odds are? People just roll over and basically sit back and say, "Oh, what can we do, Kala? Things are too." No, it's not. No, it's not. The world does not have to be like this. We do not have to look at what's going on in the Congo and say the world has to be like this. We don't have to look at what's going on in Sudan right now, the genocide and whatnot, and basically say, no, yeah, everything's like this. We don't have to look at what's going on in Chicago, Memphis, and all these other places like that and say, oh, yeah, there's nothing we can do about that. I'm sick and tired of cowards, Whatever it is, if we basically are going through all this and whatnot, and we have like 85% dissatisfaction, then something's wrong with the damn system we're living under. There's no way we got to be able to sit back and listen to somebody tell us there's nothing we could do about it. Who signed up for this, right? You think in a million years, if I had power or whatnot, we'd have people running the streets, running around, terrorizing our communities and tearing up. People ask me all day, Carla, that neighborhood, Cavalier Manor, how come you don't move there? No, because I moved there. Because if I lived in Cavalier Manor, I would have to make sure the place is cleaned up. I believe I shouldn't have to sacrifice my peace of mind and well-being just to live around black people, Unfortunately, Cavalier Manor is a hood, and what happens with the hood, it basically like this, 1776. Keep that word Pan African. I'm gonna go ahead and delete your comment, right? But don't test me. It's a new year, Don't keep that Pan African word out your mouth, bro. If you're gonna be a damn 1776, whatever like that, be that. I don't need lukewarm people. If you in opposition to me, that's fine, you know. But I don't need lukewarm people. I don't trust you, you know. I can't stand lukewarm people. All you do is come in here trying to confuse people and stuff like that. I'm just making it clear. This guy's not a pan. So many people come around and they're not Pan Africans. They're not real black nationalists, whatever. And they come around and talk about Pan African like they're in the conversation. You know, you're lucky I even let you on the show, you know. So the bottom line is if you're going to be a 1776 patriot type of dude, hey, go right ahead and do that. I have no problem with that, right? But keep the word Pan-Africanism and black nationalism out your mouth. You know, that's not your lane. You know, stay in your lane. Yeah, that's all. That's all. You know. But N1, man, you are absolutely right. You know, I wish you can call in. You know, I don't know why N1 doesn't call in and tell us what you learned about listening to College Genesis. Look, yeah, you see that what I was saying was absolutely right. Why I said an African stand is justice, right? I do believe Black America, African Americans have a unique culture, history, and everything that needs to be preserved. As simple as that, you know. And the best way to there's three things you need in like a group of people need black people need, right? We need protection from the white man. We need protection from other Africans, black people, right? And last and most important thing is we need protection from ourselves. That's the most important thing. We need protection for ourselves because we have too many people who think that living a life of crime, murder, and impunity is okay. And we basically, I cringe at the number of black people basically who go to the grave, like me. I lost 3 cousins to murder. You look, I gotta go and be like, and what I've heard was, you know, that the one of the guys, I didn't even follow this up. Thank God I didn't, because I don't want to be in trouble, right? The guy that killed him, right? The guy that killed my cousin Ali, right? Somebody told one of my friends in New York, right? Hey, didn't your cousin get killed like around 2003? Yeah. Well, this guy came into the shop saying he knew this guy who just got out, right? He murdered somebody in outside of a nightclub in 2003 in Poughkeepsie. I said, that was my cousin, right? He goes, yeah, they were in the barbershop, one of the other barbershops, bragging about it. I said, where? But I'm glad my friend didn't tell me. He would not give me the name of the guys I could talk to and that because he knew what I do. You know, he said, no, you're not like that. You're not like that. You're not that. You're not a murderer. You're not like that. You know. But that's what I felt in my soul one night. You know, I felt my soul seeing my little cousin laying in a casket dead and whatnot because somebody, you know, well, it was a fighting a thing over a fucking a gold chain. You know, one dude said it was his. He said it was his, and you know, somebody got the gold chain snatched and whatnot. You know, next thing you know, went outside, bop, 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 and then the police let my cousin die on the street right there. I mean, it was a terrible time period. You know, terrible time in our life. You know. Then I had my cousin Albie, right? Some little dude was jealous. That's another thing. You bring jealous dudes around. My cousin Albie, man, he had his little DJ crew thing. They would do little parties and whatnot, you know. He just had a little baby girl and whatnot, you know, like a year old and whatnot. Had his girl and everything like that. You know, my little baby cousin Albie, you know. And you know, with our family and everything like that, you know, our families get together. This dude didn't have no family, no nothing like that, you know. So he was always, when he came around, he was always quiet, you know, saying nothing. He was envious, jealousy, right? So anyway, what happened was, my cousin Albie, this dude found my cousin Albie's hat somewhere, and the dude stomped on my cousin Albie's hat, and he told everybody about it. Look, this nigga's hat, blah 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 blah. And my cousin Albie went and confronted him, right? Because my cousin Albie was a little bigger, and they got into it and whatnot, you know. And the dude was like, you know, all right, bet. You know, my cousin Albie got the better of him. And the dude, they said, yo, man, you need to go. That dude's coming back. He go, I ain't worried about that nigga. I ain't worried about that nigga. But like that, the dude came back. He was sitting in the car on his way home, right? And the dude came up, boom, blew his face off. That's my little cousin Albie. And my cousin Lenny, right? This happened. He was murdered in 1998, 31 years old. And he was murdered in a brook. He was set up by a female, right? He was in the shower, right? And basically somebody came in and put 100 rounds in him. Somebody said it was a mob hit, whatever like that. But the girl, whoever it was, that girl, she disappeared. And he said like $100,000 worth of cash and jewelry was missing. You know? So it was a setup. But the bottom line is, I have my aunts and everything like that. They have to go live with this stuff for years. They have to live with this stuff, this pain and everything in my family, because nobody seen nothing. Nobody did nothing. Nobody, hey, I ain't saying nothing, whatever like that. And all of a sudden, you know, these clowns on the street like, don't worry, man. We're gonna have some get. Like, niggas ain't doing no get back. You see them now. See someone now Facebook, man. They're all grandfathers and whatnot. You know, yeah, my little granddaughter and whatnot. They ain't trying to get back. That's what you have courts and you have police and you have judges for. You know, so we have basically a group of people, right? Where you could kill in impunity, right? And also we don't have real communities, right? We just have a bunch of areas where a bunch of people who look like each other hate each other, right? Nobody wants to be there. Everybody feel like they're trapped and whatnot, and everybody trying to outdo each other when there's no communion. A community means you people are working together. These are just neighborhoods where people are throwing together and whatnot, and basically who don't want to be together. But that's what we sacrificed in so-called Black America. That's what we have in so-called Black America. We used to have communities at one time. We used to love each other. I'm old enough to remember that when I was a kid and when we did have community centers and stuff like that, where we have dances and stuff like that, where we have poetry reading, we have all kinds of stuff, sports and all stuff like this, you know, where everybody, no matter what their background was, whatever, everybody would come and just felt like a part of something, whatever. We don't have that anymore. We don't have that. You don't have that anymore in Black America. Just it is what it is, you know. But so therefore, when I'm looking at the total destruction of Black culture and Black America, right? The last thing I need is conspiracy theories. You know, I've been hearing 35 years of conspiracy theories. Oh yeah, man. You know, tell me this, tell me that. So I'm supposed to sit there and like, you know, something. I know you ain't got two dimes to rub together. I know you. That's another thing. When I have several people, right, who tell me they got these high level connections. Yeah, Kyle, we're gonna do this thing in Africa, man. I know this person, blah blah blah, and then they always sending me stupid Instagram posts or Twitter posts and whatnot all friggin' day. I'm like, and I had to get to the point I had to block people. You know, why you block me? I said, look, we're supposed to be talking business, right? You told me you had connections over here and everything like that, but every time I get something from you, it's some stupid post about the MAGA or some stupid shit you're trying to tell me. Yeah, I get that. You know, the MAGAs, they suck. You know, I get that. I thought we were supposed to be handling business, you know, and people don't want to handle business. All they want to do is, so that's why when people ain't trying to handle business, right? I said, Abraham, I gave him a chance, right? And every time I talk to you, it's one more conspiracy theory after another, and nothing's coming across the table, right? You're supposed to introduce me to some people. You're from the UK. You're supposed to introduce, and all I get from you is fucking one more stupid ass conspiracy theory after another. You know, it's time for you to go. That's with anybody. You know, if you're gonna talk to me, come to me with something real. You know, because I'm sick and tired of hearing people's bullshit. I really am. You know, what do you think of your cousin? Wonder what they might do today in passing. My cousin Ali, he was a good kid. Man, I'm glad we reconciled. I saw him one last time. That was like that was Thanksgiving 2002. I'm glad. I went to my Aunt Shirley's house, right? And he was living in Kingston, New York, right? And he heard that I was in town because we hadn't seen each other since I moved to Virginia, right? And that was something like damn near, let's see, 2002. Let's see, I moved in 92. Damn, it was like, damn, it's only like, damn, 2002. That was only like 12 years. Like something like 12 years. I haven't seen him like 12. That's the last time I saw him was 1990. So it was like 12 years I have not seen my little cousin, right? So I saw him one night, man. And basically, he came over to see me, man, and we had problems. We was growing up as teenagers. We used to fight, whatever, like that. But he saw me, man. We hugging, kissing, man. Ali, man, I miss you. We're crying. Miss you, man. Miss you. I love you, right? And then he told me, he said, look, man, when you get ready to come up, next time you come to New York, come to Kingston, man. I got you, man. You got a spot to live at, say like that. And I don't know why, man. When he when he got in his car, drove away, or kissing, I mean cousin. Yeah, we kiss him. My cousin, I kiss him on his cheek, I love him, man. It's my little cousin, Not kissing like making out or something like that, just like, just hugging, just basically love, man, And so anyway, he basically he got in the car. I don't know why, I just knew. I just knew. I knew that was gonna be the last time I saw. I don't know why I felt it. I felt that was gonna be the last time I saw him, right? And then that was like that was back in November of 2002. March 2003, he was dead. He was murdered. And I just shattered my whole fucking world, I was angry on vengeance, So when I found out that my friend said, hey, look, man, I want to tell you something, man. I can't, my best friend, I can't keep this from you. But I'm not gonna tell you all the details, but I do know that somebody came into one of the stores, one of the shops that his friend owner's thing, and he had just gotten out of jail, right? He was gotten out of jail. That dude said, yeah, he killed somebody in 2003 in Poughkeepsie. Outside, and I said, that's the dude, So I heard the dude was getting out, right? He said, yeah. He spent like almost 20 years there. He got 20 years. I said, yeah, that's the dude, right? Then I thought about, my cousin Ali, his two sons, right? Maybe I'll give it to them. And all of a sudden I was like, no. Then I'm glad I didn't. Know why? Because I'm looking at his two sons right now, right? Somehow, some way, they're both going to law school. Imagine if I would have told them something like that. I know who your father's killer is right now. That would have ruined their damn life, But that's how I felt. I said I wanted vengeance. I wanted blood. I wanted death, because I got sick and tired of basically like this. Ever since I heard about what happened to my Uncle Tyrone when I was a kid, my Uncle Tyrone, they put drugs in him. He had friends came down from Harlem, right? And what they would do is they would find people to test drugs on. And he was on heroin, but they put drugs in him. My mother had found him in my grandparents' basement, right? He had OD. That's what they'll do. They'll test the potency of drugs out. I was angry about that. My Uncle Tyrone was 17 years old. That happened when I was like 5, And I understand. I'm saying he's in a casket. I was like, Grandpa, when's he gonna wake up? He's not gonna wake up. He's dead. Went to go see him in the cat. We buried him. Just sad. My family, we've been through so much. These are my grandfather, people coming from the Jim Crow South and everything like that. The stuff we went through. The pain and suffering we went through in this country. One now, my grandfather came to New York with nothing, and he built himself up in Con Edison and whatnot. Taught us a work ethic and everything. He retired a wealthy man. Went back to the South. So that's what I said. When somebody gets up here and try to tell me about myself, I've been there. I've been there. I basically been to hell and back right now. I know my family. I know what we went through and stuff like that. So when you come to me, man, you be for real. That's all I ask is be for real. Whatever you are, just be real. I don't need a lot of friggin' nonsense and everything like that. People talk about nonsense. Be yourself and be for real. Moving, staying in northern industrial cities. I don't think so because the black middle class was built in the northern industrial cities. The South stays stagnant. When I don't see the South is now getting better now because there's some industries moving here now and everything like that. People built the middle class of the South off of the service sector. the service sector. So most people, when I moved to Virginia, work in hotels and restaurants and shit like that. Become a manager and stuff like that, department stores and everything. Maybe a movie company, whatnot, the service sector. But I come from the industrial. Everybody I worked at New York worked in an industrial plant and stuff like that. That's what built the black middle class. That it is what it is. I have no regrets whatsoever, but it was what it was. So yeah, heroin was a thing. I had relatives that got addicted to heroin and died. OD'd and died, and I've been through a lot, man. I've been through a lot. I'm not some fucking people that. That's why I just can't be around a lot of negativity. I just can't be around it. It just brings back bad memories, in my history. You know, yeah, people do go back and forth. People never really settle in the north. Everybody in the north, right, kept southern address. So everybody kept was always back and forth. We the original back and forth. We would go to New York, cut ties. Every summer we go down south. When sometimes we get a break from work with it like that. We go down the country. You go down to the country and basically live a really good life. So it's so yeah. We always kept. We didn't cut ourselves off from the south. We always kept back and forth. So I mean, so it's like this. The bottom line, you could make it out there, but the bottom line is, Sam, so many black men really do believe that the only way they can make it is through a life of crime. That's not the case. I'm trying to tell people there's more opportunity in doing things right, but black people, some black men, man, I'm trying to make it cool to do the right thing and make money, make good money and stuff like that. Some people, they just can't live, give that friggin' that street shit, whatever the fuck it is, alone. They can't leave that shit alone. Seeing a guy the other day, just I don't know. I was in Denny's having lunch, right? This was New Year's Eve, right? Yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday, right? And I don't know, man. This dude at the counter, I guess he was a server or whatever like that. But he had tattoos all his arm, gold grills, whatnot. I'm like, okay, he had a good haircut. I said, okay, he's working a job, he's cleaning himself up. There's some old nigga comes in, fucking pants sagging, nigga like he's 60-something years old, pants sagging, whatnot. He comes in, yo, I got see tattoos all his arm, whatnot, I was like, what the fuck is these niggas could be possibly talking about, right? So he said, so I need you to see outside or whatnot. Obviously, the dude was an OG or some shit like that. I'm like, man, it was like kind of fucking depressing, that these niggas never grow out of this shit. Niggas be 60 in their 60s, still banging, still fucking selling dope, selling weed, whatever the fuck they're doing, Because they're calling, why you passing judgment? I'm not a fool, What looks like a duck, quacks like a duck is a duck, And so I basically went up there, paid my bill, whatnot. Dude, so I tried to fill this dude out, right? And yeah, he's like, okay, well, I don't know, just just a little rough around the edges, whatnot. You can tell, even though he's working a job, he's in the streets. I can tell, that's a new thing now. A lot of dudes trying to work regular jobs, but they're really in the streets. I could tell that shit, but it's not my business, whatever, like that. But I just say to myself, I just basically stay away from these people, like whatever. The water out here, the watermelon and fruit farmers come from Mississippi and make big money. They ain't got to worry about their kids navigating these certain get away. Yeah, well, yeah, we have people that used to come up north, make a lot of money and stuff like that. But the bottom line is, there's only a few people that's going to do that. The majority of people still got to find work, And everybody can't sell watermelon, Everybody can't shine shoes, Everybody can't make a lot of get rich shining shoes, We learned that, Not everybody could play a fiddle or was it a clarinet or whatever like that, so not everybody could be that, not everybody could be that, so it is what it is, folks. So we had to do what we had to do, when there was industrial jobs worked there. It was black people, black men who built New York City, really. For the longest time, black men have been going to New York, arriving in New York, building that city, We're an integral part of why New York is what it is right now, Yeah, so people say modern, say you must be from Africa, bro. Look, I'm all for city life, I believe in city life. I believe in the city culture and everything like that, But the topic of the show today is New Year's resolution. Again, I mean, it's like you're back here again, another year, another people telling you the New Year's resolution, another year of people not keeping them. I want to know what some of people's New Year's resolutions are. Are you going to lose weight this time? Are you going to read a book? I might do the resolution is I'm going to write another book. I already started the idea of another book, not a novel again, but this is really a good book. And I got the idea, So it's my favorite topic is Liberia. I'm going to write a book on Liberia about the modern history of Liberia. That's going to be off the chain. I cannot wait. I cannot wait till I get started on this, right? Got to start all over again, writing a book, Yeah, that's good. Read the whole Bible, I tried, but don't call me a sinner, but but yeah, like I said, I am going to write a new book, not a novel. I'll write an illustrated book on the modern history of Liberia. People are gonna love this book, right? I'm gonna tell the glory years of. It's gonna be called Liberia 1945 to 1980, the golden years. That's going to basically set everything, the record straight. This book has to go, got to get on the bestsellers list. It has to, you know, it's got to be on the bestsellers list, The bestsellers, it's got to be on the bestsellers list. It has to be. Because the bottom line is this book is going to basically tell a lot of stuff that people didn't know and stuff like that. I'm gonna tie it in with Black American history at the same time. You're gonna learn a lot of stuff about Liberia and Black America that you did not know before. You know, it said we're able to support a family. We used to be able to say, yeah, yeah. Like I said, that's because the cost of everything was lower. That's when America was a sole currency reserve, right? If you earned an American dollar, that was like, geez, you know, you know, So it's like it's so. Yeah, so it's like I said, why somebody say United Nations? What does the United Nations have to do with America? The United Nations can't do anything in America unless somebody in America allows it to. That's the dumbest freaking thing is people saying United Nations ruined America. No, America ruined America. You know, we used to be able to support a family with a one factory job. Most black families need two income. Well, yeah, well, I mean, I remember looking at this thing of 1975, right? They said the cost of living and stuff like that, it was like so doable, you know. Even black families were entering the middle class because all you needed was like one man, for all you needed was a job making $300 a week, right? And this is what it paid for. It said bread was like 25 cents. It said butter was this, and eggs were this, whatever like that. They said gas was 15 cents a gallon and stuff like that. You know, a movie ticket was $1. And so therefore, yeah, life was simpler, you know, it was like livable, you know. You ever go to the store nowadays? Go to the store nowadays, and like there's nothing under like $4, right? You get a pack of M&Ms. Look at that, goddamn $4. You know, everything you want to drink, a soda, $2.50. That's ridiculous. Remember, not even 10, 15 years ago, a soda, a 16-ounce soda, was like 89 cents. Remember them days? Remember a bag of chips? You know, a bag of chips. You know, you get yourself a Uzi bag of chips or Lay's and whatnot. You know, you're looking like a $1.25. Remember that? You know, I know, or 50 cents for like the little small pack. It's like my God. It's like you look at this thing now, like, and you realize there's inflation and stuff like that. Stores got to keep their profit margin. I get that, you know, but I'm saying also, you know, over the last few years, I'm like, holy jeez, man, food's gone up. I used to be, I haven't, I look, I can't really, I mean, I can, but I won't. I refuse to go to McDonald's. There is no way that I can justify getting a double cheeseburger, a fry, and a soda and talking about 13 freaking dollars. There's no friggin' way. No friggin' way. You know, McDonald's is not that good. I'm sorry, you know. What you call it? Uh yeah, the W oatmeal cream pies are pretty good, but you gotta buy them in the supermarket. You know, supermarket prices are getting, you know, a stabilizing, but corner stores and stuff like that, you know, where most of us shop nowadays, is off the chain. You know. Oh yeah, five. I went to Five Guys once, and that'll be the last. That was the last time I ever been there. I'm dead serious. You know, actually Five Guys was actually pretty good. The food was good, but come on, a burger, a giant burger, a lot of fries. They give you a whole bag of fries, whatever, like that, right? And good service and everything like that. But tell me why I'm paying $26. I'm like, what? I guess it's a thrill. You're going to five like that, you know. Yeah, McDonald's, man, just I don't know. They just don't have it, you know. They haven't changed their menu that much in years, you know. And people still go there. When that drive-through stays busy, people are just out of McDonald's because you know you're going to eat and it's going to fill you up. You know, yeah, $26. I was like, when he brought that shit up, I was like, I didn't want to pull up and say because it was a crowd of people there, and I said, you know, I wasn't going to walk out of that because that would be too. My pride is, my pr- my pride was just too much for me. You know, my pride was just too much for me. You know, to freaking walk out there. So I just said, okay, $26, right? Oh, jeez. But it was good service though, man. Shoot, it came out really fast. You know, I said, okay, well, that was the last time I've been there, bro. I was like, who got good food is who got good food is Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's sandwiches are expensive, but they're really really good. You know, they're really worth it. They're worth the expense because they're really really good. Something is just really good. They really the quality of the ingredients and everything like that. You're like, okay, I got a good sandwich. I paid money, but I got sandwich. Jersey Mike's your sub combo with chips. Everything you're looking at $17. Not bad, you know. I mean, they give you a good sized sandwich and it's really thick with meat, whatever like that. I was like, I get this turkey and the roast beef, combo with the cheese and the olive oil and stuff like that. A lot of olive oil and mayonnaise. Mayonnaise and olive oil is my favorite with lettuce. Oh my god, with hot peppers and everything. That's my favorite. Well, so I don't mind paying that. Paying that. You talk about for watch night. That's another thing. Let's talk about right. My next year's New Year's resolution, not this year. Next year, the 2027 resolution is to start celebrating watch night again. How can we? When are we gonna? Matter of fact, I should have instead of because I wanted to see the ball drop, man. I should have did a watch night show last night. I should have did a watch night show, but I was just so freaking. Went to my brother's house, man. We had this brisket, cooked this brisket, whatnot, had wine, whatever, food, whatever. I was watching the Spurs and the Knicks play, and then the ball dropped. That Diana Ross. Hey, who saw Diana Ross last night? Did she kill it or what? That Diana Ross performance, right, just basically reminded people again who the hell we are. And I'm not trying to FBA us or nothing like that, but it just felt so good seeing an icon from our culture being celebrated by the world again. It was like, wow, man, that was just so great. So what you call so it's like yeah, collard greens, black eyed peas, and cornbread. Now what is Rudy, man? You can't, like I said, New Year's resolution for you should be how can I not come off as so corny? I like to see what you call Baruti, his Ubuntu thing take off, man. But you got to get some flavor, man. You can't come off corny, man. You can't come off corny, man. Like I said, I think we got to do something about these Kwanzaa and stuff like that because we're losing the youth, man. Because people don't want to be associated with nothing corny, man. Yeah, so we have watching. I think watch night could be a tradition we could thing because we've been doing watch night for like 160 years. I never knew where it came from. When I was going to church a lot, right? Watch night is something we did in church. This is what watch night is. We sit in the church, or if you're not in the church, you're in the house with the lights out, with the candles on, right? And you're eating black eyed peas, collard greens, and cornbread, and waiting for the new year to come in. That was watch night. Why did we do it? Who knew? It's just something we just did. hello, Candace. It was just watch night. And so now black people are yearning to get back into their culture. That's one of the things I think we are, African American culture, and not no foundational black American. That's African American culture. Watch night, I claim for African American culture, not foundational black culture, right? Do you understand the difference, right? African American culture encompasses the African history, the African story of the African American. Watch night has to do everything to do with slavery, since the foundational black American does not believe that he was ever a slave. I don't speak against Kwanzaa. Treat these a race trader. I'm just saying Kwanzaa needs to be updated, whatever like that, because Jojo Brown, he went off on Molan and Karenga. I still celebrate Kwanzaa, but like I said, it can't be a sacred cow, because it's been 2026. It's a 60 years of Kwanzaa, right? And not one of the friggin' the principles of Kwanzaa has ever been manifested. You know. So Kansas, I just see black eyed peas, greens, cornbread. You are my sister and African American. Like I said, Black America. Be proud of who you are. Be proud of our history and stuff like that. You know. You know. So it's like we're basically going to sit here and hold up. I'm back. Put the link in the chat room. Anybody want to call in? Tell me about your New Year's resolution. What's on your mind? I'm gonna play this video of Tariq Nasheed. Now Tariq Nasheed, a year or two ago, when Anthony Joshua played fought this guy Reese, right? Tariq Nasheed basically said that he ain't one of us. He ain't a foundation. This is why I said how stupid this foundational Black American shit is, right? He basically was like, he's not one of us. He's from the UK. The dumb, like I said, the friggin' no, that dude France Zuna is not gonna be able to be on my show. I have nothing to say to that clown, nothing. We have nothing to talk about. He's an ignoramus and a buffoon, Look, look, honestly, man, I'm not just saying that, right? I listen to people. I look for intellect, intelligence, right? Show me that you read a book. Show me that you actually know history. This guy has not shown me anything where he knew history. He just knows some narrated version of history that he reads offline or whatever like that. Somebody told him, He got his history from watching movies, That dude does not know history, So anyway, Tariq was basically just talking cash shit about a couple of years ago, right? Now he's on this whole, Anthony Joshua, blah, blah, blah. He's a black man, and all kinds these guys are full of shit, These FBAs are full of shit, On one hand, he's not a foundational Black American. I would never disown no fucking black man over no fucking no FBA when that's the difference. I could be proud of being Black America as my set and everything like that, but he went out of his way to distance himself from another black man. And I don't trust people. Let me tell you something. I don't trust nobody who basically go out of their way to distance himself from another black person. I don't give a damn where he came from, whatever like that. To me, you're black. That's why I see. And he actually sided with the Mexican guy, Ruiz, over this. And so therefore, when he won against Jake Paul, now Tariq's all this black, this and blah, blah, blah. He wants to claim him now, That's how phony these people are. This is your Tariq, your FBA. This is your FBA movement, This is your FBA movement, This is your foundational Black American movement, I love reading books, Every time I read a book, right? You can read a book, the most obscure book, right? And then you just like when you read, put it down, man. You turn the page, a chapter, right? Something in the chapter that says tells you keep reading, and then next thing you know, you read you're 3 pages into the chapter, and you just discover something that you never knew. You know. And what was Tariq have to say about he knows how Tariq is awful silent about the Mexican racism in California. Black people are under siege with Mexicans in California, right? Mexicans are trying to move in on hip hop. They're taking over DJ spots. They're basically saying we don't want niggas around, blah, blah, blah. They got their own thing. They're trying to basically hijack hip hop for themselves and the street culture and everything. But the only person calling that out really is that dude, Red Supreme, right? Tariq, he spends all his time talking about Caribbeans and African immigrants. Like they're the biggest threat we have. Yeah, look, when I tell you, I'm not going to warn you again, 1776. My last warning, keep the name Pan-Africanism out your fucking mouth. You know, I don't want to hear what you guys say about Pan-Africanism. Really, you forfeited that. When you said you were 1770, you forfeited that. All you're trying to do is instigate some fucking trouble. You know? Don't you think I know who people like you are about? I'll only talk to somebody I know who's really serious about Pan-Africa like this. Yeah, go. I'll make it easy for you. I'll ban you, block you for good. Do not fucking talk Pan-Africanism to me. You know, I don't want to hear what you have to say. That's one thing I'm gonna get straight in this coming new year. You know, just fucking people just coming here, just running their damn mouth for now. If you were Pan-Africans or Black nationalists, stand on that shit. Now, if you don't believe that shit or you're FBA, stand on that shit, right? If you're a friggin' MAGA Republican Negro, bootlicking Negro, patriotic Negro, stand on that shit, you know? Don't blur the lines, you know? Don't blur the lines. Just say, I'm that's what I am, you know? I hate when people come here trying to be like that's whatever business is that's Pan-African business belongs to people who practice Pan-Africanism. You know, you can't talk about Pan-Africanism and you're dating white women, you know? Well, it's not just black people. Black people in California are just outgunned, you know? They're outmanned and outgunned, you know? You can't be 10 toes down with America and Pan-Africanism. The two don't mix together. It's like oil and water. They don't mix. You can't serve two masters, my friend, you know? Once you're about this life right here, you gotta give something up. You gotta lose something. People want to be lukewarm. Yeah, no, they're terrified of Mexicans out there. I mean, California's a joke. I don't want to hear nothing about no California niggas. People are like, yo, when you go to Cali, Call, you better check in. I'll be damned if I check in. I ain't checking in shit, you know? You gotta check in. You gotta check in. You know, Mexicans walk all over these niggas, you know? You gotta check in. The fuck out of here. Mexicans walk all over these dudes, man, you know? Yeah, you ever see Mexicans got to check in with these niggas? No. You know, Mexicans aren't checking in. It's only Negroes check in when people go along with that shit, you know? So let me try to find this video, Tariq. You know, my favorite fool, you know, Tariq Nasheed, you know. People say, well, Kyle, look, not someone I don't know the guy enough to hate him, but I think I just don't have any respect for him, you know. I know about him in the public eye, whatever like that. I don't have any respect for him, you know. I don't. I don't know. Surprised that Kendrick Lamar, all these people are sellouts, man. Any right to run, not like us, you know. Oh, they're all full of shit, you know. All right, this is where he's talking about this. I don't know. Listen. He's talking about Anthony Joshua. All right, this was from a couple years ago. This is from Fair Use from Nefertiti Dessalines. a young revolutionary. I like his content. I hope he doesn't flag me for using his stuff, reprinting stuff. He's a really good content. Let me play his stuff. Let me
Speaking of funny style Negroes, Anthony Joshua. Speaking of funny style Negroes, Anthony Damn Joshua from the UK. We're not claiming that Negro. I saw the highlights of the fight. Him and what's the other guy's name? Is it Luis or Ruiz? What was the guy he fought and got washed? This brother, Anthony Joshua, and he was supposed to be next up to fight Wilder. That was the fight that everybody wanted to see. That ain't gonna happen now. Dude, that was embarrassing for y'all because we ain't claiming his ass. He's not a Black American, so we ain't claiming him. Andy Ruiz, yeah. The Mexican boxer washed him. Andy Ruiz.
Sorry, folks. My computer crashed on me. Had to reboot, whatever like that. My internet went down on me. Why shit does this to me, I have no idea. But you gotta understand, so we get technical difficulties every once in a while. Kwanzaa has more meaning, so-called African American. What are you, Baruti, man? God damn, man. Yeah, look. The bottom line is this, Baruti. I bless your heart, man, but you cannot put a gun in nobody's head and make them celebrate some shit like that. It's a cultural resource. You have to, Brody, you have to basically show Black people in America the benefits of Africa. Black people in America are just waiting tired of Africa. I'm trying my best, but Black Americans are getting tired. They don't even want to call themselves Africans anymore. I don't know. I don't know what the future is. Africa has not done a good job in positioning himself to be valued to Black America. To be of value. That's the sad part about it. So I don't know. But the thing, you heard Tariq, he was basically lambashing Anthony Joshua, but then you're gonna see at the turn of the event, Brody don't say things out of line, Brody says stuff I disagree with, but he never say anything like this. Brody starts talking like he's MAGA or some shit, then I'll say, hey, I got a problem with you, but he sticks to what he knows. You know, he really believes in this Ubuntu, Kwanzaa, and all this stuff like that. Stuff I think I'm moved beyond, right? And he tries to keep me on my toes with it. You know. Yeah, so Baruti basically just says what he knows he studies, right? And if you basically believe in your 1776, stick with that. Don't tell me about no Bazanu guy, whatever like that, and you in your heart, you are not with this what a Pan-African movement is, College, why don't you use your platform to promote Afrocentric rather than Uncle Tom? Man, I don't talk about look. How was I talking anti-MAGA? So I don't believe in MAGA. What are you talking about? I don't talk anti-African stuff. Do Africans speak anti-African stuff? I think I get more. I talk more pro-African stuff, right? What Africans should be. I think the way I talk, Africans should be, right? You can't have a continent that basically still entrenched in colonialism, right? And preach to me about being pro-Africa. I don't see it. I'm sorry, Baruti. I don't see it. Like I said, you got these countries basically doubled down on the same borders that was left to them. They haven't no one said, something, 1884 is stupid. Let's redesign these borders that make absolute sense and whatnot. Let's combine resources and stuff like that. Why is all these countries with very limited education and skill set and resources? Why are we trying to build this country? Why would you have a regional bodies and institutions, governing a continent or administering the continent, right? Wouldn't that be Pan-Africanism? Why is it that you got 10 ports on the coast of West Africa, and they're not under one commission under one authority? That's Pan-Africanism. That's what I'm talking about. Now, when I see that, Broody, then you could talk to me about Pan-Africanism. That's what I suggest, right? But you guys go by the same old, and we're not going to tell me about what is Pan-Africanism. I'm sorry, I can't buy it, And telling Africa to get their shit together is not anti-African. That's actually tough love. Day and Speed. Okay, streamers in Africa running around getting love. Okay, look, I've seen Speed, whatever like that, running around getting love and whatnot, but what does that do? What does that do? I mean, that's good and everything like that. I'm not gonna take nothing away from it, but when people get too hyped up on, like when Meek Mills with the Ghana, Kala, man, you see Meek Mills with the Ghana, man, this is Pan-Africanism, yo. He was driving a was it a 4-wheeler or whatever like that, he was having fun and whatnot. Just said, okay, he met with the president, I was like, I'm like, damn, man, so what is it supposed to be, Yeah, so the bottom line, the reason why I'm a Pan-African, because I want to believe in something other than fucking what's available is the fucking streets. If I believe if something, look, whatever it is, you have to be willing to die for it, and you got to be willing to kill for it, right? The Bloods and Crips are willing to die and kill for what they believe in, right? How many Pan-Africanists, what goal do they have that they want to kill for or die for? The only thing could be the idea that you have your own land. That's what's just, right? Until I see that, if that's not no Kwanzaa celebration, not no Ubuntu, no, you got to have something real and tangible, which is a nation state. Now, when I hear that, Baruti, then we can talk. When we talk about Afghanistan, then we could talk. If you, like I said, I give people all the time. You would think Baruti would know enough people would be like, damn, man, there's this guy named College Jens who talks about Afghanistan, let's get with this guy, man. Maybe we can make it happen for him, Do I ever get that call? No. I never get that call, right? Oh, another call I'm waiting for is, Kala, we waste so much money on Africa, right? But you seem like you got a lot of good ideas, right? let's basically see if you can sit on some of these funding boards and whatnot, which we fund NGOs. Maybe you can form your own NGO or whatnot, and you can get some pilot project off the ground. Hey, we got like $100 million to carve up. Maybe you can use 10 million. I'll start. Am I ever going to hear that? I want to build base camp in Africa, a base camp, right? If we basically have logistics, a trade, supply chain, military, peacekeeping, medic units and stuff like that, a base camp, right? Where we could do reconnaissance all over the continent, right? Yeah, it'll cost like $20 million, right? When am I going to have that conversation, Baruti? When's somebody going to come to me and says, Colin, man, I like your ideas. We got $30 million, man. Let's see what we could do. When am I going to have that conversation? So when are we going to have that conversation? And I define what you call what Pan-Africanism is. I don't believe in friggin' people because Africans are not serious about homogeneity with everybody else. One group of people, like Anthony have said, and Baruti don't understand that. N1, he don't understand that, right? Some countries in Africa, all they do is they got their tribe. Baruti has never addressed African tribalism, which is the root of everything. Ethno savagery, ethno rulership, ethno domination, ethno everything like that, and the ethno people, ethno states who align with Europeans and everybody else to subdue their own people in their region, because they got numbers, Until that happens, please don't talk about no damn unity. You'll take that someplace else because I don't believe in it. I don't believe in unity with people who don't share my values and when I don't want to smother me and don't want me to be who I am. Sorry, we can't unify. I don't know. Hold up. Let's say we all believe. I don't know what you're talking about. We all believe in love in America. I don't believe in love America. I don't believe in the red, white, and blue. I don't believe in none of that shit. You can't love the red, white, and blue and the red, black, and green, son. I'm sorry. It don't work like that. You better choose one or the other. If you choose the red, white, and blue, that's good for you. Like I said, I will look. If people want to choose a red, white, and blue, and that's what they want to do, if you American as apple pie, man, go right. I got friends of mine, they're like, Colin, man, I like what you're saying, the African, but man, I'm just an American, man. I'm just, I understand. I get what you're saying, but I think I must ride this American thing out, And I got no problem with that, I got no problem with black people saying, Colin, I'm an American. I'm just proud to be American. And red, white, and blue, apple pie, mom, dad, apple pie, and all shit like that, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, I don't feel like that. I want an African. I want my people back, I look at how black America is under the red, white, and blue. I don't like it. When I see red, white, and blue, I see Bloods, Crips. I see Pookies, Ray Rays, Boomquishas, and all shit like that, Oh, nothing wrong with mom and dad, There's nothing wrong with that, But that's an old saying, mom, dad, apple pie, the Ozzie and Harry in America, That's euphemism for the Ozzie and Harry America, the Leave It to Beaver America, Which African culture do you believe Pan-African work? I wish you would ask me that question. And one answer, Rudy, what country do you think Pan-African work at? I have not found it. I think Liberia might be a chance, but I don't know. Could have a chance in Liberia, I think Pan-African is more attractive to people. Yeah. Pan-Africanism is for people who are landless. You ever notice a Pan-Africanist? One thing Pan-Africanism, they're all landless. The Pan-Africanism are people who are landless and powerless. The people who are like tribes and stuff like all tribed up and ethno up, whatnot. They ain't thinking about no damn Pan-Africanism. Are you crazy? You know? So just a look. What did I keep telling you? 1776. Shut the hell up. You know, tribalism is vital to Africa. What's it? This is the dumbest fucking. And one, you see what I'm talking about? See how dumb this guy is? This is how dumb 1776 is. Tribalism, not tribal identity. I agree with tribal identity, but tribalism means that you basically put your tribe before national identity. That is the reason why Africa's failing. Because everybody just cares about their tribe. But people like 1778 wants that to happen because as long as there's tribalism, Africa's going to stay poor. This guy's a fucking agent, you know? See, like I said, this is what I'm saying, folks. The freaking enemies of Africa, the 1776ers, right? He probably got you fooled, you know? No, look, the bottom line is this. This was coming to recognition of Somaliland because the bottom line, Israel recognizes that. That means if the Israel's probably going to set up a base there. They'll have friggin' access to the Red Sea, you know, unhindered, the Suez Canal, stuff like that. So, you know, if they recognize Somaliland and whatnot, that could be a landing port for Western interest in that region right there. You know, security the which we call the shipping lanes. Most 80% of the world's shipping goes through that channel right there through the Red Sea and Suez Canal. 80% of the world's commerce, you know. So basically, it was smart to them to recognize Somaliland, you know, carve out a piece, that they could build. You know, like I said, they're probably a good partnership, you know, for Somaliland. But as far as whatever, Somalis blew it. They blew it. They lost their state because they're foolish people, you know. And like I said, I just hate foolishness. You know, foolishness is not one of my things. Like I said, sometimes you gotta look at people. I could tell whether people. I look at their culture and what they do. I could tell which group of people that are foolish and what people are serious. Right? I hate to say this, but most of the people who practice Ubuntu are foolish people. You know, they're serious. It's a good concept, man. Sounds beautiful, but they're foolishness. You know. 776 is a clown. You know. I know Marishai loves everybody. She's cool with everybody. So I expect that from you, Marishai. You love everybody. You're cool with everybody, Marishai. Don't anybody pick on Marishai. I'll beat you up. Oh, Lord. Yo, look, 1776. Why don't you comment on what you know? What you don't know, what you pretend to know, which is bootlicking and talk about white America, right? And the taste of J.D. Vance's ass, you know? I don't want to hear what you have to say about Africa, you know? You forfeited that, you know? When you raise the American flag and say you live the red, white, and blue, to me, what you say about Africa is non-existent. I'm not frowning on Ubuntu, Baruti. I am not frowning on Ubuntu, you know? I mean, why does he keep saying I'm frowning on Ubuntu, you know? I'm saying you guys got to do more to make it happen, you know? Yeah, he's black skin and white face, you know? However, I wouldn't even insult the white man like that, you know? I don't know. How can anybody basically talk about that in these days? Look, this is what I would say. To be fair to 1776, let me say this. I started this show tonight talking about I don't give a shit about Ibrahim Traore and everything like that. I mean that because no one has proven anything to me so far, right? All I get is a bunch of mumbo jumbo and that. I remember when Barack Obama, hope and change and whatnot, you know. And when that Trayvon Martin situation happened and the Dylan Roof situation happened, you had the president of the United States and the attorney general, two of the most powerful men in the world, right? And the fact that they were And I realized that Eric Holder is from the Caribbean. He's coming over here to be white and everything like that. You know, he's a fucking whitewash idiot, you know. Barack Obama's a damn Kenyan, you know, a Kenyan spear chucker, you know, and he don't give a damn about Black America and everything. He cares about being a Democrat, progressive, and getting Hillary Clinton elected. That's why he was trying to quiet us down, you know. So I realized then when I, I can't rely on no one, you know. I can't rely on nobody, right? I'm done giving people the benefit of the doubt, you know. And if it means my own country that I was born in, America, I'm sorry. I can't give it the benefit of the doubt anymore. You know, that ship has sailed. We've always given America the benefit of the doubt. Oh, it's going to make progress. And when we talk about America, we really talk about your fellow Americans, your countrymen, which is white America. And white America is moving towards a more hateful, racist thing. How can you reconcile that 1776? White America is becoming very, very racist. Even J.D. Vance is trying to cater and compete with Nick Fuentes on who's more racist. So therefore, basically, that's the majority of the country, you know? If the majority of the country don't like you, right? The first law of nature is self-preservation. That means you don't want to preserve yourself. I can't be near people that want me dead. These people want you gone, 1776. And you waving their flag like you wanted them. I don't know a whole lot, man, but just something tells me that's something you're doing is not quite right. Something you're doing is not quite up and on the up and up. They could be a solution, but some Africa are too problematic. Yeah, so. No, the bottom line is, so it is what it is, folks. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is. I want to finish playing some of that Tariq video before my thing crashed.
Lake. That don't make no damn sense.
Peace, you know who this is, family. I got to do this video real quick about the Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua fight and how this fight turned Tariq into a straight meat rider. Like he was meat riding black immigrants and black people all around the world this whole episode. If you watch this episode, you would have thought that Tariq was never the leader of a xenophobic movement. He was out here meat riding crazy. I gotta see this. We ain't gonna go over the whole thing, but he was meat riding crazy, talking to different Africans, being wild, respectful. Like you gotta just listen to it. Let's go. Let's get into this.
Didn't see the whole fight. But I saw the highlights of Jake Paul. Who saw the whole fight? I need somebody who saw the whole fight to give me some play-by-plays. I could have watched it before I did the live, but I said, let me just do the live. Oh, Jake Paul got whooped on. Oh, Jake Paul got whooped on. Brother Anthony Joshua put them things on him.
Now that's brother Anthony Joshua. I thought we don't claim him. He not FBA. He's a goofy. He's a Nigerian, and they was gonna kill his whole village. But now that's brother Joshua.
You saying this one was fake? Somebody said it was fake. No, that whooping looked pretty real. No, Jake Paul has a broken jaw, from what I understand. No, this wasn't fake. This whooping looks very real. No, yeah, man, he got whooped on. He got whooped on for real, for real. And the thing is with Jake Paul, he lost to Anthony Joshua. Man, it was definitely real. Sakpa Singh Mapule, brother. Florida Zoe. Shout out to the Zoes.
Look at him. Tariq has done countless episodes attacking Haiti and the Haitians. And now it's Sapase Mabule. Shout out to the Zoes. Shout out to the Florida Zoes. Why you ain't calling them fleas? Why you ain't calling them cat eaters? Why you ain't calling them all them names you've been calling them? Like I said, this fight turned Tariq into a straight meat rider. Tariq was meat riding the whole episode. This is crazy. Meat riding the UK. Meat riding black people in Africa. Meat riding black immigrants. Just mad meat riding. You would have thought he turned back into a Pan-Africanist if you watch this episode.
Shout out to y'all, but yeah, he got whooped on. Yeah, when I'm done with my live, I'm gonna have to go to Netflix. Hopefully, it's still up on Netflix. But yeah, you're gonna have to watch it. You like Joshua? Yeah, Anthony Joshua put them things on him. Who is this? Who are these people? Hold on, the people trying to get up. What's up, brother?
What's up?
Now it's what's up, brother. You talking to an African dude, and now it's what's up, brother. You ain't calling him a tether. You ain't calling him a flea. What's up? You calling him what's up, brother?
Over there cooking some bush meat. What you cooking? Some egusi?
Yeah, that's Haven Bullets. That's Haven Bullets.
Fufu?
Him and Nefertari best
What's up, brother? What you in
That's
Nigeria?
Haven Bullets, and
No, Ghanaian.
he did a couple of videos about me a couple of years ago.
How's everything over there in Ghana?
Oh, I'm in UK right now.
Oh, you're UK. Okay. How's everything in the UK?
Oh,
Bro, your food ready?
normal level. I just came back from work.
Oh, okay. Let's see what's in the pot. Let's see what's in that pot, brother.
This one?
Let's see it. I can't see it. Hold on. Oh, what you gonna put with that fufu?
I have soup over here. Ghana soup.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead, do you, bro?
Bro,
Go ahead,
you halal food.
my man. What kind of work you do out there in UK, brother?
Welcome.
Retail.
Retail. Okay.
Retail assistant.
My brother. What's your name, brother? What's your name, brother?
Zach.
Zach. There you go. Nice to meet you, brother Zach.
Nice to meet you.
Oh yeah. Get your eat. Okay.
Turned Tariq into a straight meat eater. I ain't want to pause it. I needed y'all to hear that thing straight all the way through. Tariq straight meat eating this dude. Why you ain't calling him a flea? Why you ain't asking why he ain't in Ghana? Why he in the UK? Why he calling you up? Why you ain't asking to check his hairline? Why you being so respectful to the African dishes that he was making? Asking him where he worked. He said he worked in retail assistant. Why you ain't make fun of him? Talk about, oh, you work at a minimum wage job, you a Uber Eats delivery driver or something like that. Something to the equivalent of that. Why you ain't do that? Why you ain't do that? Like, oh, you work as a retail assistant. That means you probably do clothes at like Walmart or Old Navy or something. And I know you do Uber Eats on the side. Why you ain't say that? Why you ain't go in on him? Why you ain't ask him why he ain't in his homeland? Super respectful to him and his African dishes. Bozo. And by the way, that voice I was hearing, that was like some other person because he had two people on. It was like some weirdo. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let him explain it.
All right. Shout out to Zach. Is all right. Zach is getting his foo-foo up. He's chilling. I ain't even mad.
Look, oh yeah, he's saying shout out to Zach because you know his audience is attacking him. Like, oh, that's an African. Let's attack. And Tariq has got to go. Oh, shout out to Zach. He's cool. You done train these people into become nothing but bigots. They can't even function in real life. They can't even see a black person from another country without becoming a bloodthirsty xenophobe and losing their mind. That was an innocent, harmless conversation, and you had your own people in the chat room going crazy. But keep it going.
That is Zach. Shout out to Zach. I said retail. Y'all said scamming. Y'all get off Zach's back. Zach was all right. He was respectful.
Look, calling him a scammer. Why? Because he African? Calling him a scammer. Now, and these will be the same.
Hey, Jonathan, that's not kidding. Haven Bullets have been around for a long time. 7 years ago, he did a fucking video about me, you know, when I was on Dynasty Show one night. He fucking came at me several times, you know. He don't just do comment. He has a really good channel, you know, with a few thousand subscribers, you know, and he's put out dozens, if not hundreds of videos, right? The bottom line, he's on Tariq's fucking ass. He just busted him. The first part of the video, he's sitting there calling Anthony Joshua, we ain't with this nigga, this, that, and the other thing. And just like all FBA, the cowards that they are, you know, and the weakest black men in America, right? He's now riding Anthony Joshua to call him a brother. How the hell, 2 years ago, you call him this tether, this African, this British, he ain't FBA, we don't claim him. He said that, you know. Do I have to rewind it back? Now he's all like, oh, I got to watch the fight, man. He put down Jake Paul. He's a brother. That's a bunch of nonsense, you know? And all Haven Bullets is doing is pointing it out. That's all he's doing. He just pointing it out. Hey, you guys got to watch who you follow, you know? You guys got to watch who you follow, man. You guys following a grifter, friggin' con man, and a fucking clown. You know,
people who be crying up a river when somebody is simply pointing out that you turn on TV, all the black people are drug dealers, crackheads, hoes, pimps, gangsters, high school dropouts, in jail, or just entertainers. Somebody could say that that's what I see on TV, and y'all cry like that ain't the case. But y'all gonna accuse him of being a scammer just because he African. Crazy.
He was in there making his foo-foo, about to get that Egusi popping. So, yeah, Zach is all right. Zach wasn't disrespectful. Zach was all right. You know, he's ready to eat. Probably got a family, about to feed the family. So, shout out to somebody saying he's about to sell some fake Gucci bags. Y'all get off Zach. Oh, Zach was up there getting busy on that stove. Oh, shout out to Zach. Yeah, who's the was it a Pakistan dude all in the background? Hello. Who the hell is the Pakistan dude? Good Lord. Oh, okay. We got a lot of people in here, man. We got a lot of people in here. Y'all share the space. But going back to the Jake Paul fight, going back to Jake Paul again, it was the sixth round, from what I understand, right? He got Anthony Joshua knocked him out in the sixth round. I mean, boy, from the highlights I saw, he was bopping Jake Paul all around the ring. Oh, it was brutal. It was brutal. But a lot of folks are looking at this fight, and there are a lot of boxing fans and a lot of boxing critics. They're like, so this is why Jake Paul, they think he's an embarrassment to boxing. They were like, Jake Paul is an embarrassment. And there's a few reasons why people are saying that, because basically the skill gap between him and a real.
Oh yeah, he about to just talk about Jake Paul for a little bit. He gonna talk. Some Spanish girl gonna jump on. He gonna talk to her, not really talk, but just ask her where she from and stuff. And that's it. But if you keep watching the video more and more and more, he's gonna be me eating another African. Matter of fact, let me see if I can skip to that, because he was meat rotted just Anthony Joshua and just all manners of other black people in this video. It was crazy. Let's see if I can find that. I think he was meat riding this dude too. He African. Let's see.
All over the place. Your lineage is your lineage. Yeah.
right now. It's chasing because of I have a vision. So I'm still chasing my dreams.
Okay, there you go. There you go. All right, we got 2 minutes left in the battle. All right, we got 2 minutes. We're battling, and we're and the picture, he bucking them eyes in that picture. Them eyes are really bucking.
You TikTok.
Well, I can't find the clip. Well, anyway, I'm about to end this video because I don't want this to go on too long. Thank you for watching to the end. Thank you for staying this long. Make sure you donate to me if you can. PayPal, Cash App, Super Thanks. Join the channel. Also, you can email me.
I like that. Haven Bullets. He basically, I mean, he did several videos about me, over the years, and stuff like that. One of my fiercest critics, whatever like that. I thought he was a little hard on me when I first came out. And whatnot, I think he had me all wrong, He's like, Collins, like, he's basically, because what it is, he's a Democrat, right? And I was basically saying, something, I don't agree with the gay shit. I don't Democrats and all stuff like that, legal aliens, everything. And he basically was like, man, I was an undercover MAGA. I was an undercover MAGA. Yeah, it was actually pretty funny, undercover MAGA. And basically all black people to him. If you ain't dick riding who was running for office at the time? 2018. Who was okay, that was 2018. Trump was in office for 2 years. There was nobody on the scene, right? But he was basically like, we should be Democrats and we're always Democrats. And I was like, no. We could think outside the box. I dared to say that we could think outside the box. And Haven was like, no, Kyle, you ain't trying to think outside the box. You're trying to vote Republican. I said, I didn't say vote Republican. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. I had basically was telling everybody I had voted for Jill Stein and Baraka at 2016. He was not having it. He was like, man, you was really secretly working for Trump. It was so funny. He said, you were sitting there, you vote. I said, look, you vote for, but you know that voting for Jill Stein meant that you was taking the votes away from, who was Trump running against? Hillary. Yeah, he was a Hillary type of guy. He was one of those Hillary guys or not. And he was butthurt that Hillary lost the election. And he was blaming some black people who dared stray off. Hillary needed every vote or not. Yeah, but I don't mean she's entitled to the black vote. That's another thing. We've come a long way since then. Now people don't friggin' automatically assume, at least shouldn't, that you are black. You are obligated. There's something mentally wrong with you if you don't vote Democrat. We've come a long ways from that. That I will say, because before, man, about around that time period, man, you'd say if you enthusiastically say you was running to the polls for Hillary or you wasn't camping out at the polling station, making sure you hit that D mark, man, they'll bush you upside the head and whatnot. How dare you? Particularly black women. How dare you talk about you have other thoughts and you want opinions and you ask what policy? Policy. What the hell you mean policy? You black. You ain't worried about the policy. All you need to do is when you see that D next thing, that blue D, you just hit the lever. Policy, platform. What's the talking points? What's her ideas? Oh no. That's what white folks to discuss. All you need to do is go out there and pull the lever and vote for them. We came a long ways from that. That's how it really was. If you dare say, something, I'm going to agree with some of her policies. Black people are not allowed to talk about policies, The only thing the policy to talk about is every black person, no matter what your income is, have to worry about, this person supports food stamps, and this person wants to cut welfare. I said, what the fuck is welfare got to do with me? It doesn't matter. That's enough for you to vote for. Some black people might lose their welfare benefits under a Republican, I said, yeah, but hold up. Mr. Sandman, this is what I'm talking about, right? I don't give two shits about Barack Obama, right? You know, I don't really care that he was a so-called, but he was a fake ass black president, you know? And people don't like when I say that. I'm sorry, you know. I feel as a black man in America, right? You know, this is why I'm sort of falling out with America, right? I don't feel like there was ever a black man in the White House, you know. I don't really feel like there ever was. And I feel in my heart it never will be, you know. That's why I'm becoming more and more less and less American, actually. You know, more and more against America, right? Because I just feel that in a heart and soul, America is a racist country, you know? I should feel like when I see the president or I see who can be president, I should see myself. Why do I gotta live through another race of people? That's not fair, you know? So it is what it is. I'm here in America. I'm enjoying myself, whatever like that. But I don't have the same feelings towards this country that somebody born with white skin or Anglo-Saxon or wherever like that, European descent has. Simple as that, you know? I don't feel like towards Barack. I did, you know, I voted for Barack Obama twice, you know? But looking back at it now, you know, he wasn't one of me. He wasn't me. He wasn't my culture. He didn't have my background, my history. There was nothing black about this man, you know? Nothing. He was black in name only, you know? And so the same thing would happen with Kamala. We just learned what it was Kamala didn't have the black voter turnout because we knew after Obama, right? If this happens again, man, then we're gonna be fools. You know? We go out there with people, that means anybody could get up. You could be from Bangladesh, your skin is dark enough. You could get up there and say, I'm gonna be an African American, you know what I'm saying? They'll label you African American and they'll carry you to the finish line, you know, on a lie. You know, Kamala was not black. They call her African American. What the hell, you know? Yeah. So look. I don't do identity politics, right? You know, this idea that she deserved to be president because she's a female. That was her turn, you know. That was her turn. It was now, since we had men in the White House, boys, now we got to get a girl and all. I mean, oh, come on. It don't work like that, you know. It's your turn, you know. We owe something because you're a female or not. It's our turn. Look, women got everything else. You got women senators, you got women CEOs, whatever like that. You know, just hasn't been a woman president. You know, simple as that. Maybe there never will be. Maybe it ain't meant to be. You know, it is what it is. You know, we were talking about Michelle Obama was going to run. Okay, you know, okay, all right. Yeah, she got thrown through a class in hell to win, but hey, it doesn't matter. I fully expect the Democrats to do something like that. Run Michelle Obama, you know? Oh, yeah, here's the perfect ticket. Michelle Obama, Pete Buttigieg ticket. Imagine that. You got Pete Buttigieg for the gay vote, whatnot, and Michelle Obama at the top of the ticket, you know? Got the sassy black woman vote and the gay vote all together, whatnot. Yeah, man. Watch the Democrat listen to the show, take that out. Yeah, we just found a great ticket. College Jensen suggests Michelle Obama and freaking and Pete Buttigieg as a ticket. You know, Michelle Obama's at the top of the ticket. You know, it's just really sad. You know, it's really sad. You know, we get some links in there. If you might want to call in. You know, tell me your New Year's resolution. You know. There's a link in the chat room. I just want to hear people's New Year's resolution. Can you keep your New Year's resolution? I think my New Year's resolution is I am going to plan to celebrate watch night for next New Year's Day. You know, I'm going to be there. I will miss the ball drop next year. You know, I will be somewhere in solemn. Maybe I can watch the ball. No, watch night is supposed to sit silent. No TV, no nothing. No lights. You sit with a candle. You eat black eyed peas, collard greens, and cornbread. was like that. Of course, you're gonna slip some fried chicken in there or stuff like that. But it was like we just eat a whole bunch of black eyed peas and whatnot, and cornbread. That's what I remember. Cornbread and black eyed peas and whatnot. We didn't know it was some tradition. Where we just did it. Watch night. Why do we do this? I have no idea. Said Major Payne says, Carla, why don't you live? I wish to God I could live in Liberia. But like I'm gonna write in my book when it comes out, right? Liberia, the golden years, 1945 to the Black Eyed Peas was basically something about marking areas where slave patrols was to warn people. People always wonder why eat black people eat black eyed peas. We was actually planting them to help runaway and fugitive slaves. They knew where places of refuge was with the black eyed peas on the ground. They knew they would collect these peas and whatnot and then cook them. They would take these black eyed peas, and when they get a chance, they'll boil them and they'll eat. That's how they survived during the months of runaways, because a lot of people ran away during the New Year's Eve to Christmas Eve. That was a good time for runaways. He said, Carla, why don't you live in Liberia since you are a Pan-Africanist? Right? Okay, look, I would love to live in Liberia, right? Had it not been for that 1980 coup, I do believe Liberia would be a first world country on the level of, let's say, a state like, Liberia, in my estimation, would be a state like Maryland or North Carolina. They'll be on that level of standard of living and everything. Had that 1980 coup not happened, we would have a country to go to where I could locate there, transition to, have all the modern amenities. And I'm a modern guy. I need all stuff like that. Now, I could go to Liberia, stay for a couple of months. I'm going to stay 2 months this year, 2026. I'm staying 2 months when I get there in March. I'm going to stay through March and April. That's the most I can do right now because I got to come back and work, Unfortunately, I would love to be able to, I wish I could have my office over there and work remotely and everything like that, but it's just not, it was, the jealousy of the natives. It is what it is. But the thing is, though, is I wouldn't blame the natives, right? The natives didn't conquer. We just handed the country over to them, right? Tolbert was fucking weak, right? You basically built something, right? And you feel guilty about what you built, and you let people take. That's only that Black American does that, We built hip hop, jazz, everything right there. And other people come and claim what we built. People always claiming what we fucking built, right? We made Chicago what it was. We made New York what it was. But you always got people trying to interject themselves into our success. I'm waiting to hear the story about some Haitians came to Tulsa and established Black Wall Street and whatnot. We just came along. The dumb Black Americans came along after the fact, Everyone's always trying to steal our glory and everything. We let them do it, When we talk about our beautiful music and our culture and everything like that, they always got to inject themselves. Oh, it really derives from Africa, okay, because it's good. Africans want to claim it, But what about the crime in Black America? Does that derive from Africa too? No, it's only the good stuff, It's only the good stuff. It's only the good stuff that that people want to claim from us, It's only good stuff that people want to claim from us, Okay, something good, something edifying, we're going to claim it, right? Well, the coup was big. Look, the bottom line is this: had Liberia became a nationalist state, right? Here's a couple of problems with Liberia, right? Right? When they start giving citizenship and stuff like that, right? That was citizenship, and those citizenship law was designed for the native Liberians, right? Because Liberia, what it was every person who was Black, particularly Black American, was by the time they reached Liberia was considered free, Liberian. They didn't really called Liberians. You were just a free person of color in a country that they call Liberia. There was no such thing as a Liberian. And people didn't call themselves Liberians. They just called themselves by whatever state they came from. They were, if you came from Pennsylvania, you were called Cretans. If you came from Maryland, you was called a Marylander. If you came from Mississippi, you were called Mississippis in Africa. If you came from Virginia, you're a Virginian. J.J. Roberts was a Virginian, and so people identified themselves by the place in America they came from, or their ship that they came on, or their church affiliation. Like you were Methodist, you're Pentecostal, you're Baptist, whatever like that. You had Providence Baptist Church, all the Baptist people. Some people identified with their church denomination. Some people identified with their religious sect and the city they came from back, or state they came from back in America. There was no sense of being a Liberian until like the 1960s and 70s. You understand that? A lot of people like Elvis don't understand that because Elvis is a simple simpleton. He's a simple simpleton. He won't understand that. He's never read Liberian history like I have. So to bring an idea of a citizen was something that when we tried to incorporate natives and try to make them feel like they're part of something, so everybody started saying we're all Liberians, and it failed miserably because the natives didn't understand what being a Liberian was all about. They tried to destroy it. They thought it was insane. How are you going to call me a Liberian? I'm a crime man. I'm a crew man. I'm a vibe man. I'm a mono man. I'm a griot man. I'm a bossa man, I'm a bossa man. Tribalism destroyed Liberia. Tribalism. My ancestors that went to Liberia and built Liberia should have saw that. They thought that Liberians were going to become like them. Well, we just see, like when you look at Liberia, the people who got along were the people who were resettled there from the Congo, people from America, the Caribbean, South America, UK. They all became the so-called Congo people, the people from outside, foreigners, right? Those two Liberians, those indigenous Liberia and the Liberian diaspora, settled there, And the indigenous people rose up in 1980, said, we ain't taking it no more. We're sick of being foreigners, in this country. So everything changed in their hands. Everybody wanted to be a native man after that, So it is what it is. But Native American Liberians, whoever they were, should have fucking figured that shit out. So, but the beauty about it is, the Native Liberian 1980 basically did us a favor because now we're finally being able to come to Liberia without look, the American Liberians could have brought a lot of Black Americans to Liberia, even in the 70s and 80s, right? But they didn't think of it. They thought Black people from the West, Caribbean, America was a threat to their hold on the country. They thought they could rule over Native Liberians forever, being a minority group, and they were sadly mistaken. What they should have did was brought their numbers up, to at least equal the Native people in numbers numerically. That's one thing the white man in America understood was numbers, right? Sometimes at one time, the Black population and white population during slavery was almost like equal. And they said, well, how do we rectify that? They started basically do that by bringing millions of Europeans here, the white race, Black attorney says that the 14th Amendment is gutted citizenship, attorney. 1960, 14th Amendment is not going to be gutted, Some people wish it was going to be gutted, right? They said, what's you going to do? They're going to rip the 14th Amendment ain't going nowhere. I could only be so lucky, Yeah, I would urge them, gut the 14th Amendment. This is what it takes to gut the 14th Amendment, Bruni, in case you don't study American history. You would need 2/3 of both houses. It's not even a presidential, votes on it. 2/3 of both houses of Congress, right? And 3/4 of all state legislatures. That means let's say there's 10,000 state legislatures around America, right? 10,000. 3/4 of them have to vote for it to ratify it. Literally, all the state legislatures from California, New York, whatever, has to vote on it, right? And it has to get 3/4 of the total number of state legislatures to pass it to amend it, right? So you got the federal government, Congress, 2/3 of Congress, right? 2/3 of both houses, right? And then 3/5 of all state legislatures ratifying it. That's nearly impossible to do. You know. Go ahead, Adama. You're not gonna weird me out tonight, are you?
Hey, Kyler. So, what's the plan, Kyler? Are you gonna get over there to Africa? Are you gonna start a PMC and offer security services for Ibrahim Traore? Like, is that how you're gonna start out?
What PMC? Like what? What the hell's
A PMC, a private military contractor.
What? Why? Okay, if I did that, what the hell? What do I have to do with Ibrahim Traore?
Say it again.
What do I, College Genesis, have to do with Ibrahim Traore?
So you can get paid. You can do security for him and get paid.
Yeah, look, that country's poor. They don't got no damn money. You know.
Yes, they do. They have money.
Man. At least they'll do, man. These countries are fucking broke. I'm not saying and lie to Africa. Africa's though. Every time you go to Africa, you haven't done business with them or tried to do anything. These motherfuckers. Every time you look around, man, they come there and they act like they ain't got a dime. You know, they always act like they ain't got a dime. We got to come up with everything. Africans like they'll waste money on fancy trips, airplane, stuff like that. But when it comes down to say, okay, let's do this project right here, suddenly you ain't got no fucking money. That's how Africans are, man. I've never seen any African come up with any money when a Black American comes up with a proposal. You know, we always got to friggin' hook and crook and bring the money ourselves. You know, Africans always crying broke. You know, that's what it is. You know.
No, but that's your only option, Kyla, because you say you want to have your own military. So when you get over there in Africa,
that's not my
you
own.
have a PMC.
That's not my own option. You know. I could build a friggin' whatever I want to build. I could build it right there in Liberia. I don't need fucking that guy. You know, I could build whatever I want to build. I could build right there in Liberia.
Yeah, but once you get this military, you have to send them somewhere, so they can provide services, so you can get paid.
I can send them right there in Liberia, and I can send them all over the continent. You know, so it doesn't really matter. So I know what I'm talking about, bro.
Right, you can send them to Yemen to fight the Houthi.
Why would I fight the Houthi? What is that?
To get paid. The Colombians are doing it.
Are you trolling me right now? You sound stupid.
No, I'm just giving you information.
Okay, hold on. I don't need your advice, all right? You know, because you sound ridiculous.
Well, the Colombians are in Yemen right now.
How am I gonna fight be in somebody's fucking war? You don't go volunteer and fight somebody's war. It's not my damn problem. You know, I don't give a fuck about Yemen. They can all fucking blow up and go to hell for all I care. Okay, Sandman, what's on your mind?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So my New Year's resolution is just to stay healthy, you know. I feel like there's a revolution happening, and I'm just trying to stay healthy and alive long enough to see the world change.
Were you having health issues?
No, not really, but you know, we all gotta stay healthy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree, you know.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, it's so much stuff going on nowadays.
Dama, what's so funny, man? Why are you giggling, man? Like a little girl.
Yeah. Yeah, so you said you're trying to start up a military up in the Middle East.
Start up a military. I said like that's the idiot. Adama said that, right? I say that basically my goal is to establish a base camp, right? That means logistics, diplomacy, all the stuff like that, like an outfit on the African continent. I think that's long overdue. So therefore, the base camp will have like places to live. It'll be a place of business. It'll have hotels on it. It'll have security units and whatnot. For training and stuff like that. It'll have warehousing. Logistics, trucking. So in other words, if construction equipment. So in other words, if we want to do anything on the continent, we don't have to come from America. Like we'll already be on the continent. So
Okay, yeah. So who will run that? Who will run that business? What would you call that business?
I will. It's called a base camp.
What would you call it? What would be the name?
It's called base camp. The Black African Infrastructure Base Camp. BAIO base camp.
Base camp.
Okay. Base camp simply means it's a military, not military, but paramilitary, and also business center, conference center. It will have everything in it. It'll be basically how it'd be like almost like a mini government in exile.
Okay. Yeah, so something like that normally would have to get funded by like a federal company or like a state.
We'll eventually have enough wealth because I plan on basically building. Well, I plan on bringing partners in and stuff like that. People who got money, but right now I'm trying to be like this. Like the same thing when Israel was established. They established base camp on a thing, and then they got wealthy contributors donating back then up to $50 million. What they do with the money, weapons, or military training, and stuff like that. They started building farms. On the base camp will be farms. There'll be factories on there and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, because normally when you're talking about investors and capitalists, they normally are looking at the bottom line and they want to see some return on investment.
Hold on. We're gonna get friggin' it's gonna be all controlled by one. It's not gonna be like it'll be like this. So we do it, people donate money, whatever like that, or you be a partner, you want to contribute, as simple as that. Not gonna be that'll come later, They like this. We're basically which we call, for example, on the base camp will be a commissary. I mean, basic stuff. It'll be first aid, medical facility. It'll be basically us being able to take care of ourselves on the continent. Simple as that. So it'll take years to build, but the bottom line, that's the vision I have. That's the only thing I see working. Right. So when somebody comes to me and say, "Kala, man, Troy, if I can't have a base camp, right here, no one's ever proposed us having a base camp. That means they're not serious about us coming to the continent. That's what I see.
All right, how much do you think something would cost like that to run annually?
Well, it's like this. When you have stuff like that, what you have is an endowment. An endowment means, like I said, I do insurance for a living. An endowment means you have a fund, right? An endowment could be worth like $50 million, right? And it earns interest, right? And the interest on the endowment usually goes to pay salaries and expenses,
Okay.
It never loses value, Also, the people could borrow against that endowment to purchase other things or expand and everything. You're constantly getting donations and stuff like that. That's called an endowment. That's like college. A college, like which we call Turning Point USA, has an endowment,
Okay.
worth $100 million.
So you're saying that the interest earned from the $50 million investment alone will cover the expenses annually.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's like doable, I think.
Yeah. So the bottom line, how does Charlie Kirk get $100 million? That fucking college dropout get $100 million fucking endowment for Turning Point, right? And you telling me something as noble as this? Well, I said I'm not taking any shorts. I'm not playing with people no more. Something like this, which is doable. Black Americans having a foothold in Africa, right? With their own base camp and whatnot, And all of that, we'll have speakers, we'll have institutions and stuff like that.
What about
newsletter.
What about taxes owned on interest earned from that endowment?
It's a nonprofit.
Okay.
Nonprofit don't friggin' pay taxes.
Okay, so Okay, so there's not going to be like any international issues with the IRS as
No,
far as like,
it's a non-profit, you know.
so it's an American-based company,
Yeah, it's an American-based
but
company,
it's
but it's a
located.
non-profit. It's a non-profit.
Is it to
You
be a
know, we got
non?
NGOs, non-profit. Matter of fact, it also, since it's doing work on the continent, could qualify for United States grants and loans.
Okay.
You know, so it's probably say, look, let's say we have a project where we're working on some rural area that needs a roads built, electricity, right? And some of the the U.S. company for foreign overseas says, okay, we'll give you a $10 million grant, you know?
Mhm.
And so basically, we're just basically working like that, you know. It'll be a place where we got projects, with pipelining projects all over the region, particularly Liberia, starting Liberia, and then branch out. In the process, we're building what we call an Afghanistan, you know.
Okay. And do you have any example of someone doing something similar to this?
Oh,
It doesn't have to be in
Asian
Africa.
Asian country. Look, how do you think Irania got started in South Africa?
Okay, yeah, that's right. You mentioned Iran. Okay. Oh, you also
No,
mentioned Israel.
Orania in South Africa. The white
Orania.
They started by building a base camp out there, and basically, next thing you know, people start coming out there to visit and settle and whatnot. You know.
Orania, is that American-based company or?
No, Orania is a South African city. That's whites only.
Okay, so where did that base camp? Where did those people come from? They came from England, right?
No, bro. You know the history of South Africa?
Yeah, I know the history of South Africa. It was colonized.
South Africa are people who colonized Southern Africa. The people who were there said we don't want to be part of the multiracial country, so they bought some land, right? And they started building base camps, right? And it grew into a small town.
Okay. Yeah, but what I'm asking you is this similar to what you're trying to do with an American-based company?
No, it's not. No, it's not that. You know, like I said, main thing is, like I said, I already got territory in Liberia. I could get, you know, like 20 acres, so it's easy for me to get land in Liberia. In fact, my boy Great African tells me if you want to go to the interior, he got 300 acres of land. He said, you know, we ever want to build something there. And so the bottom line is this: the main thing is the base camp is having a blueprint. You know, I haven't drawn the blueprint, so I'm gonna use AI to create the blueprint of where it should look like. You know, where the industrial zone will be, where the power plants will be, and all stuff like this. You know, it's gonna be an area. You know, what's the power supply, the water treatment, all stuff like that is gonna be on the base camp. You know, and so it'll be a place. Instead of my whole goal is Black people from America being able to live permanently on the continent.
Okay. Yeah, because you figure if you put, if you have 50,000 Black Americans, put up $1,000, that's your $50 million right there.
Well, the bottom line is there's a million ways to raise money. I'm not even worried about that. The main thing is I have to convince Black. The only problem is I got to convince Black America that, you know, this FBA shit couldn't have come at a worse time. So I'm trying to discredit Tariq all the time. You know, that we need something besides the United States. As simple as that. That's the thing I'm trying to say. You know, because the bottom line is whites are coming to Liberia, country our ancestors created. And sooner or later, that country is going to fall to the Lebanese, the whites, the Chinese, everybody else. What we're trying to do is make our presence known in the country, so they won't even try that. You know.
Yeah, the difference between the Lebanese and us is that the Lebanese don't make shows about, you know, how they're going to other countries and taking over. They just go and do it.
No, they're not taking over. They're not taking over. They're just really good. I mean, they basically they run stores, right? They run stores. They hold out local people and not, you know, they're good at managing stores, right? Whatever they did, they managed stores. I mean, their stores wouldn't be that good in America, right? But because those last stuff they be having on the shelf is out of date, shit like that, you know. But for African standards, they're pretty good, you know.
Yeah, the Lebanese are just merchants. It's a merchant class,
So,
you know,
so,
not.
so, so, like I said, they do good because everybody likes their little shop rights and whatnot, stuff like that. They take the risk, and everybody likes them, stuff like that. So, but they're not taking over anything. They do make a lot of money and stuff like that. Nobody has any problem with the Lebanese what they do in Liberia. Nobody has
Yeah,
any
but see, let me just say this, Color. And you need to seriously consider. You need to get into contact with because you're gonna have like a military.
Honestly, I'm not getting into contact with nobody. You know, I'm sick and tired of dealing with fucking clowns, man. Really, I am. I'm not talking to no one. I'm doing this shit with the people I know and by myself. Right? I'm not getting in contact with friggin' nobody.
No, I
All I
was
get.
gonna say, hold on, Color. I was gonna say, and this is just theoretically. I'm not saying that you should do this, but theoretically, you could get in contact with Tinubu of Nigeria, and
What
you
the
could,
fuck, are you fucking kidding me?
yeah, you could
Well,
contract your troops
look, you
out
just going by
fight
what you say. That's obviously
to
you don't.
fight the Islamists
Hold on. You
in
basically talk.
Nigeria.
Hold on. I don't give a fuck about no Islamists in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
So you can get paid. I mean, that's the whole purpose of having a peace.
By Adama. Adama's just fucking trolling, he's being an idiot, as I said, I'm not having people talk stupid shit to me when this is a new year, man. If I think you're trolling, man, you're out of here, The dumbest thing I heard in my life. What the fuck I want to Tinubu and what I'm doing and whatnot, As I said, this movement I'm talking about is serious, and I'm
Yeah,
dead
well,
serious.
the thing is, when you talk about a base camp, a lot of people think, or at least I'm thinking that
Yeah, you gotta get
this is
that fear.
security.
You gotta get that fear out of your heart. You gotta stop being scared. There's nothing to be scared about, bro.
No, I'm not scared. I've
Sound like
lived
you
my
sound
life.
scared. You sound scared.
No, I'm not scared at all.
You scared like there's something's gonna happen. What could happen to you?
I'm not worried about anything happening to me. I've lived my
There's
life.
nothing. There's nothing. Look, we're gonna build. I'm gonna build it. We're gonna build it. Whoever's gonna with me, a building is not anything anybody can do about it.
Well, the thing is, if you have like $50 million invested in something,
It's
you
not
have to
no money.
protect your asset.
You have to hold it. You have to have it in your heart and mind, and then it'll manifest. So you got all the money in the world. Look at Umar Johnson. He got all the freaking money, but did that school ever come about? No. You got to be true in what you're doing. And once you do that, the money will come. That'll work. That will work. That will work. Once you basically are true in what you're doing and you're precise in calculating what you're doing and you have discipline, right? Discipline is the bridge between I'm not poor, Adama. I'm not poor. You're poor. You haven't been to the continent yet, I've been 5 times in the last 5 years, I'm far from poor, When you could afford a plane ticket and hotel stay in Africa, then you talk to me, To me, basically, if you have not been to the continent and you're talking about a continent you've been to, and I've been knowing about you for 3 years and you haven't been to the continent yet, you can't have nothing to say, So what I'm saying is discipline is the bridge between an idea and accomplishment. The problem with most people, particularly black people, have no discipline. I'm very disciplined. When I get ready to do something, I accomplish it. I believe in LARP was logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. And I did all my homework and see if anything fits the LARP model or not. And the base camp fits the LARP model. It's logical, it's achievable, it's reasonable, and it's practical. We're gonna do business on the continent or any long-term business on the continent. People say, why don't we have a base camp? Why don't we have a place where people can go to and whatnot? Let's say if something happens in Ghana, right? And we gotta evacuate people. I think the base camp should have a planes, or landing strip for planes. Should be everything in there, so people can come in and out, whatever like that, It's gonna be a freaking place, it could be a place where there's gonna be warehouses where people will open up shops and businesses and stuff like that, completely self-sufficient,
Right. Yeah. I mean, whenever you're dealing with logistics, this is detail oriented work. And of course, I know you won't lay out the blueprint, over the internet like this or on YouTube, but
I
I was
tell
just
people all
trying to
the time,
get a
use your damn imagination. What would a base camp look like? Why would you need it? Right? People always talk about racism, white supremacy. People in America, black people in America, right? White people are openly saying they're racist. They're not going to change. They're like, this is it. This is it. This is your fate. You're going to die in this shit, in a racist country, right? You're going to die in this country. Now, the proper response to anything would be a black nationalist movement, right? And basically, since the white man got us here in America behind land, the best thing we could do is start building overseas. The perfect place to do it is in Africa, And what the thing is, when you go to Africa, we can't be a burden on the people there. We got to build our own enclaves, our own shit, Simple as that,
Yeah, simple as that. And the thing is, I used to play football, and also was in the military, and I know that when you start off the game, a lot of the players we get emotional and we go out there hyped and ready for battle, but then after the first quarter, all of that energy is gone, and the only thing that you got to
That's
lean
why I
on.
don't believe it. I don't believe in emotionals. I believe in what's practical, logical, achievable. I am not one of these emotional black people,
Yeah, and
And
the only
so the
thing you
bottom
have
line
to.
is, if you're acting on emotion, like me, I'm calm and calculating, and I'm calm and calculating. Like I said, my whole thing is this: if tomorrow every white man gets up and says, "I love Negroes and whatnot," let's all hug, it's not going to change a damn thing to me. I'm dead serious about this. I believe an idea of an African is hey, Bruce says Ubuntu is Obama is large. No, it's not. Obama is large. And so what's he talking? What's it? African concept has lots of flaws. For one, African is not the base until what Brody keeps talking all this. African. Yo, look, Brody, man, why don't you go find some place to practice your Ubuntu and show us that working? I have not seen a Brody. Can I ask you a question? How come Ubuntu is from the Bantu people, right? Bantu, How come the Bantu people in the Congo right now are suffering? Where is the Bantu people at in the Congo? Where's Ubuntu in the Congo? They don't exist. So he always talk about Ubuntu. Why is people always want something Black America to do something that nobody else does? Every other group, Brody, cares about their own racial group, background. I care about Black America. That's all I care about right now. I don't care about fucking unity with Africans and on that level, unless they're helping us build a base camp, whatever. Unless they're involved in the base camp, because there will be Africans who are part of the base camp who are working with us and stuff like that. People coming from different countries, to participate on science projects and whatnot. We have laboratories. We have all that shit, So it'd be basically all the stuff that we've been talking about for the longest time, our own fucking science, our military, stuff like that, secrets. But the base camp will have an underground bunker, going like a mile down in the ground, but just for safe, you know what I'm saying? I envision this shit to be freaking grand, and build one of these base camps in every last single African country, right? Build one in every country. And basically, that's what the African is. It'll be a collection of these base camps throughout the continent, Now, Baruti, if you're with me on that, you heard what I just said, then okay, bring your people. Let's make it happen. But anything else, I don't want to hear nothing about no Afrocentricity and all this kind of nonsense and everything like that. Absent base camp, absent an African. No base camp, no African, no Ubuntu. How about that?
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Well, I'm gonna be there. Look, I'm gonna be there scouting the place out in 2 months. Can you go to Liberia in 2 months?
Oh, I gotta work. I still got a young
That's
family.
what I said, man. You guys, man, we got to get to the point where brothers got money, time on their hands. Everybody's stuck in these jobs, man. You know,
I mean, I can afford to go there, but I'm just saying I got stuff to do here.
I can go anytime I want to. That's the freedom I have.
Yeah.
I can actually go to Africa and stay there for the rest of the year.
Well, that's what's up.
You know, so but the bottom line is we got to get people to the point where, and I was like this: everybody should have made their own first trip to Africa. Have you hearing about this? How long you been listening to Dynast?
For a while, I guess a year or two.
Have you gone to the continent yet?
No, I haven't.
What are you waiting for?
Oh yeah, like I said, I got a young family and a lot of stuff going on, but I'm planning on going. Plus, I gotta make sure it's something that I want to do.
Well, yeah, like I said, always I say is just pick a country, go there, plant some roots down there. You know, Burundi, Ubuntu is a Bantu phrase. It means if I am, because we are, because like I said, the Bantu culture is different than the friggin' West African and East African. You know, Bantu are friggin' people in the Congo, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. You know, but Burundi has made the whole continent Bantu. Butu means I am because we are. I mean, that sounds beautiful, but I have yet to see it being practiced in real life, you know?
Okay, so the next time you go to Liberia, you have plans to buy a block of land that you can start this base on. This is what you're saying.
No, like I said, I first before I could do anything, I got to put the play. I got so many things on my freaking plate right now. First thing I got to do is establish my organization there firmly. I got an organization in Liberia, but I got to really establish it. You know, I want to start a sister city project between Liberia and the area I live in here. I got a lot of stuff I got to do. Right, that base camp is my end goal. You know, I got a lot of stuff to do over there in Liberia, and whatnot. You know, a lot of stuff. Right, and so I'm not gonna go over there and do that. That's not how you do things. You know. I'm just now establishing myself in the country, you know. And so, yeah, like I said, the base camp will come. I just got to get enough support, support for the idea, you know.
So you're saying you're trying to create a sister city. How do you do that?
It's simple, you know. Sister city projects are you establish a working relationship between the governments of both cities, states, and countries and whatnot, and on diplomatic levels. They basically help each other. This is like, let's say I go to Norfolk, Virginia. Norfolk, Virginia says, you know something, we want to help Liberia out with its sanitation, you know, and they send experts. So it's just basically a support system, you know, whether it's healthcare, education, transportation, sanitation, whatever like that, you know. It could be grants for loans, business investment, whatever. It's two cities working together.
Okay.
You know?
How do you present these proposals to the Virginia and the
because
the
that's what
governments
I
in
do for a living.
Liberia?
I present proposals to people. I'm a businessman.
Oh, okay. So you already have those connections.
I already know how to do all this, you know.
Oh, okay.
I just put my PowerPoint presentation together, invite people down for a luncheon, say, hey, I need for a few minutes of your time, watch this, what I'm talking about, you know, and basically I'll say, hey, look, lay it down, why I'm doing this, right? Why? What's the importance of Liberia and Norfolk, right? Norfolk is where the first Liberian African-American president was born, Joseph Jacobs Roberts, right? And so we want to basically honor him and why it's important because we have to give the mayor always said, man, these youth, he just like threw his hand up, man. It's just so hopeless in the black community. I said, this right here will give our people some pride and hope, you know, and something other than just they were slaves, you know. So I'm gonna show all the positive points of connected with Liberia, and it worked like that. Norfolk State University, they had one lady professor. She was a city councilman. She's a Liberian. So I'm gonna hook up with her. And so basically, I have a group called the Association of African Americans for Liberia. That's an organization I've had since 2013. And so therefore, I want to build that agency, that organization, and many other things connecting Liberia with Black America. That's going to be the prelude for me to do whatever I want to do. Including
Oh yeah, then this seems reasonable that you could pull this off. Then, if you have all the connections and experience doing stuff like this.
Yep. That's our emblem right there. Association of African American Liberia. That's our emblem right there. Let's see what Brother Ja has to say. Bro Ja, what's going on, brother? Hello. Ja, we can't hear you. You gotta drop off, bro. Adama, man, you're a freaking pervert, man. I'm gonna delete your comment. This dude Adama is such a fucking weirdo, man. He like creeps all the women out, man. It's like, damn, nigga, get laid, man, already, man. Go out and get yourself some woman, man. Pay for it if you got to, What's up, Ja? You on?
Yeah, I don't know if my connection is going to be very good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was listening for a while and I was thinking about the Lebanese. And I had another thing I thought about earlier when you mentioned it. On the Lebanese, I really need to find a book on how they operate, or because a lot of places you go in the world, particularly in the third world, they are a force in business in terms of goods and stuff like that, selling various types of goods.
It
Like
sells garbage goods or whatnot, but people buy them. What can you do?
even in Mexico, at one point, he might still be the richest guy in Mexico, Carlos Slim. He's of Lebanese descent, and so it's not just in the English speaking world, or it's just even in Mexico, Spanish areas. So I really want to do a bit of a study on that to see if there's things we can learn from the way they do things or the way they set it up or
Well, they got to
whatever,
work.
how they do it.
They got a work ethic. Who else is good? Who else is good businessmen? The Fulanis, the Fulas. In West Africa, they're very good merchants and people. They have a long history of trade. Across the Sahara and Sahara and whatnot. They've always been good at trade and long distance trade and stuff like that. So it is what it is. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there. Lebanese are good business. A lot of people are good business. Lebanese just basically they focus on one thing and they master it, right? They focus on grocery stores. All the Lebanese stores in Liberia are exactly the same. They may be owned by different people, but they all have the same model, template, blueprint. That's how they're successful. All they do is duplicate. It's called duplication.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna try and I know there's a book or something out there. Try and find something on that. The other thing I was thinking of, or you mentioned earlier, was the 14th Amendment. And I'm trying to figure out, because the 14th Amendment, I think the individual was talking about birthright citizenship becoming illegal or being done away with.
What they talk about is people who were born from foreign parents, right? That shouldn't entitle you to birthright. If your parents basically were not U.S. citizens, right? and you were born here by visiting, when that don't make you a birthright citizen. That's what they're trying to argue. Because a lot of people come here, right, and the parents are still foreigners; they haven't taken oath for citizenship, and you get born, right. Before, you say, okay, you're born in America, your birthright citizenship, but they're trying to argue now. The Trump administration, like, no, the birthright citizenship was designed to protect former slaves from enslavement or disenfranchisement, at the federal level, to enshrine black people for that slave descendants in America will never be deported or anything like that. That's what it was designed for,
I don't think that's their legal argument, but
That's what they're
they're not.
arguing.
No, they're not arguing it that it was designed. They
No,
want
that's
to
what
get.
Donald Trump said. He said that was you want me to play a video?
Okay, I mean you could pay the court case.
That's what him and everyone was saying, that the 14th Amendment was designed for what they call slave babies. That's what Donald Trump said. That's the official position of the Donald Trump administration.
Yes, but my point of saying all that is if you read the actual constitutional amendment,
I did read it.
Yeah, it mentions nothing about that. It
No, but
says
wait, hold up. Hold up.
One second, brother.
John. The 14th Amendment was designed, right, to finally end Plessy versus Ferguson. That's what it was a response to, Plessy versus Ferguson said no black person, the federal government could not intervene in whatever happens with a black person because he's not a citizen of this country. He was born in America, but he's not a citizen. What the 14th Amendment did was overturn Plessy versus Ferguson. That's why it was basically written, to overturn Plessy versus Ferguson.
But the thing is, right, that anyway, that's not even my point I wanted to get to. What I was trying to get to is you mentioned how you changed the Constitution. But the way you didn't mention was you can also just go through the Supreme Court.
No, you can't.
The Supreme Court could deem.
Hold on. The Supreme Court can only rule on the constitutionality of a law. It cannot actually change the Constitution itself.
And Carla, this is the point, right? If on birthright citizenship specifically, if the Supreme Court comes back and says birthright citizenship, if they agree with the Trump,
it's how the Supreme Court interprets the law, the constitutional law.
But what I'm saying is, if the Trump administration, right, essentially said birthright citizenship should be illegal, right?
Right.
Okay. It went to the court.
The Supreme Court is ruling in his favor.
One second, brother. It went to the court, right? Right?
Yeah, it went to the court, and the Supreme Court agreed with it.
Okay. And if the Supreme Court agrees with them, what happens to birthright citizenship?
Well, they could take it on a case-by-case basis, So in other words, basically what they're saying is birthright citizens don't automatically protect you. So what they're saying is if certain circumstances, they can basically remove you or strip you of your citizenship,
Now, question. If that happens, is that a change in the Constitution?
No, because the Constitution basically only defines what is, if a person is born here, right? But it also has two parts to it, right? It also says in the second part of the 14th Amendment, right? A citizenship born here have to have both parents, right? Should not have any allegiance to a kingdom or foreign entity. Just like the Constitution also says that a person running for the presidency of the United States must be born on U.S. soil, So they're very specific about that, They're saying a person becomes citizenship, right? The parents had to have no allegiance to another king or...
No, question for you, Carla. Question for you, right? Does it say in the 14th Amendment that for you to become a citizen, you cannot be have allegiance to another place or your parents?
Yeah. It said that. Yeah, it does say that.
Because now you're punishing a child for what the parent did.
Right. So, but unfortunately, they call those children anchor babies. You know.
Yeah, no, Carla. The bottom line, all I'm trying to say, bro, is the law can say whatever it wants. Laws are enforced by people because Plessy versus Ferguson's, Brown v. Board of Education, all these were interpretations of law that led to certain outcomes for certain people. And those interpretations of those laws were changed over time to include those people.
Brown versus
And
Boyd
and
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 Pleasant
and and
were Supreme Court
and
rulings. They weren't
and,
amendments.
and yes, but they're Supreme Court rulings on the Constitution of the United States of America.
Right. So the Supreme Court,
You
when it
use it.
gets its
One second.
final, when it gets its final rule,
Call out. 1 second. Let me finish what I'm saying. They're using the Constitution, the law of the United States, right, as passed by Congress, to interpret what can be done in the country. The Constitution is the law. And in Plessy v. Ferguson and in Brown v. Board of Education, they interpreted the law in a certain way. And over time, those interpretations were changed. But just like those interpretations were changed then, they can be reversed back. There's nothing in stone. It's all interpretation. You see what I'm saying? That's my point.
Right now,
And so
right
the
now,
Constitution,
they're leaning towards.
1 second, brother. The Constitution can be changed through the courts. The wording might not change.
Hold on. The Constitution
the
can be
wording,
changed, right? Hold on. The
brother,
Constitution can be changed. What's changing is the opinion of the amendment. You know, the Constitution don't stay the same. You can't rewrite the Constitution.
That's my point. My point is the wording can stay the same. The interpretation changes. Thus, the application of the law changes. So, in essence,
I wouldn't bet on that. You know, I wouldn't bet on that too hard. You know.
Yeah, but if they change birthright citizenship, that's a change.
Yeah, my whole thing is
prior to it going to court this time around, the interpretation was if you were born here, you were from America. Okay, there you go. So they interpreted different ways.
That's unfortunate. You know, that's happened. I don't know why Trump is basically stickler on, you know, denying people who were actually born here. Well, I don't know if he's trying to make a precedent, whatnot, but I think it's stupid.
By the way,
born here, he's 18 years of age. He lived here 18 years. Like all he knows is America. To me, he should just be able to be an American. That's why I see it.
By the way, simultaneously, he's trying to fast track white South Africans, right? So he's showing you what he's doing, right?
Of course. I mean, that's just isn't it obvious, you know? I mean, it's like you don't have to be Captain Obvious to realize what this is all about race. Look at JD Vance, what he said, you know? It's all about fucking race, man. That's all it is.
And at the same time, showing the contradiction, Vance himself is married to an Indian lady, right?
And he won't even defend his wife, you know? They're coming at her, calling all kinds of names and everything like that, and he won't even defend his wife, man. He's basically apologizing for having an Indian wife, man. I'm like, man, she's gonna divorce his fat ass, you know. And what said white America, white America's coming back, man. They know what they want, man. He says Obama is a white man antichrist. They can't believe he became. Yeah, they're still mad about that. That black Negro, you know, big long-legged, long neck motherfucker became president. They still to this day hate that shit. Benjamin Dika, what's on your mind, brother? What's your New Year's resolution? You gonna be more FBA?
Yeah, more FBA, more healthy, more strong. Push FBA more hard. Yeah.
Are you gonna lobby? Are you gonna bum rush the Capitol and get your check?
Hey, I can see the chat now. Where's the real Donald Trump at? Come back here.
Yeah, there. So
hey, there he is. Hey, motherfucker, I see you now, boy.
So you're gonna bum rush the Capitol and get your check?
Nah, Donald Trump gonna send me a private jet. That's what's gonna happen.
He's gonna send you a price check so you can get your check money. Let me guess. You're gonna go out there. You're gonna go to Mar-a-Lago and whatnot. You're gonna have some shrimp and lobster.
Nah, I don't eat no lobster and all that. I'm going to get the check for everybody.
Yeah, but you can't. You know how consolation, man. You can't just get the check. You gotta.
Oh yeah, he gonna give me a private.
You gotta stay for dinner, man. I heard
like
Mar-a-Lago.
Oh yeah, I can't. I can't hurt his feelings. All right, I gotta.
You know, Mar-a-Lago got the food out there, man.
Nah, I came in because I heard y'all talking about the 14th Amendment. That's why I came.
Check us out. Places like that. I've been in like places like Mar-a-Lago. We got them here in Virginia. Man, the food be off the friggin' chain. I don't know how they be on stuffed chicken and chicken breast and whatnot. I'd be like, God damn, food be so fucking good, man. I'd be like, you can only go to places like that, man. You can't get food like that in a restaurant. You gotta go to places like Mar-a-Lago.
They got private chefs and shit.
Yeah, they got real chefs back there, but it's well worth it, You go to a restaurant, man. I was like, damn, man, I can make this shit myself,
Yeah, especially for the price.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. So let me ask you: did you ever do watch night?
Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I heard you talking about that too. Be eating the black eyed peas. Yeah, we used to do that every year.
Did you sit in the dark?
Nah, we used to eat it like at midnight. But it wasn't. It would be dark, but not candles and like lit and stuff like that.
We used to sit in the. I don't know why the fuck.
Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you. What my grandma used to say was for it was like the beans was for like health and wealth, and the greens was like for like money and wealth and stuff.
Everybody had their own different terms. The black eyed peas were put down so slaves could pick them up.
Yeah, I never heard that before. I was like,
they all of a sudden said the slave patrols. They would basically also guide people to where the safe houses were and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I never.
When they get to the safe house, they take those black eyed peas and stuff like that and boil them and eat them. Survival, because you're on the road for days without eating,
Yeah, but that was tradition every year. Black eyed peas, cornbread, collard greens, some meat.
So what do you think about all these traditions in Black America coming back?
It's a beautiful thing.
Now, this is an African American tradition. This is not an FBA tradition.
This is FBA tradition.
Oh, this is an African American. Nobody back in the days.
Don't try to take FBA traditions, but no.
I tell you what FBA traditions are, right?
Here we go.
I know. I tell you.
Here we go, y'all. Here we go.
Look, I got a video of a big master brawl at Chuck E. Cheese. I got a video. You don't want me to play it now, do you?
No.
Big master brawl. This is some one guy like, man, can't bring the kids out. We can't have nothing when that Chuck E. Cheese, Boomquisha and all them just throwing down there. The kids like, what's going on? Like, man, try to bring the kids. Man, the last place I ever want to be is a Chuck E. Cheese, man.
Oh man,
Chuck E. Cheese is dangerous, man.
Yeah, it's always some crazy shit happening at Chuck E. Cheese.
FBA, man, they love fighting, man. Y'all always turn up at the wrong time, man. Weddings. One time, man, it's like a wedding, man. They're throwing down a bride-to-be, right? She's supposed to be enjoying her wedding, going out there and whatnot. Why is she throwing down, getting fists put on at a wedding? God damn. Man. Only FBA, man. Only the FBA, man. Like, goddamn.
Man. Only the FBA has the traditions of the African American traditions.
No. Yeah, look, what about the FBA who always try to? What do you think about Tariq, your boy?
What?
Did you see the video I played?
Oh, yeah, I see that stupid ass video you was playing.
What's wrong with the video I played?
Cause what's this dude talking about? Like FBA is not no hate group. He's not. Why would he be attacking every African that he sees?
But he said in the video of the he was saying FBA is not one of us. He's not FBA.
He said who?
Tariq said he was saying when he lost against Ruiz, right? He was like, FBA, we don't claim him.
So what? He's still not FBA. So what?
Now Tariq is claiming him.
He not fucking claiming them. What the
Yes,
fuck?
he did, man.
He's not FBA. What the fuck?
No, he ain't claiming that, but he said Tariq is a Pan Africanist all of a sudden.
Man, that ain't no more bullshit, man. What FBA? Hey, listen, caller. What FBA that you know that really hate Africans?
All of you, man.
Man, come on, stop it.
All right.
Stop
I'm gonna do something for you, man. I'm gonna do something for you. Anthony Medika, man, you asked for it, man. You were putting that.
All right, pull up the proof, man. Pull up some proof. Pull up some proof.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the proof, man.
Show me the evidence, man.
Sit right there, man. Sit right there. You know, everybody listen to this, right? I don't even know what's going on.
Show me the evidence, man.
I'm gonna put it on TikTok and watch. I'm gonna scroll down.
Oh, TikTok. Here we go with this shit.
And I'm gonna say all the this one chick today. She was MF this, MF that. I'm a FBA, MF this, motherfucker. The mouth on this chick was like.
But you know, a lot of them that be saying they Aboriginals, they not FBA.
It's so top tier that they have literally made it their mission. You know what?
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
I see that as African. Yo, yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Cause no FBA I know hate Africans. None of them.
Let me put the speaker on so you can hear it real loud and clear, bro. FBA, you know.
Yeah, FBA ain't no hate group. We don't hate all these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
We just
listen to this, man. Listen to this.
But what our institutions, I'll come back to you. Go ahead, man.
Obi, okay. So I've been on like African Americans. I've been just talking shit lately, talking about Africa, shitting on us, saying a lot of shit, right? But you guys had 400 years of head start. You guys could have made something of yourselves. Guess what? Collectively, you guys are nothing. The white people still hate you guys. They still put you in prisons. You guys are still baby mamas. Like, nothing, right? And
blah, blah, blah.
the white man, you guys be like, oh, go back to your country. But the white man that stole you guys,
blah, 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 blah.
Make that make sense.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, and I'm not discrediting whatever advancement you did to the ambulance, but the ambulance was created by Dominique Jean Leray in 1790. Just facts, brother.
Just to answer Chrissy, I don't want her to feel like people are like, attacking her. Your points are very slow. I don't know why you guys hate Africans so much. I feel like the rise of them coming on these lives and talking about Africans all of a sudden, and the whole FBA movement, calling it a lineage when literally one man has trademarked your entire lineage. I don't know how that makes sense. Black Americans have, like, your ancestors are embarrassed. I know they are. I think they would think there would be some sort of advancement, but instead you guys choose to pick on minorities and think that you're in the way. The reason why you're broke is because of an immigrant, when you guys still don't address the white man that keeps you at the bottom. I just think that's so sad.
Blah,
Very
blah,
embarrassing.
Blah. Our ancestors are jumping for just
What I think is sad is how little girls are getting married to old men in Somalia. What I think is sad is female FMG, female mutilation. You know what I'm talking about. What I think is sad is marrying your cousins and your siblings.
right.
That's what I think is sad. And what did that girl say? I forgot what that other girl said. But anyways, you don't want to talk about baby mamas when Nigeria has the highest rate of paternity fraud. 1 in 4 children don't even know who their actual father is. 400 babies are born every month in Nigeria with the hive disease. So don't go there with me, baby, because I can pull facts and receipts, okay? And you guys will never make me feel bad about being foundational Black America. We were here at the foundation and creation of America. If it wasn't for Black Americans overturning the Immigration Act of 1924, we wouldn't be here to flee your dirty country. Okay, bye-bye.
What
Yeah,
is the problem?
yeah, because they pioneered a higher bidder to do even more work. Like, come on, bro. Like that slave trade, that part is actually horrific. Very horrific.
Because he's literally saying that there were more slaves.
To the Americans, like
He's literally saying that there was more slaves traded from the inter-American slave trade as opposed to the international.
I have not a single clue why he would do that.
Hey, Carlo.
If you believe in evolution, the first people in Africa,
I respect the rope. That's why I'm on to
All right, what's going on?
Hey, that whole video, that's all people's opinion, man. I mean,
stop the press. What point you trying to make there? I didn't hear no hate from FBA.
No. But you saw what that FBA girl said about the African lady, man. That was
Well,
really
what did she say? What did she say? That was hate.
She said they got female genital mutilation.
They do.
So about Africans have high birth rates.
They do.
Fraternity fraud.
They do.
Bantu, man. That was very mean.
Look,
you say it all the time, Kyler. You say it all the time. You say it all the time.
You FBA, man. Y'all a bunch of haters, man.
Hey, listen, Kyler. You say it all the time. That's why.
I do not, man. I do not.
Bantu, the thing is, man, like you can always find a negative thing to say about anybody you want. The question becomes is, are you just focusing on the negative? And a lot of times the things that we quote unquote consider negative aren't really the majority even of those people, but you just highlight those just to demonize those people. And that's not a good place to be. And that I don't care if it's one second, brother. One second.
No,
I don't care. One second, brother. I don't care if it's the FBA demonizing an African, and I don't care if it's an African demonizing the FBA. It's just it's just two sides of the same coin. Opposite sides of the same coin. You know what I mean? Now, one other question, Carl. One other thing before we continue. Earlier we were talking about Plessy versus Ferguson, right? And I just had to go look it up. I knew the case. I wasn't familiar. I didn't know the dates and stuff like that.
Right?
Okay. I wasn't familiar with the dates and stuff like that. Now, Plessy v. Ferguson was 1896, right?
Yeah.
The 14th Amendment.
Brown versus Boyd actually overturned that.
Right. The 14th Amendment, if I wasn't wrong, was passed maybe like 1868 or something after the Civil War, right?
Yeah.
Where they did all these amendments, right? Now, so that means the 14th Amendment came before Plessy v. Ferguson.
Yes.
Right? So it wasn't a response to Plessy v. Ferguson, right?
No, it was Plessy versus Ferguson was a loophole that basically, like Supreme Court always leave loopholes, right? It was a loophole in the law. In other words, basically, they say, okay, you know, we have this thing where we have always been separate, black and white, right? And so therefore, what Plessy did was he was like a person that was like 3/4 white, but so he was testing the thing out. He was like, so you know, you got to go in there with the color, right? So went over to Supreme Court, right, to test the 14th Amendment, and Supreme Court ruled that yes, you can be separate, but it has to be equal. That was basically to appease and satisfy the 14th Amendment. But that was a loophole because they knew who decides what's equal, right? And there was no mechanism to say you got to spend this amount thing, and we're going to check the federal government is going to come here and make sure they're equal. When there was no enforcement arm of that. It just says separate for equal. So it got separate, but there was no guarantee that it was going to be equal, you know?
Okay, so in the 14th Amendment, there's equal protection clause, right? Now, Plessy v. Ferguson, right, says that section is not violated because you could be separate and equal, right? But so essentially, Plessy v. Ferguson codified Jim Crow using the 14th Amendment, right?
Remember something, right? What you key thing you're leaving out is you're only talking about, when you talk about Plessy versus South, you're only talking about the Deep South, right? Because at the time in the North, in the West, everything, black and whites did share the same facilities and stuff like that. That was only in the southern states, and these were states that were barely back into the union. So they felt like if they pushed too hard, right, that there will be another civil war. That was the reality. You only talk
So
about the South, the deep South.
so that is true to an extent. Yes, it was more acute in the South. It was more
It was only in the South.
serious, right? But even coming up into our modern times, you can see discriminatory practices
Like what?
in the
Like
North, like in Chicago with the redlining thing coming out of the federal
yeah, that's
government, right?
redlining. But I'm saying, but the thing is, when we talk about segregation, most people in the North live in separate areas by just that's just the way it is. And also redlining was just basically like, okay, you got a white area and a black area. It's a probability that those people in that area, black people in that area, aren't going to have jobs. They're going to lose their mortgage, right? That's the data, right? At the time, and the data was pretty accurate. It's like, yeah, black people, it was all about mortgages, right? That new thing called mortgages, and also government-backed mortgages, right? They said the white community is more likely to have a full-time job with pension, retirement, and stuff like that. So they could the probability of them paying a 25, working steady at a job for 25 years, right, was this. That's the area in this area where the white people live at. 80%, 90% of people will work 25 years at a job and being able to afford it, right? The 90% of people in this area, right, are being discriminated against. They can't get jobs, full-time and gainful employment, right? Like the Montgomery, the Memphis, the reason why the king was assassinated, because you had the garbage workers on strike. You had grown men out there hauling garbage. That's what black men were regulated to. We didn't have real jobs or anything at the time. That's why a lot of immigrants, but thank God we fought for real jobs for you to come here,
FBA.
So
No,
this
no,
is
I
the
don't.
thing. So my point is saying that is the North is not perfect at the same time. Yes,
No place in America is perfect, but it was better than the South.
yes, these issues were more in the South, and at the same time too, you got to remember, even to this day, the majority of black folks live in the South, and so it's affecting the majority of black folks what's happening in the South. But the 14th Amendment was the Equal Protection Clause. The Supreme Court said, hey, you could be separate but equal, right? Now, we know that the outcome of this separate but equal was there was no equality in the real application of these laws, right? But a lot of these laws that got changed over time were changed when using the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause, right? Interracial marriage, Brown v. Board of Education, and all these type of things, right? It's through the 14th Amendment that these things happen, right? And the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause was also, the Supreme Court went against that clause essentially in Plessy v. Ferguson. And so my point of saying all that is to say that all these things are interpretation of law, right? And the law has been interpreted in different ways over time. And so the law, the application of the law, the words might not change necessarily. So yeah, technically you could say the Constitution cannot be changed without ratification of Congress and 2/3 and all this type of stuff of different states and all this stuff, right? Yes, technically that's true. But if the interpretation coming out of the courts is different than the application that we have currently, effectively, and it is a change. In reality, it is a change, because the enforcement now changes because the Supreme Court says it's no longer legal to have equal protection clause. You can be separate but equal. And then the application of that is a change because now they can have you have inferior schools, while they have good schools, and say, yeah, we're separate, but we're still equal because they have the same thing, which in reality is
Well,
different, right?
their loophole was is that they basically said we're going to base school funding on derived taxes.
Right.
If one community is very poor, they're not paying a lot of taxes, they get poor schools. The main thing was
So in
you cannot have.
reality, by the way, that could be challenged by the Equal Protection Clause, right? In reality, I don't know if there's ever been a challenge of it, but again, it's interpretation, because if you have a system where you're basing it on property values and a depressed area, the property values are lower, thus the school has lower funding, it'd make an argument for everything goes into one pot and gets distributed in
No,
a state
that's
or whatever,
crazy. That ain't
regardless of
gonna happen. That
wherever.
ain't gonna happen. So in other words, somebody works hard, got a big house in a nice neighborhood. He worked hard for it, and somebody over there, other people don't work hard. They're on Section 8 and everything like that. That person over there with paying the higher taxes, his kids should not get the benefit of his hard work. No, I don't agree with that, man.
You see, Carla, because again, you are interpreting it in a certain way.
Yeah, I
I'm
do interpret
interpreting
it. It's basically like this.
One second.
Hold on. What you did? Hold on. What you look? You know why I don't like that? Because I've
Go
seen it happen even in black neighborhoods here. There's certain black people, black communities that are burdened by the poorer black communities. When they got we're the most affected by that. You know.
So
So
what
the
I'm
main
saying
thing is how about we just basically get people to the point where we got the type of jobs and stuff like that where they can bring their income up and stuff like that instead of dragging everybody down.
okay, so this is my point, right? That second statement you made is not a bad idea, right? In a sense, right? Where you bring people up to a standard, right? That's great. Now, in order to bring people up to that standard,
You gotta
what do
be
you need?
serious. You gotta be serious and
No,
like
no, no.
want to do it.
The,
Right
the
now, I have
but
not
the
seen
fact, but
anything that shows me that
but
white
but
America, whatever like that,
but
really care.
but this is my point. And so if they don't care, right? Quote unquote. And when he said they, that's including all white people. And not all white people don't care. We got to start with that. It
Not
might
hold
not
on, not
even
they don't. Oh, wait, let's put it like this: they don't care enough to put their money out. That's what I'm saying.
it might not even be a majority. You get what I'm saying? Now, this is the thing though, right? Because of the political system in this country, and they have the political power, right? Because they're the majority, right? They could vote to say don't keep the property tax system in place. They could also vote to say, hey, all this property tax money in the state, say for instance, if you don't want to do it on the federal level, on the state, which is the state generally, goes into a pot, right? And then we distribute the money to all schools equally. So whether you come from a rich area or a
That's
poor
that's a
area,
bunch of nonsense.
and now, 1 second,
That's
brother. Now,
socialism. I don't agree with that.
one second, brother. 1 second. Now, I know you don't agree with it, right? I think it's a better way. Now,
I
the
don't think
reason that the reason I say that is you said people work hard, right? A lot of times the poorer people are the hardest worker. When we talk about physical labor,
are you joking right now?
no, Carla,
I
what I'm
go to
talking
certain
about,
neighborhoods. I see poor people sitting on their ass doing nothing.
Carla, what I'm talking about is physical labor, right? Now, not mental labor, physical labor. If
But it
you go
doesn't
into
matter.
a
The
if
labor
you
is
go into
only
a
as good as
company,
the person paying you values your labor. You know, you could do hard labor. I don't mean look, this idea that you're rewarded because you break a sweat. That's what you chose to do. You know, that's what you chose to do. You shouldn't get no
but Carla,
reward.
you see, I mean,
That's hustling backwards or whatnot. You know, people get an education so they can make more money, and they don't have to do that. You know,
we're gonna disagree on this point. And the reason we're gonna disagree on this point is that you are taking the stance that there is no luck in human outcomes, in how you get to where you are, right? I'm taking the stance that the vast majority of it is luck. You did not choose to be born black. You did not choose
yeah, but
to be born
being black didn't hurt me in life though.
1 second. You did not choose to be born poor. You did not choose the school you went to, the environment you live in. Most of us don't choose these things, right? Now,
My parents chose me.
historically in America, right? You see all these there's studies on it that show that if you were a black person with a degree, no criminal record, right? They've done resumes and stuff and done studies on it that show that you are less likely by a significant margin, right, to even get a call back for a job or hired for a job than a guy that's a white and a criminal. You see what I'm saying? So yes, I agree. Go to school.
Exactly. What can you do about that?
No, my point is that's just showing you the luck factor that you're negating. That you can work through. You cannot if you are a woman in Afghanistan.
Let me ask you a question.
One second, brother. One second. Let me just say this. Let me give it this example. If you're a woman in Afghanistan and the government says you cannot go to school. Yes, there are going to be some women that educate themselves, but there are going to be very, very, very few of them that can attain higher levels of education, particularly, right? Yeah, you might learn to read. Same thing with the South. We saw it in slavery. You can't read. Literacy rates are going to be depressed. Your outcomes are limited by the state. And so the point I'm making is that it's not just on the individual to overcome all oppression. Sometimes you need the state to mandate that we are going to go in this direction. When Korea built out their chip manufacturing,
but hold on,
now
but they did
they
that.
produce the vast
you know,
majority
what about the
of.
Great Society?
One second, when Korea says they produce the vast amount of high-tech chips now in the world, right? Even though America does, other countries still do. Korea, it was a state. It was the government that poached the guy that started Taiwan Semiconductor, I can't remember his name right now, to come back to Korea and build out this institution. And they gave billions of dollars to build it out. So now they're in that market heavy and dominating in that market essentially, right? When Korea, South Korea, Taiwan, I was talking Taiwan Semi, when Korea decided they were going to go heavy into manufacturing, the state gave different programs and different incentives to businesses to build out heavy industry. You see what I'm saying? These things don't just happen just willy-nilly. You know, so you're talking about the Great Society. All these things saw great changes in the society. They weren't perfect, but there's a lot of improvement that you saw within the society at the same time through these programs.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, over time, you know, that sounded good when that, but you cannot keep having generation after generation. Something got to give, you know. You can't have generation because just like you may feel like you solve problem temporarily, but you got a new generation of people coming back. That's why all these things fail. You look at Gary, Indiana. That was based on what you're talking about, right? We're gonna do all this stuff like that, and Gary, Indiana fails.
No.
You know,
Gary, Indiana, and stuff like that wasn't based on what I'm talking about. Gary, Indiana,
but that
and
was
stuff
the
like
Great
that.
Society. You know,
No, it's not the Great Society that killed that stuff. It was the state. It was the individuals with the power. When black folks are moving into your Detroit, your Gary, your Chicago's, and all this, black folks are moving in. Instead of saying, hey, you are a citizen of the United States, you're a human being just like me. We are going to keep jobs in your area. We're going to provide funding. We're going to give you the resources. You know, there's a book called, man, I don't remember the name of the book now, man, but it talked about when the Supreme Court desegregated pools, for instance, in the United States, right? White folks in certain areas were paving over their pools rather than have black folks go to those pools. And then they set up these HOAs and stuff like that to where pools became private, right? And then now you come to our modern societies and people are like, oh, black people can't swim, right? But you don't have access to the resources of the state, even though you're a citizen at the same level as another citizen. So instead of saying, hey, you're a citizen, hey, come on in. We're not going to redline you. You can work, because sometimes we were having jobs in the same factories, right? Making similar money, right? But then the factories decide, okay, we're going to move. The white folks move, and of course, they got the money. You're coming out of slavery, out of Jim Crow, all that. The white folks got the money. The white That's why living around white folks is not necessarily a bad thing because they got the money. Generally, their property values are higher and everything like that. It's not because you don't maintain your property necessarily. As they move with the money, with the jobs, then your community becomes depressed. The property values start to drop. And once that happens now, the people that stay are the people that really can't afford to move for whatever reason. And so you end up with a vicious cycle because you don't have the tax base, you don't have the educational resources, the clean environment, whatever it is. And so it's all a function of choices that we make as a society. That's why people make an argument that the best areas for people, particularly for advancement, is mixed areas where you have rich people, poor people, and middle class people all living in a similar area, all going to similar schools. That way, the poor guy can see rich people or middle class people and aspire to something, right? And the rich guy can also not be isolated from other people, and he can have more empathy and more idea of how they live, and want better for them because he knows them, right? And so these are
But what
better
about
areas to
the
be.
idea that a lot of people saying, you know, something with proximity to poverty comes, people feel vulnerable. People try that and be like, damn, man, my cars got broken into. God, I got a home invasion around people that freaking don't. Well, how do you deal with that situation? You know, people have legitimate thing about crime, you know?
And look, the number one factor for human beings is safety, right? And so even if the area is poor, if people feel safe, they'll go to that area, they'll spend money, they'll bring economic activity to that area.
Yeah, but people listen to the
Generally.
6 o'clock news, right? They're like, damn, man, I was just over there today, man. Somebody got shot in the gas station. I was just there pumping my gas. How long do you think
Right.
people want to live around that?
Right. And so the thing is, like I said, s- some of this is there's some level of idealism involved here, right? Where ideally you want to live, and I have places in mind because I see these places, and they're not crime-ridden places, right? Where you have everybody kind of mixed in into
Hey,
the
hit the
city.
link, Jonathan.
You see what I'm saying? You have everybody kind of mixed into a society, and so I'm
Are
not
you an
talking about
immigrant, AD? Jonathan said, "Are you an immigrant?"
these are not crime-ridden places and things like that, right? You know what I mean? So these are models
Oh,
that
your answer,
exist.
Jonathan.
And the other thing about it is, if you look at crime in the United States, for instance, we are still reporting on crime or talking about crime like it's the 80s and 90s. Crime, violent crime particularly, has decreased significantly over the 80s and 90s. But the way people talk about it, it's like nothing changed. If you look at LA, for instance, I think the murders were like 600 maybe last year. I forgot the number. I don't know the exact numbers, but
That's
I
a lot
know
of
back in
people,
the
man.
yeah. But back in the 80s and 90s, it was 2,000 or something. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, that
So
makes me feel a lot better.
I'm just saying that crime has come down significantly, but the way people are acting and reporting on it hasn't really, people are acting like nothing's changed. If you look at Black America, for instance, th-
Yeah,
there's been
Jonathan. I'm just
there have
letting
been
him go on.
there have been significant
You sound really
improvements. You know what I mean?
confused.
If you look at the society, there's been significant improvements, over time. So I'm not saying that a lot of places you can live. I'm just saying ideally it would be good for that type of stuff because you want people to have upward mobility. You want people to be able to start from a poor place and rise up to the highest levels. And you want, just like people can go from the highest and come down and become middle class or poor or whatever, you want people to have that upward mobility. That way you're getting all the talent out of your people, you know what I mean? And a lot of countries are like this, not just America. If you go to Europe, if you go to Japan, a lot of these places is like that, where you have this, it's not this segregation, on terms of wealth and stuff like that. There is segregation, of course, there's always going to be,
So if
but
you
in
believe
certain levels there's
anytime
not,
black and
like
white people live,
education.
hold up, do you believe every time black and white people live separate is segregation?
No, I'm not saying that's segregation per se, right? That might be, but a lot of it's going to be based on economics, right? Particularly in America, right? It's going to be based on some kind of economic segregation, say, right, where you don't have the money to live in this area, right, because of how we zone things and stuff like that, right? So it gets a little wonky, but I don't think it's necessarily like it's not government mandated segregation, but the segregation can happen in other ways. But I'm just saying it's not ideal for the society, generally speaking. It's not ideal. You want to have, and even though things have gotten a lot better, you want to have more of a mixed society in terms of even economics, to where you can have everybody's kind of mixed in. So I'm not a rich guy. I'm gonna send my kids to this private school. And we all do this. We all make these decisions. Because you might think it's better for your kid, but in reality it's worse for your kid. Because now he doesn't have that fully rounded experience of other people and their life and what they go through and things like that. So when he goes to make decisions, he's making decisions based on his wealth, say, right? And it's going to be an uninformed decision because he doesn't have the range. It's like people that travel and go to other countries. They have a bigger range than a person that never went anywhere. They're just in America, just in their state, just in their city. They don't have that range. But if you've been to other states, other cities, other countries, you're gonna have a range that another person won't have because you've seen other things, you've talked to other people, you've had other experiences. You know what's out there. It just increases your understanding of things.
Interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, like I said, yeah, I was saying earlier that me personally, do you know what's going on in the Sahel region, Ja?
Yeah, I have some idea of what's happening.
Okay. My assertion that when people tell me that the United States and the West is behind the jihad, I think they're foolish. The
I agree
last
with
thing they want is that area. So that's what I think this is all rooted in. I think they fear that whatever they know, because they must know something, right?
That's right, Richard. And fucking come on, but that was some bullshit. I'm talking to somebody in the chat. Sorry, Colin.
That's not true. I've been all over the world and it doesn't make it like I have.
Hey, I'm a bullshit. Going to a private school actually make you better. Oh, fucking bullshit about.
But anyway, my point I'm trying to make is that if that's region, I think they don't think that Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso could defeat these jihadists. They must know something. That's why I think Macron wants to get in there because it's more than just the gold and everything. If that area falls to these terrorists or not, that means that region is wide open for ISIS and everybody, whoever else will come and be that close to Europe.
Hey, let me respond to what the brother said. I'm gonna talk about what you're saying. Now, when I say going to a private school, right? I'm not saying that you can't have great outcomes coming out of a private school.
You just said it, man.
Brother. There's something called nuance, right? If you're having a conversation and you don't have nuance, you're almost 100% always going to be wrong. Because me saying going to a private school with all rich folks, right, affects you negatively. That does not mean that you going to a private school you won't come out making more money.
Carlo, what is he talking about, man?
Because you have the networks and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying?
Oh man!
Let the brother speak.
All right, I'm going on
because you have the networks and stuff like that. Remember, you're going to a private school or you go to Harvard or something like that. There's certain networks in these places that are going to put you in a position, right? But that's just straight luck in reality, because you were born into a family that could afford it. You were born with the wealth. You're white, whatever it is. Historically in America, it's putting you in a certain position, right?
So let me ask you a question.
Let me just say this. biologically, right? Scientifically, we're all human beings. We all have the same mental
You need to tell
capacity, the same
the other
abilities.
race that. We know it.
Okay, so my point of saying that is that yes, going to a private school is gonna, you have the networks and all that. What I'm saying is you're going to be blinded though at the same time. If you're just around all rich folks, you're blinded to certain things, right? Because you don't have certain, you maybe you didn't let's say you never interact with anyone else of different economics
Blinded to what?
or whatever.
I would love to be blinded from that shit. You know?
Blinded to what?
I
You
would
gotta
like.
be. You gotta be specific. I'm tired of your nuances.
So okay, so like I say, like blinded to other people's experiences.
Why
You see
do
what I'm
they
saying?
need to have other people's experiences for? They got their own.
Yeah, because everybody is living in this society, right? If you don't know what the other
Yeah, but
person
we're
is
all
going through,
America's rugged individualism.
yeah, but that's bad for America. That's why we're
But
going in a
that's what
position.
America is based on.
Yeah, but that's going to be one of the ways if we end up
Yeah, but
falling
hold up.
that
That
we'll
rugged
end up falling.
individualism. Hold up, John. That rugged individualism built the skyscrapers in New York, the transcontinental railways and whatnot, the cattle, everything like that, the steel mills, and also built the beautiful city of San Francisco. You know, that spirit of
Okay,
rugged.
now this is where travel comes in, like I mentioned earlier. You know who else has skyscrapers? Japan has skyscrapers.
Yeah, but
South
Japan's
Korea has
a
skyscrapers.
homogeneous.
Not,
Japan's a homogeneous society. We're not.
now check this out. Yeah, but they didn't build this just because they're homogeneous, because that's here in
No,
America. That's not
that's why it
homogeneous.
worked.
Yes,
Japan has an old saying: "The
but
nail that
Carla,
sticks up gets hit down." They're
Carla,
very, very. Japan just now are starting to express individuality, right?
Carla, you know who else has skyscrapers? South Korea.
Yeah, and none of these countries are happy.
Now hold on. When I went to Korea, right? Korea feels like America. When you're in Korea, it feels like you're in
I wouldn't
America.
feel like that.
North
Bro,
Korea. You went to South Korea, right?
South Korea. When
Okay.
you're in South Korea feels like America. Traffic jams, they're not as, they don't feel as collectivist as the Japan. It's dirtier.
Yeah, I don't know why you running all around the birthright issue. Just come back to it. You ain't got to go all around
So the point is, brother, I'm not speaking to you, man, because
Because what?
nothing. I don't know, man. I don't know. But here's the thing,
Collar,
right?
man.
So my point is,
All right,
Carla,
man. None of that. No, I don't want all that, bro.
my
Nancy,
point is,
man, don't let me
Carla,
drop you
he's
down. I don't
joking
want all
around,
that,
man.
man.
He's
It's
not
the
serious,
first day of
man.
the year.
My
I want
point
I'm
is,
not
Carla,
joking. You the only
my
one joking,
my point is,
buddy.
Carla, right? My point is, Carla, right? You talk about skyscrapers. These other places have skyscrapers too.
No, it's not
And
just
yet still they're
skyscrapers.
viewed.
Hold up. When I say skyscrapers, I mean what comes along with the skyscrapers. San Francisco basically is an economic hub of the whole Pacific Rim.
Right,
You know,
right.
everything that hammers out from Japan to Hawaii, all throughout the world, the banks, the insurance companies, the mortgages, the shipping companies and whatnot, the trade and whatnot, you know, the logistics and whatnot, right there in San Francisco. So just a world-class city, you know?
Yes, yeah.
Same thing with New York. So San Francisco is New York on the West Coast, you know?
Right.
And so what I'm saying is rugged individuals are people taking a chance, taking their luck out there, taking a chance when that good or bad. And sometimes luck is on your side, like you said. Sometimes it's not. You know, sometimes you're lucky, whatever like that. That's rugged individual. Don't mean that people don't have associations and organizations. This means that people approach the world through an individualistic point of view. In other words, my problem, your problem. But the bottom line, we can solve common problems from a point of individuals. Not like, you know, my problems or your problem. No, let's look at the problem and let's solve them. Right? But this is what I got out of it. You get out of it. What you did in a homogeneous society, right? If you have a problem in a society, everybody's burdened. When it's not that society where everybody feels burdened. Now, we're a most generous society. We help the poor. We help like that, but that's on an individual. That's why we have individual donations to charities. You get tax write-offs, stuff like that. You know, it's not like somebody's going into your paycheck and saying you got to take this. We got to take a third of your check to feed these people over here. It don't work like that. You know, in this country. You
Yes,
know,
all I'm saying, the reason I brought up Japan is just to say that Japan is more of a, they're viewed more over there, like Japan and stuff like that, as more collectivist societies, right?
yeah. But if I
And
was the same
but if you
race,
go
the
to
same
if you go to
culture, yeah,
Europe,
I would be
if you
too.
go to Europe, if you go to Europe, Europe would be more viewed as like a individualistic type society, right? But they all have, in terms of outcomes, pretty good outcomes measured to other places in the globe, right? And so that's all I'm saying. But the Japan model, because they say like if you someone is clean, because if someone if you're a salary man and you get drunk and you're laying out on the street, no one's gonna like come and just take your stuff, you know, like you're pretty sure that when you get up in the morning, your stuff's still gonna be there. Like in America, more than likely your stuff's gone. In Europe, your stuff's probably gone. You see what I'm saying? But they all have skyscrapers, essentially. They all have good economic outcomes. And so I'm saying that if I was gonna follow a model for our society, yes, they're individualistic there too. That's why they have these big
And also,
corporations.
Japan's cramped on. You know, Japan is the size of the state of California. So you got 150 million people cramped in densely populated cities on an island. So they have to. And also, Japan, they span vertically. Now, let me get what I tell individual. We expand horizontally. That means we build neighborhoods, rows
Right.
and rows of houses because we got plenty of land and open space, right? Japan, they can't do that. They're cramped in cities real tight. You see the average Japanese middle class live in an apartment the size of your living room, you know, but
Right.
they're happy with it, you know.
And
So
by the way, Europe is also has a higher population than the United States, right? With less of a landmass, right? Western Europe, I'm talking about, right? And so they're more cramped there than even us, right? And so, but in Japan, you can still find single family homes because I've been there just outside of Tokyo.
yeah,
Inside
but in the
Tokyo, you can
rural
find
areas you
single
can.
family homes
Not in
too.
Tokyo you can't.
No, no,
In the
no, no,
rural
no, no,
areas,
no, 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 no. Pretty much in Tokyo metropolitan area, you can find single family homes.
that's rare.
You see what I'm saying? Outside of Tokyo, you can find single family homes. Not too far outside of Tokyo, where the Disneyland is and all that over there. You can find single family homes all around that
Yeah,
area
because
there.
Tokyo, you talking about the Tokyo metro area.
In
I
the
know that.
in the
You
Tokyo
know,
metro area, yeah. But yes, but
you know,
they do
every
have a
city
lot
has
of high
metro areas
rises.
that has
Korea,
suburbs and whatnot. I know that, you know, but I'm talking about
Ko-
Tokyo proper, inside Tokyo, the Shingonru, whatever it's called, you
by
know.
the way, San Francisco, you can find single family homes in San Francisco. If you go to the Sunset District and all that, there's single family homes all around there.
Yeah, single family
All by
cost $1
Haight
million
Ashbury.
overrun.
I'm talking big Victorian homes,
They got
all
big
them
houses and
areas.
whatnot. They got rats in
Yeah.
them and everything for $1 million. Okay.
Not all of them, man. They got nice places. Sunset
Yeah, what you
District,
got? San Francisco. That one
South
beautiful.
San Francisco is pretty
You
much
know,
a
I
ghetto.
always wanted to move to San Francisco. I always wanted to move. I said once somewhere along the line, I'm going to make my way to California, and it wasn't going to be SoCal. It was going to be San. I always loved San Francisco. It's always a beautiful looking city. Now I look at it now, like I don't even want to visit.
Bro, San Francisco is nice, man. Don't be fooled, man.
No, I'm looking at San Francisco. That's your liberal experiment gone bad. You know, they'll take care of everybody. San Francisco, basically, oh, we got a drug problem. What was it? Do we arrest people? No, we give them more drugs with it because hey, drug users have rights. You know, we just give
Bro,
them more drugs.
when's the last time you been out there, man?
No, I'm looking at what I seen on TV.
But that's the problem. There you go. That's the
No,
problem.
so I saw a drug deal going down with somebody sold somebody some smack right there on camera. I saw it.
Bro, I'm not saying that don't exist.
I seen
Right?
a
That's not
homeless
my
guy
point.
take a shit right in the street outside of a restaurant. I'm like, God damn, man, there's no way I want to be around this shit.
I'm not saying those you don't have negative things, but generally speaking, out there, if you go out there, it's certain areas. You see that in certain areas, very few areas. But then vast majority of what you see out there, I'm telling you, it's nice, man. You know what I mean? But you know, everybody gotta make their own decision. But this is my point. America's decay, right? If we fall, it's going to be because of our fault. It's because we don't understand that what affects one guy affects you eventually, right? If someone's living in poverty or whatever, right, not educated, whatever, that doesn't just stay in that community. They put things out through media, through entertainment, whatever, and eventually it's going to hit you no matter where you are in the society, because you have the freedom of speech in this society, so all information eventually gets out, right? And so that's my point. If you want to build a society that eliminates or lessens these things, these type of things, you got to build it to where people start to understand other people and don't just look at it as, hey, I'm
Does
protecting me
that
and
go for
mine,
the poor
because you're
people
going to
that
end up with more
downtrodden?
problems.
Hold up, is that only
That's more. That's
down
more
the
of a.
rich?
That's more of what I think the Japanese got right. I want to get into some more reading on their society, because even when that Fukushima happened, they said there was no looting and stuff like that in Japan during Fukushima. You see what I'm saying? So, what can we model from these guys? What can we learn from the way they do things? They're not perfect. They do a lot of fucked up shit. They can't get their birth rates up and all this type of stuff. So they're doing a lot of things that's not cool, or not, we wouldn't look at it as good necessarily, right? But they're doing a lot of things that's good. What can we learn from them? What can we take from them? What can we incorporate? That's my point. Mhm.
Yeah, I would like to know when it's like the it's always seems like the burden on the, like in the black community, white community, whatever like that. It seems like it's always on the burden on the people who made it and doing well. We gotta figure and be burdened by, oh, those people over there ain't doing it. I'm like, oh, look, man, why can't the people who ain't doing good say, look, what can I do to friggin' make things better? What about I send my kids to school and they're attacking? We have a problem with school age kids, teenagers attacking teachers, right? Teachers can't hit baskets. One guy beat this kid down when he took him to jail. You know, people go out of their way. That people are quitting. How are we gonna have teachers in the future where everybody's quitting the teacher profession because the kid's so out of control? That's the problem of the people who want us to be empathetic towards them, right? How come they can't get their kids in order? So that's why
Well,
I
that there's that saying that says, to who, what is it? Like, to whose much responsibility or much is given, much
yeah, a bunch
responsibility,
of
whatever
nonsense.
that
Like
quote
I say,
is.
the bottom line,
Right.
I always see people when they
It
say
goes
that,
like this: to whose much given, much is required.
There
yeah.
you go.
There
Thank you
you
very much, brother.
Yeah,
Thank
a
you very
bunch of
much.
required, but the bottom line, that only always seems like
And so that's
it
the
always
whole
seems like it's
point right
always
there.
one way, right? I say, okay, let's say I'm doing a project, right? Too much is given, much is required. You could be look. I know it's supposed to because I give people a lot of money. My friends and my people that I in my BAO group. When I've been giving people lots of money when but it comes time to go do something, whatever like that, and they're like, oh, Kala, man, I'm just so busy. Whatever. But when it comes down to they need money, whatever like that, to pay this or whatever like that, I'm always there. They said, much is given, much required. That's always on people who have money. But the average person say, well, how can I basically let me do some paperwork for them? Let me make some calls for them. Let me do what I got to do and whatnot. It's never that other way around. It's all, look, what I'm tired of is like everything is being one way, What is getting, what's
Right.
required, Kala? Cut us that check for $1,000, man,
And so
Well,
that's true too. But the
Cut
thing is,
that
man,
check, Kala. You know you got it. Cut that check.
that's my New Year's, I think, for New Year resolution, man. I realized that you can't talk people into doing a thing. Sometimes you got to build it, and then people will see the success and follow. You know what I mean? Or join. Like,
That's
most people don't
another
want to hear
saying
you.
right there. You ever heard this?
Go ahead.
Build it, and they will come.
They will come, right? Very good. Thanks, man. And that's the thing, man. That's what I
well, that's what I know.
realized, man.
I know when I'm trying to do the base camp, I'm trying to build. I know when I build it, they will come. I have no doubt about that. Build
And so
it, they
that's the
will
thing.
come.
It's good to talk about it. It's entertaining. These thought experiments, it's great. It's like saying, hey, if you had $1 million, how would you spend it? It's fun. You can go on for hours doing that. And that's cool. But in reality, you gotta just build something. You just gotta do what you plan on doing. and other people will join.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh yes.
FBA business. Oh,
FBA is a failure. You know. By
FBA.
the way, hold on, let me play some more of this FBA stuff when I ain't letting you off the hook that easy, Bantu.
Yeah, I ain't letting y'all off the hook. Why y'all attacking Tariq for? What did he do?
Yeah,
Were y'all mad because he didn't attack every fucking African that he seen? Man, get the fuck out of here. We don't do that. FBA don't do no shit like that.
There's another beautiful FBA channel.
Telling him right now because again, we watch CNN, MSN now, whatever they call MSNBC, whatever that bullshit, and they eat that shit like a motherfucker, yo.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad we separating the two.
Donald Trump only racist. No, Donald, thank you, Cynthia. Donald Trump only racist because he ran for president. That's the only reason why he racist. He wasn't racist in the 80s.
He got these dudes.
Huh?
You see, that dude basically FBA and MAGA are linking together.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, look, see, he just said that. He said, see, Donald Trump doing that. Basically, the FBA is MAGA, you know?
Man, FBA is not
Yeah,
MAGA.
so how you going to be FBA and MAGA? You ain't never going to get no reparations check, Bantu.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like,
FBA.
I give it to them, though. The right, they got good ways of,
That's what I'm telling him right now because again, we watch CNN, MSN now, whatever they call MSNBC, whatever that bullshit, and they eat that shit like a motherfucker, yo.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad we separating the two.
Donald Trump only racist. No, Donald, thank you, Cynthia. Donald Trump only racist because he ran for president. That's the only reason why he racist. He wasn't racist in the 80s. He
got these dudes.
It's Elon and Zuckerberg.
I'd rather talk to somebody else though. It's like seven people in the request. It's like 7 people in the request.
That's cool.
Like a lot of people in the request.
Yeah, let somebody else.
Yeah, it's 9 people in the request actually.
When he ain't real.
Sorry, that chick was fine. I look at that. She was
I think it's the part that they be in.
This man speaks.
Come on, let's go. Welcome to the United Snakes, land of the thief.
A later picture and versus the one that you showed before that. The one you showed was 1579. He came later with a 1595 photo.
Yeah,
two different photos, and too much of a gap in between of the timelines.
Yeah, but,
you see what I'm saying?
But the reason why I said that is because this is the photo that he was showing, right? And look at this. I mean, from my perspective, it looks like a person with like African features, right? But then you have other features, like you have this very dark looking person in the back. You have
like a caveman.
You have these people all these people have different features. It's not just
hold
one.
on.
Type
this
of
is
person.
a drawing. This is like a drawing that somebody did, right? Of the matter of fact, this is like something that they made. This is not even a drawing of people. Like this is symbolism in the picture. Look at the hands over the eyes, hands over the mouth, hands over the ears.
I have two questions.
Come on, man.
I have two questions. One is, what year did this exact event happen? What year did this event happen?
Let me see.
Let me tell you guys the other. Can I tell you guys the other part of the plan?
Y'all punch it down on the wrong
that you probably.
What country is this,
Hold on.
Hey. Let me.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Creed.
Let me look at Congress,
hold on, because I'm tired of hearing that punching down the wrong. Sir, Black Americans hold everybody in this country accountable. Okay? So
she just said
everybody's only crashing out, sir. Every ethnic group been held accountable. Okay?
As a Nigerian, I know how my people can be, and I know that we are too quick to take offense, and we are too prideful to admit that our country is a disaster. That's why in this Anthony Joshua case, people are too fixated on people making other sentiments and thinking bad about Nigeria as opposed to actually focusing on how terrible the state of the country is. And I think that's where a lot of Nigerians' frustrations come from. Like a Nigerian like me, who's out, in diaspora, seeing
That's right, girl.
how terrible our country is. But then you see Nigerians online defending our government, trying to downplay and gaslight us into believing that's going on is perfectly fine and normal. And the thing about it is complete delusion fueled by our pride, fueled by our ego. I'm more interested in the actual betterment of the quality of life for the average Nigerian as opposed to protecting the image of Nigeria. And see, a lot of Nigerians say that, We're literally suffering and smiling. Just like Philippines talked about.
I ain't gotta say shit. Listen.
I don't. Where do y'all be coming from? 4C hair is an indigenous African trait. No, it's a melanated indigenous people around the world trait. I don't see, and people don't understand the hijack that the word Africa has.
That's your FBA. Black is the
Listen. Hey, dispute anything that was said.
Oh, the only people that got nappy hair like yours, Bantu, are people from Africa. You know.
No, but didn't he just say that people all around the world got the nappy hair?
People all around the world don't got 4C hair. Only Black Africans.
So you trying to tell me people in South America, people in fucking Brazil, people in fucking man, stop this bullshit, man.
Yo, look, let me tell you something. You know, I could basically show you some. Okay, Bantu, you forced me to do it, man.
Nah, man, you can show people with straight hair in Africa too. So what's the point?
No. I'm gonna show you some African hair. And I'm gonna show you like your hair.
Man, come on, man. You gotta stop. You can't win this point, Golly.
I'm gonna show you what you need to get used to.
You can't dispute it, man.
I'm gonna
undisputable.
4C hair.
It's undisputable, man.
This is what your little baby girl is gonna have, Bantu, when you have a child. You know.
Fuck you, man.
Hey, man, you gotta get used to it, man.
Hey, nothing could be disputed. What was said, you just trying to make up.
Hold on. I got something for you, bro. 4C hair, man.
Nah.
I just think those are good, man. I gotta get some bald chicks up here, you know. Bring the point home, you know. 4C hair, man. That hair that can't grow past 1 inch or whatnot, you know. That's what it is, man. That's what God gave you, man. You know, love it. I know y'all Negroes want some long hair, exotic and whatnot. You know, you want to be like, yo, man, my queen and what? She got that long flowing hair coming on the beach.
Hey, man.
So, man, I'm gonna tell you what you need to get used to, bro.
That's you, Kyla. That's you. You want that shit. I want a nice nappy head girl. I can just grab her hair. Hey, come here.
Hey, like I said, here's you, Bantu. That's your.
I don't want no. What the fuck is your point, Kyla?
Yeah, that's what man. Look, Bantu, man. That's what you're talking about, man.
So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
I'm just saying, but that is African hair, you know.
Okay.
African hair, that long flowing shit, you know, down to the butt.
All right.
You know.
All right.
You know, that's not even African. That's not even African. You know, that's not even African. You know, that's not even African, right? You know, that's like mulatto. She's nah. I'll tell you what. Nope.
Oh, look at her. Go back. I like her.
Nope. No, that's a little mulatto. She don't even try it, man.
I like her, man.
That's what that's what you need.
Color, man.
That's a black woman. That's a real black woman. You know. Nah, no, she's like a ambiguous. Nope. Can't have that Bantu.
I'll take her.
Nope.
No.
Sorry, Bantu.
I'll take her.
The one on the left. Yeah.
No, that was the one on the left for you. I'll take the other one.
One on the left for you. That's you, bro.
Nah, that's all you.
Like Cicely
that's
Tyson.
all you, my black African, Pan African.
Yeah. That's you, man. Like Cicely Tyson, man. That's you, man.
Hey, man, you know what? All these hair is beautiful, though.
Yeah, that right there. Let's see. Let's test your beauty, right? That's like a white girl, man. Come on, you know.
I'll take it.
There you go, man.
Nah. That's all you, bro. That's all you.
Like, man,
all you.
You know. So.
Yeah.
And we know Mari Shy. We love your 4C hair, Mari. You know. We love your hair, you know.
So yeah, at the end of the day,
what I hate is
that was
hold up. When people try to 4C the whole entire world, man, no, it don't work like that. See that? That's African hairstyle. See that flat nose, whatnot, them big lips, man. That's African, you know. That's an African hairstyle, you know. Oh, you don't have 4C hair. Oh, Mary says I got 3C/4C. Okay, I got that wrong. Sorry, Marisha. I'm very sorry about saying that. You don't have 4C hair, you have 3C. Thank God. You know. Yeah. Baby Rodriguez got 4C hair. She's loving it, you know. You know. So it is what it is. But yeah, folks, so we're gonna, this is gonna be a new year, man. We gotta appreciate all our beauty, you know. All black women be beautiful, you know. They be all beautiful. I think y'all all beautiful. I love my sisters, man. I love my sisters, you know. All hair is beautiful, you know. 4C, you wish. Come on, baby Rodriguez. You know, I know all 4C women are just mean. They're angry all the time. You and that, what's that, 4 Righteous? Y'all got 4C hair, you know. Like the meanest somebody is, the more 4C hair they got, you know. There's nothing wrong with that, you know.
Yeah,
so more of this delineation.
More delineation.
Now let me address the delineation, right?
Yeah.
You know, I would like this. Okay, black people want to delineate from Caribbean and African Negroes. I get it, right? But what about us black people who want to delineate from the FBA types, you know? What about the ones that, like us who's tired of getting pickpocketed, tired of getting our car broken?
Hey, nobody's holding you, man. Go your way.
We are, man. So the bottom line is we don't want to be labeled FBA, man, because
you don't have to be. You could be your black infrastructure, black African infrastructure.
Well, I'm African American that has a black African infrastructure, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to hold on to that, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly a hold on to dear life, man.
Hey, you better hold on to dear life because ain't no stopping FBA, man.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. Why do you guys got the American flag? What happened to the red, black, and green? Y'all got the red, white, and blue, man. What the hell's up with that, you know?
Because, I mean, the red, black, and green, that's Pan-Africanism. And
you could have done a lot with the Pan-African, but you guys giving up, man. You guys are basically going to the white man and say, Mr. White Man, you know, what should I do when that? Okay, first thing is he goes, okay, Bantu Mandika, the first thing you need to do is roll over like a dog and bark. You roll over like a dog and bark.
What the fuck did
The second thing you got to do is go to the master's feet.
Never.
Kiss the white man's feet, right?
Never.
And let us rub your head for good luck. You know, like a good FBA,
Never.
you know, that's what Tariq is doing.
Why you say Tariq is doing that?
Because Tariq is basically forming some alliance with MAGA, you know.
Well, how you say that? I don't know.
Because he's basically talking about Somali immigrants and ICE raids and talking about Somalis. Like came to him and said, Mr. Tariq, man, we're going to delineate. See, even if I said that, man, if I got a Somali on my line when I'm not going to, even though, look, I don't like Somalis, right? But when Somali called on my show tonight, man, I'm going to be like, yeah, I understand, blah, 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 blah. Tariq is just like throwing the guy under the bus. Well, look, nigga, it's not that important, you know? Like, for example, it's like Tariq goes around making enemies for Black America, right? I never said I disliked Nigeria. I never said
man, the way you talk about Nigeria.
Yeah, but I never said I hated them, though, you know?
Who would did he said he hated him?
Well, no, look, Anthony Joshua, right? He said we don't claim this nigga, whatever, like this, whatever.
Right.
Like that,
so he's not FBA.
He said we don't claim him. By 2 years ago, he said we don't claim him. He's not FBA. He's not like, what's kind of fucking shit? Now because he beat Jake Paul or not, and he's like everybody looking at him like, whoa, who's this tall, fine black man He did that. Now Tariq wants to get closer and say, "Oh yeah, man."
Nah, that's bullshit, man.
That's what he's saying. You know.
Nah.
Okay. All right. I hate to do this to you, man.
I seen you play the video earlier when the dude.
I got more.
You got a different one.
I'm gonna find one. You know.
It's bullshit, Colin, man.
And on Anthony Joshua. What
you gonna do? Say, oh, you gonna just dog him out because he beat up Jake Paul?
No, but Tariq on his dick right now.
Proclaim his faith.
Nah, it ain't like that, man.
You're the
it's
first
not like that. I don't think it's like that. Nah.
In a Muslim country. Wow.
I was happy when AJ knocked him out too. That don't mean he FBA. Like what the fuck is this?
A big role. My uncles went and to.
But
white people.
I really think they'll try to kill him.
They just love white people.
What city you in?
And all them fucking Nigerians will say the same
Come on,
thing.
you a traveling preacher.
Call in.
Only source of income, going around the country scamming motherfuckers. That's your only source of income. You need no alphabet agency to do anything to you. We're not together. We don't have anything going on in Africa. You don't help us here. What is there to divide? Only thing that's divided is the gap between them teeth where you're biting down on bushmeat. You can't answer that question. You got delusions of grandeur. The FBI, you ain't that important for anybody to have to be infiltrated by the FBI. You ain't got nothing going on. Good Lord. Nigga, the only FBI you need to worry about is flies, bushmeat, and insects. The hell you talking about? You ain't got nothing going on. You're not important. You're a nobody. See, y'all have this delusions of grandeur. They come around us. Nobody pays attention to you. Nobody. You don't have anything. You don't have an identity. Nothing. You don't have an identity. You have to come around us, whining to us so that people can pay attention to you, and then pretending that there's something important about you. You're trying to stop all of our progress. What progress? You hopping on an inner tube, floating somewhere?
Oh yeah, that's Tariq.
Need no alcohol.
Now that was very mean what he just said, man. It's about bushmeat.
Carla, I heard you say shit worse than that. Way worse.
What did I say that could compare to that? You know?
Carla, you want me to repeat it, man?
Yeah, go ahead. Repeat
you
what
call
I said.
Africans a bunch of savages, a bunch of soulless motherfuckers, and all kind of shit.
I put it in context.
No, you didn't.
I put it in context, right?
I don't give a fuck.
Elvis gets up there and talks about. I asked Elvis a simple question, right? You know, shouldn't we administer the country? Who's the best administrator? No, we got a rule on that. That is a fucking savage, you know.
There you go. Did he just put it in context for you?
But he just basically called the guy bushmeat for no reason. He don't know anything about the guy. The guy didn't even say nothing. You know, like this, you know.
Well, I mean, you know, he called in there for that smoke, so he got that smoke.
He'll call the guy a savage for no reason, you know. At least when I call people savages, I got to Elvis.
Man, what reason you got to call Elvis a savage?
Because Elvis is a savage, you know.
What reason you got?
Elvis, you civilized human being?
What fucking Elvis? Where the fuck you at?
I like Elvis too, man. I like Elvis. We can make him civilized one day, you know.
What the fuck reason you got called Elvis a savage?
So what I've observed, I never met him, but I've read for online and whatnot. You know, his mentality is a savage. You know, how do you look at a beautiful country like Liberia and hate the most beautiful part of the country, what our ancestors were able to build? You know, that country. That's why I'm writing my next book is Liberia, the golden years, 1945 to 1980. Oh my God. Illustrations. I can't wait to get started on this, man. It is going to be off the friggin' chain. I'm going to show the beauty and the progress of Liberia. Oh, Marshall, that's so mean. I am not. You know,
Colin trying to put up Tariq shit. You make Tariq shit look like a baby once you start going off on him.
Please, man. But how do you basically say a thing that destroyed a country so beautiful? You know, I'm gonna tell you a story. Do you know if it wasn't for Liberia, Liberia was the one who got Namibia's independence? Well, some people say, well, Liberia wanted to make Namibia a colony or something like that. That's what some garbage, because they want to settle more Black Americans and make Namibia a frontier colony for the diaspora, whatever. But anyway, it said that South Africa's hold over Southwest Africa at the time, Namibia, was illegal. And it took it to international court. And then eventually UN ruled against South Africa, right? And that's what in 1980 it ruled against South Africa. 1990 it had its first all race election, the SWAPO, you know.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, Liberia brokered the Lancaster Agreement. Liberia brokered the peace in Angola and the Congo. Liberia, the True Whig Party of Liberia, was one of the most powerful political parties in the world. Liberia was like the capital of Africa, the political capital of Africa at one time. And so basically, like this. So, like I said, I'm gonna show the history of this great country. But Elvis looks at it like, whoa, it's because his people weren't doing nothing. Like, that's how these people are. A civilized person will be like, man, I'm from this country. You got a lot of young Liberians. They're from the native background. They're like, man, our country did this. They don't give a shit about what background the people were that did it. You know, all they know is their country. But Elvis is a savage. All he knows is his crop. You know.
So I mean, hey, Elvis, you gotta come defend yourself.
This idea that everybody deserves a voice. You know, everybody does. How am I betraying? She goes, betrayal has consequences. What am I betraying? I'm just telling you, FBA people are funny, you know?
Hey, man.
I wish there was something worth betraying. With FBA, I wish there was something worth betraying, you know?
FBA.
The FBA got you gotta admit, FBA, I look on TikTok, they got the meanest sisters, man. God, man.
Oh, yeah. Ain't them girls something else, man?
Yeah, they were. The way they call Africans, man. Like, God
damn. Wait, them girls are something else. Whoa.
You know, they got like 4 baby fathers and whatnot, you know. They're taking on frustrating on Africans, man.
Hey, man. They don't want to start all that fucking online desperate shit. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but we gotta be better than that. We gotta rise above that shit, you know.
FBA is rising above it, man.
Oh, y'all in the mud, man. Y'all in the fucking dirt.
Nah. FBA not in the mud, man. That's those African hating people, man. That's not FBA.
Yeah, but I think a lot of
that's those people like you, Kyler. That's those people like you who be calling them all kind of soulless savages and shit. That's them people like you, man.
No, I don't call everybody savages. I call savages, you know? Yeah. I don't call African savages. I call savages. I call some FBA savages, you know?
Well, okay, yeah, okay.
Some FBAs are savages, man, you know?
All right.
I look at some of these rappers and shit like that, you know, some of these YNs and whatnot, I call them savages too, you know. Which are fucking savages, you know.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I like people. I'm like, look, I think people ought to have good behavior and good morals and character. That's all I can ask for people, and knowing when to shut the fuck up. You know, some people they're out when not and they're on their phone. Yeah, one thing I hate is when people, FBA people, they be out there and they be on the phone, right? And they always got the phone to their mouth or not. It's on speaker, right? I was like, in 5 minutes, I should not know your whole damn life story, you know?
I know. I don't like that shit either, man. Be honest with you. I don't like
that's
that.
FBA. You gotta tell that. Trigger says,
hey, y'all FBAs, hey, keep y'all conversations personal. Nobody want to hear that shit, man.
They're like, it's also some stupid, you know. FBA is a product of West African betrayal. No, I don't think it's part of your own betrayal, you know.
Hey, it's just FBA time. It just, you know, ain't nothing else to it.
So it's hilarious, man. It's just a funny situation. Colin, man, because Africans want him to call. I don't want to call. That's another thing. Why do Africans always think I'm trying to colonize somebody, you know?
Oh, Colin mad because Africans won't allow him to colonize. Yeah, Colin the colonizer. The colonizer. Somebody called you the colonizer. They pissed you off. Who was that? It was an African. Was it an African dude?
Yeah, both of them. You know, everybody called me a colonizer. You know?
Boy, he was fucking hot.
What you call it? What gets me is, how am I a colonizer? Do I got an army? Do I got a fucking an air force? Do I got tanks? Do I got a navy? How the hell could I colonize somebody? You know, how the hell could I colonize? How the frick I do?
That's right. Let it read the African goddess comment. You want me to read it? College Genesis. You might disagree with the FBA movement, but their desire to be recognized as an ethnic group has nothing to do with other aspects of their lives. College Genesis from the African goddess.
What it is that when the FBA comes out and they have a real concrete plan, whatever like that, other than just hating Africans all day. I would like to see the FBA's smoke to the Mexicans in California. You're out in California. We were talking about you earlier, you know.
Who was talking about me earlier? What? I'm not in California.
Negro.
I'm not in California. I'm in Illinois.
That's right. You're from California, though.
Well, yeah, I'm from California. What happened?
I'm saying y'all have no smoke for y'all. Y'all scared to even mention Mexicans, you know.
Man, motherfuck them. Anybody can get it.
Running, you know,
FBA style, nigga.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all scared
straight like that.
But y'all in California, there's no Africans out in California when y'all sitting there banging on the Africans and they ain't even there, you know.
Black
FBA doesn't hate Africans, they hate tethers. What about the FBA? Aren't they kind of tethers there? Trigger Trey? The FBA are freaking tethers, you know. They tether themselves to the white man, you know.
Ain't nobody tethered to no fucking.
Yeah, if you have red, white, and blue, you're tethered, you know.
What? Say that again.
If you wear the red, white, and blue, you're tethered to the United States. And what the United States say, you're trying to tether yourself to America's greatness, you know. That's a tether.
We are America's greatness. There is no America without FBA. Right. America doesn't exist without FBA. You got to understand that. All you people got to understand that.
Oh, you are an American Negro.
Okay, American Negro, sure.
Yeah, so bottom line
FBA is, now today.
Oh, hold up. The white man defines you and limits you to everything, you know?
Okay, well, we defining ourselves now, FBA. We the foundation of this country. We built it. Donald Trump said it all with his orange face. Where you at, the real Donald Trump? Didn't you say it?
Reggie Jackson, evidently he's your FBA buddy. He said you can't be telling something yeah, but you did not create this country, you know? You were not.
Why not, Carlo? Why not?
Because your ancestors were in chains when this country was created.
Just what? Because you was in chains, you didn't help create it?
Yeah, so in other words, basically, you know, after the, Bantu man thing, I hate to tell you this, man, but after the Revolution War, you know how many black men fought for the revolution?
No, I know what happened. They got treated like shit, and they got killed and everything like that.
No. What happened to them that basically, when they were celebrating that they basically helped liberate this country from Britain? What happened to them?
You tell me, though.
They said, you know something? They said, so we got to do something, right? We need, the crops are going bad and whatnot. You know, we need niggas back on the field. So they start rounding niggas up, soldiers, disarming them, rounding them up, whatnot. Tell them they had to go on a special assignment, right? And next thing you know, they marched them to an auction block, and sold them off back into slavery.
Yeah, but see, that's what makes our story so much greater.
Don't you get mad when the same people, same flag that you fought for betrayed you like that?
Yeah, that's why you create a new flag.
No, the flag has red, white, and blue in there, Negro.
Yeah, it has red, white, and blue. But I mean, what? Oh, look at it. Listen to the fake Donald Trump. You, sir, didn't build anything. Your ancestors did. That's what I meant. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I said y'all Negroes didn't build anything.
Hey, Donald Trump, man, I done told you, man. Don't make me come find you, man. You better send that motherfucking private jet before I come find your motherfucking ass, man. Telling you.
Okay, yeah. I hate to see if that was a real person. Next thing you know, I'm gonna knock on my door
No, they gonna come from my door. Don't mess with Kyla Genesis. You come to Madman's house.
I don't really care to tell you the truth. They said, all of a sudden, they said, "Where's Bantu Mandinka? Don't trust that new nigga over there." You know. I said, "Man, come on. I'll plead for you." I said, "Yo, Bantu's a dusty Negro. Probably didn't know what he's talking about." You know.
What how I don't know what I'm talking about? The real Donald Trump owed me 18 trillion. How I don't know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, man. Would you go to? Do you got a suitcase big enough to carry the 18 trillion in?
Oh man, he go build a bank for me, man. What the fuck you talking about?
Have you got a bank? Do you got a bank ready to take all that money?
Yeah, we got banks ready to take all that money.
No, man, that's a lot of money, man. How you gonna carry 18 trillion somewhere? You know, you need trucks.
Carla, we live in the age of digital. We could put
they gotta give you that shit cash, man. You know,
we could put that shit in a digital bank and give everybody a black card. Come on, Donald Trump, quit playing with me, man.
It don't work like that, man. You know,
it's just that easy.
I would suggest Negroes. The best thing you can do is get yourself.
It's just that easy, the real Donald Trump.
Hold on. You should get yourself a digital job application. You know, fly online, right? Put your social security number, where you live at. You know, tell what your hobbies are and your likes and dislikes, your employment history, and you get yourself a job. But as a matter of fact, you know something. This is right. ICE in 2026 is spending $100 million on recruitment.
Wait, who?
ICE.
Oh yeah, I was trying to sign up, but they had too many. They had too many people wanting to go.
So, like I said, you guys get your reparations right there.
Yeah, I was trying to sign up, but they had like hundreds of thousands of people trying to sign up.
So y'all be happy. You're locking up immigrants,
making
somebody else's life miserable. And, hey man, so
sign me up, man. I'm ready.
You know, so like I said, you guys got a thing. So they're basically spending money, you know.
Focus Day. He want the link.
Yeah, I am. Oh yeah. I gotta hear my Liberian brother.
Yeah, come on up.
I will be there in less than 2 months. You know, less than 2 months I'll be there.
You be going to your promised land, huh?
Yeah, damn right. For any luck, man. Not just I ain't know. There's no way in the world, man. Like I said, this is what angers me. That's why I said I don't want to hear nobody's bullshit. I kick that Ibrahim clown out of here, you know, because they're talking to that guy for a couple of years now. Nothing came out of it, man. Just more rubbish and talk and conspiracy. Look, I don't mind listening to people's conspiracy theories and bullshit if I'm gonna benefit somehow, you know. What's up, Dave?
Yo, good evening, fellas, man. Happy New Year's, man.
Happy New Year, Dave.
Cheers, cheers,
New Year's, man. Dinka, man. Happy New Year's, Colin.
Cheers,
my fellow Pan-African brother.
Yeah,
yo,
man,
what do you think about the former finance minister under indictment in Liberia, man?
But that's normal.
I met that guy. I was eating one time, right? And you know what gets me is I was like, "What's up, man? You're the finance minister."
You talking about Samuel Twa?
Yeah, I'll say he looked at me like, "Who is this guy?" Man, that's when I first went to Liberia. And then my wife and my friend was like, let's go someplace else.
They're not black nationalists, Kyla. That's the first thing.
I know.
These guys, they don't care. You know, they in it for themselves.
Hey, what do you think about my idea for a base camp? You listened earlier?
No, I wasn't listening earlier. I'm gonna call you tomorrow, Kyla. I've been busy, man. I've been busy. I'm gonna highlight you tomorrow.
Yo, the base camp is doable, right? Because you and I know we got plenty of land. The base camp would be like around, I would say, 20 acres. That's probably all it needs, right?
Kyla, Liberians the Liberians right now, they don't like Liberia, man. You like Liberia more than Liberians, man.
I'm seeing a lot of people on TikTok. They're big up in the country, though. Young Liberians on TikTok. But the people, only people like Elvis and them don't like the shit, you know?
Man.
Yeah, tell them the real, Dave. Tell them what you really been seeing.
What I say, Dave, is this, right? There's a lot. Do you know about the story about Liberia and Namibia, right?
Nah, I don't know that story.
Okay, the Liberia and after World War II, right? Liberia began contesting South Africa's like a lot of apartheid stuff, right? Like Rhodesia, you know, South Africa was in the fight for Africa for a long time, you know. And Liberia said, "Man, we're not going to be happy until every last single country in Africa is free," you know.
Yeah.
So one of the cases they took on was early on was Namibia. Was called Southwest Africa at the time, right? And this was people no one even talked about. Liberia brought the case. They got international attention. They went around the world, said this South Africa's rule over Southwest Africa was illegal, right? The first court, right? It's like an international court back then, like the League of Nations and that, didn't listen to them, right? And then Liberians didn't give up. They went to the newly formed UN, right? You know, and said they made the case, got enough international support, right? Where they basically threatened sanctions on South Africa at the time. And then what happened was over a time period by the 80s, SWAPO, the energy created from that, right? People start going there, you know, international organizations are going there, and SWAPO was formed, right? And in 1990, they got their independence, you know? Liberia is directly brokered that, you know? Because they led Liberia led Africa out of colonialism, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they did it, man. But
Yeah,
a
but
lot
when
of
you listen
a
to
lot of
Liberians,
a lot of Liberians don't understand the responsibility of being Liberian. That's why that's
yeah,
the
it's
problem.
not just your little tribal group. When you talk about
It's a big
Africa,
responsibility within Africa.
And also the diaspora. Liberia had two things. It had black people in the West and had Africa. There was a lot of responsibility on that little tiny country, you know? It was supposed to be the voice of the diaspora and the voice of colonial Africa. It's all at one time. That little tiny country, you know? And so I'm writing another book, Dave. I'm gonna write. It's gonna be 1945 to 1980, Liberia, the golden years. What do you think?
You know, Elvis not gonna like that book, man.
Of course he's not. You know, he's gonna be
a lot of people not gonna like that book, man.
And that's exactly what I'm writing. You know,
a lot of people not gonna like that book. Oh, what's this?
Hey, you can come on the show, Bebe Rodriguez. You can hit the link. Carla welcomes everybody.
This is not going to be a novel, so hopefully I can probably complete it by the end of the year, you know, and have it published.
It's just a lot of research. That's all, pictures and stuff. You got
a lot of stuff I already know, but that's what I want to make sure because I want to get a bibliography, you know. Yeah. So nobody say you just made this up. No, it's going to be references, bibliography, and everything like that. Everything, you know, with citations, all that shit's going to be in there, you know.
Yeah.
Pictures, everything. I'm gonna have so many pictures and whatnot. It's like it's really gonna do Liberia justice.
Why are you making that kind of book, Kyla? You know, what's the purpose of making this book?
Because the bottom line, we got a lot of people, Black Americans, interested in Liberia. I'm trying to build the Association of African Americans of Liberia up and really build it. You know, really build it. That's my.
Also, there's a lot of falsehoods, man. A lot of people say the African Americans enslaved the natives.
And I was like, you know what I said to a guy? I said, look, how could 5% of the population enslave the majority people who are well armed and military trained warriors? How could they possibly do that? By magic? You know, then they think, oh. And then when you press them, like they'll say, no, man, we kicked those American Liberians' butt. Yeah, but how can you kick our butt and we enslave you at the same time? They don't know this back and forth. You know, the main thing is
I think it's just straw man scapegoat arguments because
they need somebody to blame their problems on. You know?
The last 45 years has been a failure. And
utter failure, you know.
Instead of just asking the brothers and sisters, how do we go about it? It's just I just want to show arrogance, you know.
And one thing about Africans is their pride, man. You know, pride goes before the fall. The African man,
but pride to kill you, man.
African man's full of pride. Every one of them, you know. African man, when he got his pride on the line, and whatnot, you know, he will not budge. You know. Other people, I see the Japanese are just the opposite. They got so much, right? But they're very humble.
Yeah.
You know, How can the people so great like the Japanese never brag about what they have?
Look at Nigeria. Look at the situation with the Joshua and Anthony.
Yeah, but Nigeria's so
that shit was crazy on day.
No, listen, the guy.
You know the first thing that came to my head, shit.
You know, Kyler, the guy flew out for treatment. He didn't trust.
Yeah,
the
hold on.
treatment in
Elvis
Nigeria.
saying no, he's still in
No,
Nigeria.
let me get out of here.
You know,
flew out
and the ambulance. They didn't have ambulance. They had to take away in a police car because they didn't have an ambulance.
If AJ wasn't so fucking big, man, he would have died. And you know what I'm saying? I think they set his ass up. I'm saying.
No, I'm saying I hate conspiracy.
Allegedly.
I know.
Allegedly.
Africa, that's how they just drive like that.
Driving,
nigga, they drive crazy in Africa.
Man, fuck all that. Of course they drive. Yeah, they drive crazy. But it's just a coincidence that Anthony Joshua crashed. Man, get the fuck out. Ain't no coincidence, man.
Go over there, bro.
Ain't no coincidence, man.
Everybody got a freaking. Hey, let me ask you a question. The New Year's resolution is why don't
what's your
things like it is instead of coming up with conspiracy theory for everything? You know, they'll say Banty Man, they could be watching Bugs Bunny and say, you know something, man. You know something, Bugs always.
Yeah, the thing is, I take it just like it is. He crashed in Nigeria. That's it.
That's it. You know, it was no conspiracy. You know, he just crashed, man. Bad luck. You know, so what's that? You know,
that shit happen over there.
But
the way they be
like I
driving.
said, it's not a coincidence.
Racing and overtaking. You know how they be driving over there.
I heard this guy, the driver, is gonna be charged with reckless driving.
Yeah, this guy. You know how those guys drive, Colin. Overtaking.
I tell my driver when I'm driving, I said, slow the fuck down. I tell him, slow the fuck down, you know. I was telling him right there, slow the fuck down, man. I said, I get it. I know it's like you driving on Grand Bassa Highway and whatnot. He tries to open that shit up. I'm like, no, man, slow the fuck down. You know. There's another car coming on the other side. You don't like go swerve, we're dead, you know. I go slow that shit down, man. We'll get there. You know.
I even heard somebody say, Dave, that they disabled the computer that he was in his car.
Who said that?
I don't know. I was listening to somebody on fucking YouTube. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, man, these motherfuckers, stay off YouTube, man. They got some dumb out there, you know?
But to me, it's like it's no coincidence. It has to be some kind of explanation.
Oh yeah, he got to an accident. 2 people died. He didn't. You know.
Yeah.
You know, 2 people died. He didn't. He's lucky. You know.
You know what, man? Listen.
That's just and
shit.
You know?
I know we like to say shit just happens, but
yeah,
sometimes be like that.
Shit happens for a reason.
Bro.
Shit happens for a reason, man.
It happens for a reason. The bottom line is,
it happens for a reason.
So, like I said, so he's alive. That's the main thing. That's a good thing. You know.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing, though. Yeah, he's still alive.
Yeah, everyone says black people are conspiracy theories. Oh yeah, I know.
Black people are conspiracy or hilarious.
Yeah, black people conspiracy theories is like, oh, geez. Every time I look around,
yeah, I'm gonna
leave
it alone.
I wish Negroes would come up with.
I ain't gonna say shit.
I wish look. It's like Abraham. Right?
Already said it.
If somebody basically could come up with an idea, a conspiracy on how I could get $10 million in my hand tomorrow or not, then I listen to it, right? No, but they got every other conspiracy theory out there. You know?
All right, let me see. Let me think of something where we could get 10 mils.
Negroes don't have no conspiracy theory.
You want me to say it online or you want to say it?
I ain't talking about legally. I ain't talking about your freaking drug money and shit like that.
Nah, it ain't no drug money. We could do something legal.
You know what I'm saying? So, no, you know what I'm saying? Like this. Where's the fucking Negroes that's doing something like the Somalis? They got millions of dollars. They got billions of dollars looted place.
Somalis got reparations, man.
They looted that fucking state.
So man. You think that's what? That's a good thing. You think that's a good thing? They fucking just stole.
It's not a good thing, but they got their reparations.
And got their reparations from what?
What I'm saying is, if they could do that shit illegally, even though we've been here 400 years, we can't get a hold to. Let me give you an example. Dave, break it down to them. How much does the state of New Jersey, do every $100 How much is that? How much?
Every $100 spent
Oh yeah,
on
he
a
said that.
business
14
in the
cents.
state of New Jersey, you get 14 to 15
Yeah,
cents
you
on
played the
every
video last
$100.
time.
So now what I'm saying is, how come we can't figure out how to get more? And you know something? They said the friggin' white businesses, $17 billion worth of contracts. I was, procurement contracts are everything, right? It's almost like
15 out of the 18 billion.
Yeah, I thought it was 17.
Yeah, it's 7. They get 17 billion out of the
18 billion dollars,
18 billion.
Yeah. And so what I'm saying is this: you know how you watch The Sopranos, shit like that, when they got the fucking the city contracts or asbestos removal and shit like that. Yeah. That's how they get so rich, Yeah. Black people are almost like they're so scared to even ask, where's all the fucking money at? Look, we can't be working people to fucking forever. So you FBAs need to get off your fucking ass. You guys talking about being in America. Y'all need to make the transition of fucking getting into the fucking.
Hey, Colin, don't worry about it, Colin.
FBA's not
don't worry
talking
about
this situation. That's a big situation.
FBAs are always broke, man. God damn, man.
We talk about this situation instead of talking about tethers.
Tethers.
I don't want y'all talking about tethers. Talk about this some real shit, man.
Hey, that's
Don't worry about it. That's why you guys are dusty, man. Don't worry about some reparations that's not gonna happen.
It's gonna happen, man. Don't worry about it. Why you
now? Worth of
reparation?
Gotta be killing me, Murray. Shy.
But I'm still getting dusty Negroism, man. I've had enough, man. Dustiness, man. Ain't funny no more.
Oh shit.
So I'm saying like this.
Don't worry about it, Colin. We getting that money. You see,
let me ask you this, right?
You every day, and you have no.
Hold on. Don't we black people in New Jersey keep the Democrats in power? And stuff like that. So every state legislature is all Democrat, right?
Yeah, that video you showed.
Now they would not be there if it wasn't for black people, right? So the payoff is we get 15 cents out of every $100 spent on businesses.
Poverty is the payoff, Kyla. Poverty.
Yeah, that video you show, he looked like a Democrat, like he was looking for some votes.
I don't know. That dude just like he wanted money,
Yeah, on some votes.
He was just explaining the
situation,
why this situation going on, that they cutting those benefits.
David Rodriguez says, "Who's broke?"
You more on the hole.
David Rodriguez.
Putting you more on the hole.
I'm not talking. Hold on. Let me say it. I'm not talking about the money you make working at Wendy's. Right? I'm talking about fucking real business that's going to could transport
hundreds of millions of dollars.
What?
Hundreds of millions of dollar contracts.
$100 million contracts.
Hey, real Donald Trump, man, send my fucking jet, man. Quit playing with me.
I say, like I said, we got dusty Negroes, man. They want a free jet. They want
ain't nothing free. How's something free when they owe me? What the fuck you talking about?
I wonder how much the black people in California get. I probably even less than that. It's probably 2 cents on every $100.
Damn.
I know Chicago's a little higher because black people get a lot of city con.
Oh yeah, black people run Chicago.
The one thing about Chicago back in the days, man, the black business and the black political class, they didn't care what white people thought, man. They took that city.
Oh yeah, Chicago, Illinois is on the move, man.
Chicago's a different story, man. But New York, New Jersey, y'all can have that shit, man. New York and New Jersey, man. I'm just embarrassed and shit. But then again, New York and New Jersey, the mafia, the Italians, it's that old shit I'm tired of, man. That's why I love Virginia. Black people get so many government contracts here. It's unreal. We got Navy contracts, government contracts, city contracts, everything. I love it here in this part.
Yeah, those is all FBA. All FBA.
No, well, African Americans. We don't know nobody.
Them is all FBA.
FBA is a fucking dusty people, man.
Everybody
here in this area love Africa, Pan Africanists. They go to Ghana. They go to different African countries and whatnot. You know, they go to the islands and whatnot. Ain't nobody know damn FBA.
Yeah, that's because they FBA.
I know FBA. Nobody knows FBA. FBA is an embarrassment, man. You guys are a bunch of insults.
Talk your shit, Bantu. Hold it down, brother.
You got to sneak it in there, Bantu, right?
You know, I got to jab him. I got to sneak it in there while he talking.
I wish you
be trying to put the Billy Club on the FBA. I'm like, nah, watch out, son.
You know what I'm saying? I wish you it was staying. Look, baby, Rodriguez. Part of the thing is I can go anywhere I want to. You know, I mean, I can be here with you in America. You know what gets me is when I finally do move to Africa, right? I'm gonna be still doing this show. What are y'all gonna say then? You know, Kyle, stay in Africa. I mean, I'm already over here. You know,
we just gonna say, Kala, start building that Afghanistan. That's what we're gonna say.
We need base camp first. You know,
well, start building that base camp.
We need base camp first. Base camp has to come first. You know, and that will happen. That's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. You know, for an Afghanistan, you need a base camp. You know, Kala. Now, even if they don't let your ass back because you've been begging to get back there, all right, well, whatever. Well, I mean, look, they hate the fact that I could go to Africa and come back and they can't do nothing about it. You know, that's the other guy, man. It's like,
who hates that fact? Don't nobody give a fuck.
Yo, Kala, I had to come up here and debunk your New Jersey statement on the city contracts. I actually know.
But Dave put it out there, man. They put it out
I'm coming after Dave. I actually know my cousin. They're like 31. And they got like a IT, you call it city contract and shit like that. So I know a couple of black dudes that's getting their city contracts.
They probably make up that 15 cents on
everybody. That's all I was gonna say. They the ones that's probably getting
they getting like 90 to like 120K. You know what I mean?
Now wait a minute though, since I'm making that argument. What's the black population of New Jersey?
It's huge.
It's pretty small, so you know what I mean? I'm not too against it, but I'm like
City Negroes, you know. Newark.
Let me go look it up.
You know,
you gotta look that shit up. I don't even know.
South Jersey, a lot of black people.
Yeah, they getting their piece.
There's not a lot of black people in South Jersey. It's more black people in New Jersey.
Maybe Camden.
There's a lot of small towns in South Jersey. A lot of black people. My cousin Marcus Overton lives down there. You know, he's in South Jersey.
Now, y'all know, but it's not like mostly black people. You know what I'm saying? Like that's majority.
I know South Jersey mostly white, but there's still black people.
Yeah.
Camden.
Yeah, most definitely.
Atlantic
One of my
City.
cousins actually lives in South
don't
Jersey.
you know, Dark Migo? Don't you know Atlantic City was all black at one time?
I know. I believe it. Mm-hmm.
So y'all saying that 12% of the population gets 15 cents out of every dollar?
Every $100,000, right?
$100.
What Bantu? That's crazy.
No, what did they say? Every 100,000 or every $100,000?
You said 100,000 and 15 cents. That's
that's cap.
Every $100.
Oh, every $100. Okay, I was gonna say. All right.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, we would be super broke.
$100, 15 cents, man, spent on black businesses. That means the white businesses, right? Especially the mafia types, when I getting all the procurement contracts, the city contracts, all that shit grandfathered in. They got that shit.
Wait, you said 15. Wait, to be spent on black businesses. That might be true.
City purchases.
Yeah, I'm like compared to white businesses. Yeah, you kind of got a point.
Dr. Migo. A lot of black people don't understand something, right? A lot of businesses, white people, immigrants realize that the city basically don't use like what you call the sanitation department. Those are all private companies, right? The bus department is a private company, right? They get a city contract with a certain amount of $1 million a year to operate a bus line, plus the repairs and tolls and whatnot. You know, the only thing really owned by a city is really the subway system. You know. But bus companies, sanitation department, stuff like that are owned by private companies, contract private companies. And they get waste removal, like asbestos and stuff like that, you know. Those are private companies too, you know. So the city basically puts bids out there, right? And usually, if you're in a club association, they help you bid
Even
those
not to cut
contracts.
you
Black people
off,
aren't part of any of these clubs and
not to cut you off too, Kyla. Even supplying the city, like with
supplying procurement,
cars,
supplying the city with
yeah,
parts and stuff like
supplying
that.
them with equipment, office supplies, yeah.
Yeah, you can make a lot of money. This is one guy who brother who did this a couple of years ago. He was doing like everything, buying like paper, stuff like that, ink and copy equipment, like that. And basically he was supplying several cities through their procurement. He got on the procurement list and just put it out there and people would order from him, you know. That's how they do, you know. Because the city has to basically like here, I learned that in the Navy base, right? I worked at you guys have Napa up there, auto parts?
Yeah, we got.
I worked at Napa Auto Parts, right? Our biggest customer was the Oceana Naval Base, right? I would go there and bring back, like sometimes they would order like 20 or 30 batteries. I had to load that up, bring it in the truck, bring it unloaded and whatnot. You know, they would order catalytic converters. They order stuff like that. They have their own like 20 bay mechanic shops on the base, you know. So basically, the Navy pays for it. Also, they say, okay, just put this on the Navy's account. Navy basically just pays for everything, you know. And so, therefore, I remember when I had my own business out there, I tried to get into the Navy base, right? I wanted to sell them ice cream, right? That was my dream, right? My dream was to get a warehouse, right? And buy a walk-in. I still want to do this. A walk-in freezer, right? The guy told me, he said, look, yeah. He said, when the ships go out, like the Wisconsin, GW, George Washington, they order a lot of ice cream, right? He said, if you got a warehouse full of ice cream, you can sell your whole warehouse or whatnot for just one load. Before the ship goes out, purchase all this stuff. They load the ship up. They buy it. Where do you get it from? The public, you know, people who are suppliers on their vendors list, you know. A lot of black people do it in here in Virginia. You know, they supply the Navy with stuff, cleaning supplies.
Yeah, somebody stole my identity in Atlantic City, Fonzo. Yep.
Yeah, so Atlantic City's always been rough, man. It depends on which part of Atlantic City you go to, Alonzo. You can't on the hood. You know, you got to go to the boardwalk, man. You can't go on the hood.
He probably was doing something he had no business doing.
That's okay. Out there, doing what you ain't supposed to be doing, man.
Bunch of fucking crooks. How they steal my identity? I was in California.
Can't be out there. That's why, because you can't be giving your thing to these hookers out there, Betty, man. You know.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, every time niggas
took a picture, you joking, man.
Like that shit happens, man. You know.
Hell to it all. I was in California.
You got caught slipping in AC, man. You got caught slipping out there.
Nah, I don't know how the fuck they did it.
You got caught slipping.
I wasn't in Atlantic City. I was in Cali.
I've been in Atlantic City before. My parents took me there for my 21st birthday, man. Watching the crap table, we see mob guys out there. It's about, yeah, I'll hit my Porsche right now, throwing the Porsche on the crowd. I'm like, watching a fucking gangster movie.
Oh, that's crazy.
Like, watching these mob guys, when you know they're mob guys who slick back hair, the cologne, the shirt out with the hair sticking out, whatnot. You know, yeah, man, fucking with that throw stuff, man. With money in their hands and whatnot, with smoking. I was like, God damn, God damn, what the fuck am I watching? Like I'm watching a fucking movie. It's like watching The Godfather or something, man. I was like,
it's funny because like those guys still out here, but like they just reformed. Like they be having like pizza restaurants or like.
They're still out there. The bottom line is, unlike the black people, they don't make rap records telling who they are and shit like that. Rappers got to tell who they are, tell what their set is, put everything out there. The mafia, man, these guys be living the life when not, really making real money, and they stay under the radar. You know,
I mean, they don't a lot of them go after those government contracts too.
Yeah, they position themselves as legit businessmen. You know. And they stay off. They leave the street work for the black people. The black people for the streets, you know.
They have affiliates in power too. So like some of them.
Yeah, they use that power, that political power. You know, the assemblymen and stuff like that. You know.
Oh yeah,
so bottom line, we haven't graduated to that. The black criminal element has been the biggest disappointment. You know.
Yeah, a lot of politicians actually get killed out here because of like the mobs that's involved with it. So
Yeah,
I be
well,
understanding why.
okay. You from Jersey, right? You know about Jersey. Look what happened with Bob Menendez. He
Oh
was
yeah.
mob tied.
I was gonna bring. I'm not that paranoid,
Menendez.
but yeah, that happens a
He
lot. I was
was
gonna say
all
that's kind of
dirty.
why like it's always been Democrat because like stuff like that goes on. So
But
a
you
lot of
ever
people don't be
notice
trying to
something?
step up to
You
the
never
plate.
notice something? You never notice something like I was thinking about this today about the white criminal organized crime, black organized crime. You could see the remnants of Bugsy Siegel and all of them in Vegas, right? You could see the end result. They got a city, right? The mob built Atlantic City, right? The mob built Florida. People don't realize the Gold Coast of Florida, that's a mob, Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, they erect shit, right? New York City, all that shit like that, the mob, Why is it that when we got black gangsters and shit like that, you can't like Big Meech? Where's Big Meech's fucking casino they left behind, they're Big Meech, he ain't Bugsy Siegel. You go to Las Vegas, man. Bugsy Siegel, there'll be no Las Vegas. One of the major entertainment capitals of the world wasn't for Bugsy Siegel, If it wasn't for the Chicago outfit, So I said like this. So the black people, we celebrate mediocrity, Big Meech went to jail for a long time for selling Asian, what I don't know. I guess we get a participation trophy,
Well, 50 Cent get to make a movie about it.
Yeah. Now his story was he built like several casinos and he got a whole bunch of businesses, recording studios at the end of his life where like they did some of the money. Yeah, I would say okay, like Al Capone. You know how his family has construction and sanitation companies owned by the Capone family they left behind.
Nah, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, Al Capone, the Capone family. So a lot of these people leave stuff behind, but the black gangsters. Bubby Johnson, when he left, he was the richest black gangster in history. He was making $50 million a year. Well, what happened to all that fucking money? They said the mob carved up his empire. Frank Lucas tried to hold on to it, but the mob eventually covered.
Oh yeah, didn't they make a movie with Denzel Washington about
that was a thing, but
American Gangster.
American Gangster, yeah. See that collar, FBA.
Oh please.
And them Italian mob people was snitching on Frank Lucas.
Yeah, that movie was cold, man. He went overseas and got the shit himself.
That's the whole mafioso code and started snitching on the black man.
Yeah, Carlos.
You have to realize that that he ended up snitching on the cops.
He should.
Well, I mean, they had his ass then when he started telling everything.
I'll say not necessarily. We had the Moulin Rouge in Las Vegas. That was the only black casino in Las Vegas. The Moulin Rouge, that was there. That was there. Moulin Rouge is the only casino, but for the most part, all the casinos in Vegas was financed by the Midwest Employees Pension Fund Union. And the only black man who tapped into that was Bob Johnson. Bob Johnson's a gangster, right? He basically tapped into employee pension fund in black cities like Baltimore and built all casinos in the Caribbean, So he did the same thing, tapped into pension fund loans. And he said, I give Bob Johnson respect for doing something like that. And so that's how he did the thing. But we don't do stuff like that. Know how to tap into pension fund loans to get $100 million loan to build a fucking casino like fucking they did in that movie Casino.
Yeah, that was a good movie too.
I love that movie, man. That's my dream.
That was a dope movie. Yeah.
Hey, that was my dream life, man. Sitting up there, top of the thing, and whatnot. Oh my god! Look, just going down there to the count room, looking at all that money being counted, and whatnot. Oh my god, man, that's my dream, man. Cashing out my chips, and whatnot. Oh yeah, I got a marker coming to me right now. Let me cash out my chips. 100 grand. I would dream about shit like that, man. Maybe in another life. Look, But these guys, the truth is, these guys had balls. They had balls to do what the fuck they want to do, right? And like I said, you guys laugh at my idea of a base camp, but somehow, some way, I'm gonna get the money and the power to do it. You know, I don't know how. I am not gonna start because I got something a lot of people don't got. I got a couple of fucking big ones between my fucking legs. I got balls. You know, I don't give a damn who doesn't like it. I don't care who's listening.
Do it, man. Set up that base camp, man.
You know, so I'm like the only person that don't mind showing my face on the internet, showing who I am. But I don't give a shit, you know. What did I tell you? Tells me I'm fearless, you know. I don't give a shit, you know.
Hey, what's your New Year's resolution, Dave and Jonathan? Push that FBA more, right? That's right.
Hold up, nigga. Hold up. I give everybody a chance, right? I give everybody a chance.
Keep pushing on Colin.
Look, I would like to see the FBA, right, do something constructive and positive, you know?
We doing something constructive and positive every day. FBA.
Yeah, getting all that berating Africans and whatnot, you know?
Hey man, why would they go on somebody's show to be berated? What is wrong with you, man?
Let's play some more. Let's play some more. African. Before I do that, African Bob said you just give an example of Bob Johnson doing what you're talking about.
What is wrong with you? Shit, go somewhere else.
When you say we don't do that stuff, no, I'm saying Bob Johnson does it right, but not enough. You know, I guess Bob Johnson learned from watching the mob. You know, he did the same thing when they got petrol. How do you get the, you know? Like I said, like Reginald Lewis wrote a book saying, "Why should the white guys have all the fun?" The fun is, you know, using other people's money to get rich and whatnot. You know, the fun is sitting on a thing saying, "Oh yeah, I want to supply the city with such and such units of lighting fixtures for the street lamps and whatnot of a fucking place I don't even fucking have." So you get the money, right? And then you order stuff one night and supply the city as leisure, right? You already got the money, right? That's fucking the American dream, right? When you have ideas. You don't have no ideas. You think you got to work a 9 to fucking 5 the rest of your life, you know? That's a trip between the fucking rich and the poor. The poor people think he's got to struggle the rest of his fucking life, whatnot. I'm determined to be that fucking nigga up on top, you know?
Yeah, be that nigga, Colin. Now I got a question. Yeah. I've been wondering something. Why do black people use the word grifting?
Well,
what's the
my whole thing is this, right? When I say grifting, I mean people who are bullshitting. You know, it's not a grift if you're basically about that, whatever like that. You know, Charlie Kirk was a grifter. Candace Owens is a grifter, right? That you're making a living off a problem that should not exist, you know, that does not exist. In other words, Nick, what's this guy? Nick Fuentes is a grifter, you know. In other words, you're making money and making a living off controversy and whatnot, you know. It's called straw manning, you know. That's what a grifter is to me. Somebody you go from one grifter to another one. It's a con, you know. That's what I believe, you know.
Oh, okay. I've been wondering. I was talking to somebody I know, this Indian dude. He was talking about how a lot of times when he be looking at like black YouTube shit, and he said black people overly use the word grift because in everything that you want to do, you need money, and unless you come from a wealthy family, you best to start grifting your ass off.
It's not about money. It's like
it's kind of dumb. It's actually handicapping people because it puts you in a situation to which you start getting in the mindset that, oh, I don't want to be a grifter. I don't want to ask people for money or some shit.
Well, I was like that for a
motherfucker, how you gonna do anything unless you're a rich person already?
Let me say this. Now, there's a difference between grifting and which one I don't consider. Like I said, I have this one church that I'm affiliated with. Right, these people do some incredible work. They take a lot of donations, stuff like that. I don't consider that grifting. But look what they do with the money. You know, it's like
well, Colin, but look. Would you say, let me ask you this. Would you say Salvation Army is a grift?
No.
Because they do good with the money, right?
Yeah, they do good with the money, yeah.
But look how much money, do you know how much money they take before they do good?
No, but it's like this.
Man.
Hold hold up. You got to say something that's not for profit. You know?
Yeah, it's not for profit.
Any
Sure.
money they generate, right? You know how much money the Salvation Army gives away to charity causes like the Red Cross?
I know.
And stuff like this. You know, they give away way more money than they ever fucking could take in.
That's bullshit. And I said it.
These nonprofit organizations, they do a lot of good, but they also make a lot of money.
A lot of good.
Like they be making $500,000.
Let me ask you a question. What about Al Sharpton's National Action Network?
Who?
Al Sharpton's National Action Network. You know,
I assume he makes a lot of money, and I hope he continues to make more.
I never heard of it. I never heard of it.
Of course not. You know, of course not. He's an FBA man. You should know about him. He's one of yours.
How you don't know about that, man? 145th Street, man.
Things out now. Hold on.
I don't know nothing about that.
He got $500,000 from Kamala Harris for like a 10-minute softball interview.
No, that's a grift, right?
That's a grift.
Yeah,
that ain't no grift. That's business.
Hold on, no, it's not business.
Wait, Colin. He got how much? 500,000 for a 10-minute.
I know that. The whole thing is this.
Hillary Clinton got 100 million for a speech.
The reason why he's a grift because he wasn't acting in good faith and honest. Like he wasn't going to really ask her questions, right? Same thing with Roland Martin. Roland Martin got fucking $250,000 for a softball interview, right? It wasn't no thing where she was engaged in so that she put herself at risk. You know, she was hosting something where she could be asked questions or whatever like that, put on a spotlight. So they knew that she was going to be protected. Like she ran the most candidate protection program in the world. She was not asked no questions. She was not put in any position. And so, like I said, that was a
Colin, if you were offered $500,000 to talk to Kamala Harris and don't ask her no hard ass questions, would you do it?
No.
Oh,
no,
Colin, stop.
No, I would not. One, I don't like the lady, and two, I'm like this. I really don't care about American politics like that. You know,
I would do it.
So, Colin, you gonna pass up $500,000 for a 10-minute interview?
Umar Johnson. Say what you want. He turned down like $100,000 offer. You know, to sit down with Kamala Harris. He turned down $100,000.
Y'all nice. Y'all nice. I would have been like, Letty, what was it like in the black community growing up? I wouldn't give a damn.
Look, if I don't have nothing else, I got integrity, you know? Now, does that look tempting?
Black people had a lot of integrity. We got enslaved with integrity. We got beat with integrity. We can have that.
I tell you what, you know, the thing is to me, right? As everybody knows how deeply I believe in what I believe in, right? If I did something like that, then everything that you see me doing right here, the Colin Nation.
But the difference, Colin, is
it will be dead. It will be gone. I would have to walk away from
Al Sharpton did it with intentional. You know, he was intentionally doing it.
But I know. But the thing is, Al Sharpton has been around. Al Sharpton has never had a job. He never had to work
so if somebody just came up and say, Colin, you know, do the interview.
No, I'm like this. If I agree to an interview, I'm going to ask my own questions, right? I would say, if I ask my question, but if they say, "Well, we're going to script the questions you ask,"
if they try to script you, and shit,
no, I'm sorry, I can't do that. You know, I'll say no.
That's different.
Hand me the script.
See, see, Jonathan, that's where we part ways right there.
We don't. No. So let's think about it for a little bit.
Because you're not.
What did you get? Wait. Bantu, I'm gonna ask you a question. If you don't take it, what do you get?
Nothing.
Do people love you more for not taking it?
No, we don't care.
It's not about people loving you more.
So you put $500,000, $500,000. You're gonna walk away with that over some fake ass integrity.
I would have to live myself.
All right, here's the scenario. Okay, Jonathan, I'm gonna offer you $500K for this interview, but you gotta do and say whatever the fuck I tell you. You gonna do it?
Hand me the money.
Oh my God, Jonathan, you gotta go away, man.
Nope, hand me the money.
You gotta go away.
$500,000. That's sending kids to colleges. That's paying bills for family. That's buying land. Hell yeah, send me the money. Because at the end of it, I want y'all to think about this though. It's the black people. It's the black people at the bottom that have all the integrity in the world. That shit don't get you nowhere.
You want to know why Roland Martin fell off? Just because of that, he lost all credibility. Now he's failing now he's like just recently the other day did a video. I'm scared. That nigga said he's scared.
Scared of what?
He's scared because he knows he has nowhere to run. The political establishment.
Oh yeah, it's over for.
No. Wait a minute. I got a question. Is there a reason why the black nationalists, all the people that we praise for all of their pro-black spirit, pro-black education, liberation, why they die broke? With all that integrity,
I'm trying to change that.
Y'all niggas don't look out for nobody, so fuck that integrity.
I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to change that. I'm sick of black.
African gotta say you been in Nigeria too long, nigga. Get the fuck.
Hey, African goddess, give me the money.
Hell yeah, that sounds just like one of them motherfuckers.
Give me the money. Fuck out of here. Integrity in my ass when all my favorite black people died broke.
You gotta have integrity, man. Fuck that.
Hey, Malcolm X had integrity. He wasn't living comfortable with that integrity, bro.
That's all right. That's okay. The whole world know who Malcolm X is, though. If he would have,
the whole world knows about him. And on Malcolm X Day, most people don't even celebrate. I don't want to hear about that fake integrity. Put that shit in the trash can.
Well, it comes down to it.
When we need Afghanistan to exist, we need as much money as we can get. No integrity.
Let me ask you a question, Jonathan. Right? Let's say we got base camp, we got an African established. Right? Somebody comes to me and says, Kala, I know the Afghanistan, you guys could use like $5 billion, right? We couldn't close the gap and everything. But you gotta let us put we're gonna build this spy station in your country and whatnot. We're gonna build a secret military base in there. Long as you look the other way and whatnot, we're good. We'll give you that $1 billion.
Man, Jonathan gonna
wait. I got a question, Kala.
What you say to him, man?
Is that going to hurt us? Is it against us or against somebody else?
The whole idea of an Afghanistan is, what stand means? Where we stand.
Yeah, we can stand and still do business with other countries.
Let me say this, Jonathan, right? When the United States puts major installations in the country, they effectively control the country, like they did the Philippines with Subic Bay. That was actually the government, Subic Bay. When the United States has presence there, heavy presence, military, or heavy interest, like a trade zone, whatever like that, they control. So you have to watch it. So Liberia never really let the United States in there. They knew that if they let the United States build a military base there back in the days, then they would effectively rule the country. And Liberia did one mistake, right, during Tubman's administration. One compromise it did, right? Despite all the development and everything like that, one compromise they made a mistake. And I'm going to talk about that in my book. When they let the United States put the Omega Tower there in Marshall, right? That was a spy satellite that spied on the whole continent. And it spied on Asia, Europe, the Middle East, and Liberians never liked that because they're like, well, that's infringing on our sovereignty, right? But it was like, I guess Liberia's doing everything they say. If you want to keep these investments and everything coming, and you want our support, we're not, that one little thing. And that one little thing, man, made a lot of difference because it made, even though Liberia was loved in Africa, that was the one thing that people said that Liberia compromised on. You let them build that spy station on in the continent. It was torn down in the 2000s by Madam Sirleaf.
And good job for Liberia for doing that. To hell with the rest of the continent. The rest of the continent showed their ass afterwards.
Well, hold on. Now let me ask you a question. Would the United States let Liberia build a spy satellite station in let's say in Florida?
I don't know if Liberia's in the position to.
Oh yeah, they were. Liberia was in a position right there. It was Tubman's time, right? It was the most powerful country in Africa, right? It had bases and logistics all over the continent. Liberia was that powerful, And so therefore, What if Liberia said, "Yeah, you know, we're going to turn the favor. We want to build a tower, right, to help us monitor our activities in the Caribbean and stuff like that. You know, we want to do it like a Pan African thing. Can we put this in Tennessee?
Like a Pan African.
Yeah. And that's all the bigger tower was like a friggin' NATO fucking outfit, you know, spying on it. It was spied on the Vietnam. They used that a lot for the Vietnam War. They were intercepting messages from the Kremlin to Vietnam and shit like that. They were intercepting messages from the Kremlin to Angola, you know, and Limo and Mozambique and whatnot. So Liberia basically was telling, but Tolbert came in, he told them, y'all got to take that spy station down, right? And that's what they'll do. That's why they had the coup, you know? And then they say, look, that Tolbert was
and with that being the case, Tolbert was a dumbass for doing it.
Well, no, he said he didn't take it down. He said he wanted to take it down.
Well, he shouldn't have said that. Should have kept it up. Should have said fuck it.
So in other words,
so wait. So Colin, you telling me integrity caused the coup?
Well, no, it was like this. I think Tubman did it.
Don't let me run Liberia shit. We gonna spy on everybody except us.
No. Tubman did it only because he played Cold War politics. He netted the JFK Memorial Hospital. He got a lot. He gained a lot. Tubman was smart. He gained a lot during the Cold War when this was built, that was built, whatever like that. He modernized Liberia playing Cold War politics.
Wait, Carla, are you telling me that there was an African leader that learned how to play Cold War politics?
That was Tubman.
Well, my goddamn, what's wrong with the rest of them?
I have no idea.
Exactly. They got too much integrity, Carla. That's the problem.
No.
The problem is they don't have no integrity. That's the problem.
No, I think what it was I think when the tower was built, I don't know what they say. It was built in
when anything goes, you don't have no integrity. You don't have nothing left.
The thing is, integrity sounds good, but you say anything goes unless it pushes you towards your advancement. If we would say anything goes, as long as we're getting towards Afghanistan and we actually get towards Afghanistan, don't tell me about integrity when we got to Afghanistan.
Because the bottom line, those things.
Somebody tell me the integrity America had in the beginning.
Yeah, but the bottom line, America had
none. Zilch.
Hold on. What if the British went to George Washington and said, "We'll give you your independence, but you got to let us keep a naval base in the Chesapeake"? What do you think George Washington would have said? No.
That didn't happen.
Freedom.
We ain't going by what we think happened. We can go by the actual history. In America, there was no integrity on the left or the right, anywhere brown.
Yeah, but
and so now here we are, black people in the most fucked up situation trying to be integrity.
A lot of bloodshed.
Those people was like fucking savages, though, man. So what do you expect?
George Washington could have told the British you could have Boston.
Bantu, I agree with you, but that's exactly why black people are at the bottom. We the most integrity people at the bottom.
No, it's not integrity. We just don't have the right offers.
Africa has the most integrity I ever seen. You see, you gotta be a foreigner and go to Africa. You see how you be treated. I mean, they got the most integrity, but when it comes down to each other, they don't know what integrity is.
That's fake shit. They just that's fake shit when they trying to act with you.
And let's talk about Black America. So we're gonna criticize Black America too. We got the most integrity. Black and brown coalition never existed. Respect the red man, the Indian man, the one that has enslaved us too, because they got ran over by white people. We had the most integrity and get fucked over right afterwards.
Yeah,
so
but
put that integrity in the trash can.
That looks bad on them now. Look how they look. We got
but the thing is, integrity is cute, but it don't get you nothing.
Not cute.
It's cute, but it don't get you nothing. So every time we turn around, we're like, oh, the Mexicans or the Hispanics, they got all of these jobs. The white people, they got all these contracts. The Asian people, they got all of this. And black people just sitting there, well, at least we got integrity. Fuck out of that. Put that shit in the trash. Get the contracts, own everything, do it however you got to get it, get it.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't need integrity no more. We need to play the game like everybody else does.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get it, but you don't have to
We
lose
can't.
yourself in the
Nothing.
process.
You don't lose yourself in the process. You don't lose yourself in the
A
process.
lot of people do.
Only. Okay, now when we say that, right? Let's think about it. In terms of integrity, because we just point out integrity, we could point it out in Africa, we could point it out in Black America, we could point it out in the Caribbean. At the end of the day, Black people like to claim integrity as some kind of moral bullshit. But at the end of the day, lose in every fucking thing and then complain that we're losing in every fucking thing. The world don't give a fuck about your integrity, nigga.
But FBA ain't losing it up to though. So
The world don't care about your integrity. Give up your integrity. Stop thinking about integrity.
nah. FBA don't roll like that.
And then in that very case, we stay at the bottom. We stay at the bottom for good. We can't complain about
We're
it.
going to the top with
You
our
can't- not-
integrity, with our
Wait. Now name a group of people on name a group of people on top. Name a group of people on top that got integrity. Name one.
I don't know, man.
So you want
Pretty
Black
much,
people to do the impossible.
pretty
Hold our
much
integrity, be kind, be small, be loving, be charitable, and all of that bullshit, and we'll make it to the top. That
I
shit
didn't say
don't
nothing
work.
about
That
being
hey,
kind.
brother, as a certified
much.
Christian, that shit got Jesus killed, okay? It
Pretty
don't
much.
work. And we have to get with that reality.
Who was that? Somebody new want to talk.
Pretty much everybody got integrity. It just depends on what you're talking about. And the other
Name the
thing is
people
too,
with integrity that's on top.
I just said every one of them has integrity. It just depends on what you're talking about.
Okay, now give examples of that.
The other thing is, okay, let's look at Warren Buffett, right?
Okay.
You don't get $1 billion without doing something that's harmful to the environment or whatever, right? But generally speaking, he has high integrity in business. You see what I'm saying? Because the thing is, there's certain things that are illegal and there are things that are legal. Now, as a white man in America, it's more likely you will get away with doing illegal shit. Not to say you won't get hemmed up. Bernie Madoff got hemmed up. Other people got hemmed up for doing illegal stuff in business, right? But at the same time, as a Black person now, there's a higher probability for you to get hemmed up than a white dude. So you, in reality, should be operating, sad to say, it just is what it is, with even higher standards. It's just sad to say that, but it is what it is.
Okay. African Goddess has a question for you, Jonathan. She said,
Well, let me respond to him real quick.
Okay.
In terms of Warren Buffett, the person who bought over Sears Candy, wouldn't even hire a Black woman to work in Sears Candy. That kind of integrity, brother.
Like I said, it depends on what
PLN.
you're talking
Next person,
about.
come on, African Goddess. What's the
No,
question?
it depends on what
She
you're
said,
talking
That
about.
was too easy. That was way too
you
easy.
think the average Nigerian policeman has integrity?
Hell no, they don't. Man, African guys, while on a road trip from Lagos to Bonanza, we was on the bus, and the police officer, you know how they be stopping buses and they be doing their little checks and shit. This one kid, he had a laptop. Oh Lord, had the whole bus emptied and shit just to question this dude. And at the end of the day, 5,000 naira, aka $3 and about 30 cents, was all that was needed to get us out of that bullshit. Can you zero integrity, but they in charge, ain't they?
No,
African guys.
it's not zero integrity, because if you talk to him about his family and what do you do to his family, he has some integrity there. It just depends on what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying.
Zero integrity.
I'm not saying that. Do you have integrity? Do you have zero integrity?
Possibly.
Because that's what you're saying. You're saying you have zero integrity. You know that's what
Try
you're
to
saying,
just
right?
don't give a
Hey, I'm making it
fuck
plain and clear.
shit.
If someone came to me and said, "Hey, brother,
But you know,
in
you
order for
just
Afghanistan to
believe the
exist,
whole
1 million
lie.
people got to be slaughtered, gone."
Well, you see, it depends on what we're talking about. There you go. Do you have integrity in anything?
If someone came to me and said 1 million people got to be slaughtered for
Brother,
Afghanistan to
do you
exist,
have that's
1
not the
million
question
people
now.
gone.
That's not the question now. Do you have integrity? That's the question.
In
By
terms
the
of
way,
what?
that's my point. Exactly. It depends on what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying.
And therefore,
Everybody
right
has
back to what I said,
integrity.
the
It depends
people.
on what you're talking about. Now,
Well,
the
now
other thing
let's
you
talk
got to
about
look
this.
at.
Let's talk. Wait. I want to talk about this bullshit too. Okay. This everybody has integrity part, right?
Yes.
Always coming from some nigga at the bottom. Like, why do we think like that?
No, because you
It's like what
think,
we say when we talk
bro,
about where everybody commits crime. Where
you
everybody
think,
does drugs. Where everybody has some poverty. Where everybody, nigga, we ain't talk about. Well, everyone got some integrity, but for some reason, the people with the most integrity that brag about it like it's some kind of trophy is at the fucking bottom, no matter where you want to put us at in the world.
let me
Why is
tell you
that,
what
brother?
I'm saying. Let me tell you what I'm saying. I'm saying everybody has integrity. Now, I've already said that. I would lean towards most of what people do, everybody is integral. Most people have the majority of what they do is high integrity. Now, that doesn't mean, but again, nobody's perfect. So automatically, that's going to tell you that there are going to be things that they do that are not, that have no integrity or
So let me
limited
ask you a
integrity.
question. When you say
But the
most people have
majority of what we
integrity,
do is high integrity. The majority of people are operating with high integrity. You
let
do not
let
go
me ask
into
you a question.
business or be successful in business without high integrity, because
Yes, the
people,
fuck you
your
can. That's
customers
very easy to
particularly,
do.
will
It,
not
it, it
trust
ain't
you
that. Yes, you can.
if you don't have integrity.
Yes, you can. That doesn't make sense. What you're trying to say is that being a good business person means you have integrity. That ain't
Yes.
fucking true. I could be a cocaine dealer based
Okay,
on that very information, have
Jonathan, my
integrity based
African
on your
goddess
idea.
has another question for
Even
you.
the
She
cocaine
says,
dealer has to have
what do you
integrity
think the
because
impact
he
of
has to
having
deliver a good product, an integral product that the people desire.
One
what
at
do
a
you
time, fellas. One at a time. Go ahead,
What's
Smokey
up,
J.
Moose?
How you doing, brother? Man, happy New Year to you guys, man.
Happy
Peace
New
and
Year's,
prosperity.
family. My
cheers?
favorite one to be
Yeah.
out there.
So, Jonathan,
What do
what
you
do you
think
think
the
the
impact
impact
of
of having
having?
everyone is on your business in Nigeria? You have to bribe them. That's
I
what
have no
African.
problem with it.
Okay, there you go.
It's the
African
game.
goddess.
Hey, listen. When you go into a country and you know how that country already operates, right? I know that whatever I'm being asked to do, the Lebanese have done, the Jews have done, everyone else has done. Everyone has paid bribes in fucking Nigeria. Why am I going to be treated differently?
So
It's a
you
part of the
pretty
game. You
so you
know there
pretty
was
much giving up.
corruption there before you went there. And so you know that's a
Let
part
me
of the
ask you
game.
a
Play the
question,
game, damn it.
Jonathan.
So Jonathan, are you saying that
Jonathan,
these are
let me ask
innately corrupt people?
Some people don't know that, but yeah.
let me ask Jonathan a question when you guys
Before
done.
I'm gonna say in Africa, it's baked into the culture. Get over it.
Oh yeah. Well, you'll find out fast, but yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Jonathan. Okay? Now this is going based on integrity. So you're doing business in Nigeria, right? You're saying there's a lack of integrity and you're demonstrating it by saying that you have to pay bribes, right?
Yeah.
Which country is more successful economically? Not per capita and all that. Nigeria with the low integrity or America with the higher integrity in terms of paying bribes? You
In
don't
terms
pay
of paying
bribes the way
bribes.
you do in America, right?
I'm so
You
I'm
don't
so
pay
happy. I'm
bribes to
so
go into
happy
business
I'm
or to promote.
intelligent enough to know I grew up in America. And I could point out the corruption left and right inside the United States of America. So what
Okay,
the hell are you
give me
talking about?
examples of this corruption. Give me examples.
A good example of this corruption, I'll give you some very basic examples of this corruption. In the city of Oakland and in San Francisco, right? They have this thing called parking enforcement.
Okay.
But for some reason, they don't like to park and enforce in the richer, wealthy areas. It's very crazy. You go to the regular areas and boom, tickets left and right. I mean, they running to pass out tickets. But the minute you go past, let's just say you're in San Francisco and you're going towards the Pacific Heights, or you're going to a Presidio, right? Presidio. Nigga, you could park your car upside down, the motherfuckers would drive right by you. Now, is that corruption or not?
So, now, this is the thing.
Oh boy, we ain't gonna do this fake shit. Now, we talk about integrity. Integrity says that in a country like America, especially in San Francisco, everyone should be treated equally, whether rich or poor. But then again, you don't enforce that idea of treating everybody equal and rich or poor. So now you want to say that that's integrity too. You want me to go to the next level of corruption in San Francisco? No. How they award city contracts? How they? Hold on. You don't know this game, buddy.
Hold on.
But Jonathan, you're talking about democratic.
First and foremost, I wanted to deal specifically. Hold 1 second. First and foremost, I wanted to deal specifically with bribes, right? Specifically with bribes. The example you gave me is not a bribe. Now, I'm willing to entertain your argument, though. You see what I'm saying?
Wait, my bad, player.
I'm saying that.
I'm not gonna knock my sister. Wait a minute, brother. I'm not gonna knock my sister and say her name because we cool. She's from the hood. But she was once the mayor of San Francisco, and for some reason, all the craziest, wildest contracts always went to people that we knew. For some reason, like San Francisco, they were buying $20,000 trash cans, my nigga. Does that make sense to you?
Look, you gotta show me a couple of things. I gotta see where your source is for this information. For one,
nigga,
now,
this is in the San Francisco Chronicle, bro. Get real.
Brother. 1 second. In America, the other thing is, right, there are layers and checks and balances. So if someone is committing a crime, particularly someone black, where it's going to be greater chance of them getting hemmed up, right? You have the attorney general of the state, right? That can come after them. The governor.
Okay, cool. Now since you brought that up, there was this attorney general named Kamala Harris with all her integrity. There was this cop that would just blast them motherfuckers to death. She refused to indict. The guy killed 4 people on at different time periods. Look it up. And she refused to indict him, even though every single time he used excessive force. Is that integrity?
Brother, like I said, everybody has integrity and no.
Bro, get about it with this nonsense shit.
And what I said was,
who's talking? Is that
what
DK?
I said was, the majority of people have integrity, higher integrity. That doesn't mean they have 100% integrity.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, brother. Let me ask you a question.
Two things.
Because I was listening to you earlier talk about birthright citizenship. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you want to be a part of the group in which everyone has integrity, or you want black people to be on top? Which one is it?
What I am saying, with integrity, that's how you get to the top. If you don't believe that,
oh my Lord, nigga, give me an example of somebody with that kind of integrity that ever made it to the top. Jesus got knocked the fuck down. So you can't get no more integrity than him. Now